All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Fallout 76, where tonight, unlike last night, we are going to jump right back into the Steel Rain quests. So I went in on my own, completed my dailies, turned in my script, got all that stuff out of the way, except for one character, which is the one we're going to play anyway, so that's all good. So we don't have to do a whole lot of putzing around here. We should be just fine. And I think we are good to go. Let's make sure I'm on the right character. We want to play on Granny McRib. She's the Power Armor Heavy Gunner, and seeing as we get a new set of Power Armor as the reward for the quest, that's the one we want to play on. So, in we go, and I'm going to go on a private world. I have it setting it to all friends, so if you're on the friends list, you can absolutely join there. The game has just been really, really laggy on public worlds. It's still honestly a little bit laggy on private worlds too, but seeing as I'm mainly focusing on quests tonight, I think it makes sense. I do want to quick do the friend list trick here before we get started. Just in case there's anybody else out there, and one time to say I don't exist. And now it sends, and we'll see if there's any new requests. I try to check it fairly regularly, and I'm not even convinced that it shows them all unless somebody sends a new one. But, yeah, so, because we're doing the main quests, and that's the focus, we're going to go on a private world. And you, of course, are all welcome to join. Or at least the first 7 of you who choose to. We'll catch up on the chat real quick. And Cousin Todd says, been butt-putzing around is the entire point of Fallout 76. Well, to a point, that is definitely true. And Meow Rage says it's the lag season. Indeed it is. Shadow Dragon says, hey, Fisty, can I send you a friend request? You absolutely can. And if you're going to, I'm going to wait by my social menu so that I actually get it. John W's here and says, hi, how you doing tonight, John? Okay, well, I'm not going to wait in the social menu all night because that's boring. I'll see it when it comes through. Steve H is here, says, hey, how you doing, Steve H? All right, let's load in here. I am very excited to get through this. I've been trying to stay blind, and I'm starting to see more and more little unavoidable spoilers come up, but I really had fun playing the first quest last night, not knowing what we were getting into. So I think that gave me kind of a fresh perspective on things. But I also, I know that Ares is a big part of this, and I know there's some secrets there. And yes, so please, if anyone does know anything about the story, please don't spoil it. I did try my best to go in blind for a reason. Now I am going to start a public team, just in case anybody wants to join in. All right, so here we are. Let's check and make sure we've got perk cards right. I'm good with all of those. Good with everything there. Yeah, I think we're in good shape here. Okay, Meow Rage joined the team. So, you know, if public events pop up and they're worth doing, then maybe we'll pop over and do them. Or if we get through the quests quickly, then maybe we'll, jump over and...
This looks like the start of a real force.
All right, so now that friend request came in. Let's see if I can see it on the list. So, no. Can't see it on the list. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Accept. Anybody else? So that would be the only one, but I wanted to see if maybe that triggers others. Because I know there's others that come through that I miss, but that's okay. All right. So, we completed our first quest last night. We went to Uncanny Caverns, discovered the new variant of super mutants in Appalachia, and Knight Shin got Initiate Norland killed, but he did save Initiate Hewson, and he changed my opinion of him a little bit. I really, really, really despised him going into it, but now I despise him a little bit less. I feel like even though he's still a giant dick, he's at least got a little bit of honor. There's something going on there that makes him a bit more redeemable. I still wouldn't side with him, but he's definitely, he's not as completely awful as I initially thought. And that's why I'm liking this quest so far, is that, you know, we had Hewson, who I thought was a really good character, and maybe it was the actor that just did a really good job. Maybe I'm just an old-fashioned guy who, when there's a girl who needs help and is not necessarily cut out for something, I want to be protective. But I don't know. We'll see. But I thought it was really good. I thought those were two characters that... She was a character that I actually cared about. And Knight Shin, while I still don't like him that much, the writing there helped me like him, or helped me dislike him a little bit less. And we'll catch up on the chat before we get started here. And Shadow Dragon sent the request. Cousin Todd says Romani was dead the whole time. Cirque says, good day, Mr. Fisty. How you doing, Cirque? Steve says, the new super mutants seem tougher than I thought. They definitely are. The Outrage says the same thing. Morgan's here, says, hey. Gamu's here, says hi again. Welcome to everybody. All right, let's go talk to Scribe Valdez and see what we've got.
Are you available now to look for Marcia? She could be in trouble. She was supposed to make a trip to Foundation, but a group of initiates recently returned from there and nobody remembers seeing her.
Well, that's not good. I just want to change a quick setting on my preview. There we go. Okay, so I can look for her right now, but let's ask about her. Okay, so why is this important? Who is Marcia again? Yeah, I know who Marcia is. I know why it's important. Foundation. Could she be missing from the super mutant attack?
I did consider that when I first heard of it. But I'd rather remain hopeful and investigate further.
What do you need me to do?
First, start by talking to her younger brother, Max. He might have an idea where she's gone. I'm going to remain hopeful that something didn't happen to her or anyone else who's missing. If something did happen while she was in our care, let's not worry about that just yet.
All right, so now we're going to go talk to her brother, who, when we saw him last night, he didn't really have anything new to say, but maybe now that we've been triggered to, he will. Big John's here, says hi. How you doing, Big John? And let's stop and talk to Knight Shin, see if he's got anything interesting to say.
Scheduled visit, Initiate.
It's not a scheduled visit, Knight Shin. I'm trying to see if you might be human. Because at this point, I'm pretty sure you're a synth, and you're programmed to just be a dick.
Your diligence in the wake of turmoil is acknowledged and appreciated.
John says game voice volume is low. I'll see if I can tweak that. Okay, can we talk about the current state of the Brotherhood? Can we talk about what happened in Uncanny Caverns? Let's see if I can adjust that setting. I thought I had that all the way up, but maybe not. No, that's all the way up. So if I turn up the master volume, let's turn the music down a little bit.
To see if we can spare any supplies for the relief efforts. Might buy us goodwill with the locals.
Maybe that'll help. So yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't record lore videos and things on live stream, because it's when I just record it, I can duck the volume in and out and boost
Stand
it,
by
but
for
in a
your
live
next
stream, you
orders.
can't really do that. But we'll do what we can here. Turn up the master volume while we're talking to people.
Look out for your fellow initiates. We can't have our forces fractured.
Believe these people are still hurling nukes.
All right, let's see here. Can we talk about...
Why did I say that?
All right, so we know what he does here already. I'd like to know more about you personally. Let's see if he tells us anything now that we've been in battle together.
Does this look like a social club to you? I have my duties to attend to. I would hope that you have yours.
I mean, dude, you're really just standing around here doing nothing
To go the way
other than looking angry.
we're here to stay.
There's more to life than duty, Shin.
It sounds to me like you haven't decided your purpose in this world. I have, and it doesn't involve making friends with everyone.
Doesn't involve making friends with anyone. What do you do here anyway, other than stand in front of this power armor display?
Considering what's happened, that's a complicated question. For your purposes, I still consider all initiates my direct reports. I will continue maintaining the armory and stockpiles, though some of those responsibilities will be distributed out to the initiates. My focus is on the super mutants. The sooner we can get a handle on that threat, the sooner we can get our hierarchy back in order.
It's impressive.
Shadow Dragon says charisma at an 8 will get him to say something different.
Plague.
I don't know that I can do that on this character. All right, let's talk to him here. Actually, let's see. Do I have anything that'll buff charisma? I have it
All
at
initiates
6.
get one authorized weapon. No more, no less.
Initiates get 1 authorized weapon. Well, it's a good thing that I have my own private stash of weapons then. All right, do I have anything that'll boost charisma? No, that's okay.
This had better be important.
Not as young as you used to be.
Don't need to get everything on every character.
Spend all day hunched over the
All right, so can I ask you some things about the Brotherhood?
Make it quick, please.
Good God. All right, those points you earned back in the caverns, you're starting to unearn them, Night Shin. Okay, so we kind of know all this stuff
Make
already.
it quick, please.
I'm not going to make it quick. All right, can we talk about the Raiders?
I'd rather not waste my breath on that topic, so make it quick.
You'd rather not waste your breath on anything.
Raiders under control.
Oh, we did this last night.
Unnecessary.
Or did we? Any thoughts on Pierce?
You mean that vile man we dealt with at the storeroom? The next time he tries to wax poetic about Brotherhood tyranny and how he's trying to protect his family. Any family that threatens others to protect itself is just a criminal mob. And the way that Pierce tries to twist his words around you to justify himself, it's repulsive.
Another complaint. Shin's certainly winning us friends.
Any family that... I mean, we know what happens with the Brotherhood in Fallout 4. You know, they definitely force their ways on people to protect themselves, so... And that's kind of the vision he's going for, is this... Interestingly, it's not Elder Maxon's vision. It's not the original Elder Maxon's vision. It's what happens after Elder Maxon dies, this kind of very zealous view of the world. Paladin Ramani mentioned you have a history with Raiders.
And I mentioned I'd rather not talk about it. But, since you're so insistent on being intrusive, Knight Connors defended my hometown from raiders, and subsequently brought me into the fold. I've seen raiders threaten and destroy communities a number of times, not just my own. As such, I believe it is within the Brotherhood's mission to address the threat they pose to humanity.
All right. Why can't we all just get along?
Because the raiders are undignified outlaws who lie, steal, and murder as they see fit. Their existence is a direct obstacle to the Brotherhood's mission to save humanity. That's why we can't just get along.
Now, you'll note that at the beginning of Steel Dawn, there was a guy here who said that he was accosted by some Brotherhood troops who took all his stuff. And Shin didn't care. So,
These people are still hurling.
are you really opposed to lying and stealing, Shin? Or is it just when it's not somebody in a Brotherhood uniform that you're opposed to it?
gladly.
Let's talk about what happened at Uncanny Caverns.
Things didn't go as planned at the caverns, but we handled the situation well as a team. Good work.
Except for the 25% of the team that died.
I will not allow Atlas to go the way of Fort Defiance.
Norland's death was regrettable.
Yes, it's something I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. But I'll carry it with pride for what Norland gave to the Brotherhood. We all put our lives on the line by signing up. My goal is to ensure that in the end, what we've done for the world makes it worth it.
Okay. We haven't really done much of anything yet, Shin. How did you choose Initiates Hewson and Norland?
For everyone. Good going.
Remember that going into it, I thought he was trying to get Hewson killed. I thought maybe he thought she was weak and wanted to get her killed. But then when we got there, he kind of lavished on the praise on her skills as a medic. So maybe I was wrong about that. Clearly I was. He went and jumped on a grenade to save her. And so, yeah, clearly he was not trying to get her killed.
I thought Initiate Norland would serve as an example to Initiate Hewson. Instead, they went in two different directions. And that proved fatal. This doesn't make up for the loss. Not even close. But I understand better now that people need to be met where they are. That applies to all the Initiates. I need to understand them before they can trust me.
All right. Well, that's a rather more enlightened view of managing people than I expected to hear come from Nightshade. How is your injury?
It's a thorn in my side, physically and figuratively. It takes twice as long to get anything done like this. On top of that, I can't maintain my regular fitness routine. I'm starting to feel like my limbs are made of wet rubber rather than flesh. The good news is that this should heal quickly. My armor took the majority of the damage. I hope we can get it back in working order before I need to get out there again.
All right. Well, I think that's going to be enough.
I hope my next
Will Rose asks, "Are you going to switch to
something to report?"
Are you going to switch to the Hellcat armor once you get through the quest?" That's the plan, at least on this character.
Another complaint?
All right, we're going to turn the background noise down a little bit now. And let's go find this kid. We got to go talk to Max.
And the chain that binds. That is what keeps this order together.
All right, Max, let's see what we've got going on here.
Are you here to help me find my sister?
That's the plan. Do I look like a babysitter to you? Who's your sister again? Yeah, we know that, and this is not a mean character, so I'm not going to ask that. Yes, I am. When did you last see your sister?
Well, the last time I saw Marcia was when she told me she was going to Foundation for some things. I think that something bad happened to her. It was just supposed to be a quick trip to Foundation, but she hasn't come back yet. I just know she would never leave me on purpose.
Oh, you startled me.
You and your sister are close, huh?
She's the one that takes care of me since Mom died. One time, we had to leave our home because some bad guys kept coming around. We left in a hurry, and I forgot my favorite toy, an Armor Ace action figure. Marcia went back against Mom's orders to get him back for me. She said, "I'll always be there for you, Max." And she always has been.
Did she talk about anything before she left?
No, but when she said goodbye, she was acting really weird. She was like, "You know I'll always love you, right?" She never says stuff like that. It's usually, "Learn to behave, Max," or "Can you be quiet, Max?" Her best friend, Luis Ramirez, might know something. He's an initiate too.
Why did I say that?
Okay. So let's check in with Initiate Hewson after her first mission.
You want to talk to me? Okay. Hi.
So I love how every NPC in Fallout 76 tends to stare directly into your eyeballs, even when they're talking to someone else. But this one just doesn't at all. Even close. All right, so about Initiate Norland.
I know it's my fault. Regardless of anything Night Shin says, yes, I'm young and inexperienced, but he still died because of me. if I had only just stood and fought, then maybe...
What would the elders do in this situation?
Ah, interesting. So she didn't just he didn't just die because she wasn't good. He died because she specifically got scared and stood down and didn't fight. Well, if you did do that, then maybe you'd both be dead. You have to forgive yourself for this, or people die, get over it. Yeah, no, we're going to be nice. You have to forgive yourself for this.
I'm trying. Initiate Norland was brave. I guess I just want to be a little more like him. And it's awful that he had to give his life for me to finally realize that.
Okay, so what do you think of Night Shin?
I really thought that Night Shin hated me. But I respect him a lot, and I really want to be a soldier he would be proud of.
Okay, any thoughts on Paladin Romani?
Paladin Romani approved my recommendation, so I wouldn't be here without her. She's so confident and determined. I could never be like that, but I'd at least like to try.
Shadow Dragon says she ran away like a child. Well, I mean, in fairness, I'm pretty sure she is a child, so... Or at least a very young adult. You don't believe in yourself very much, do you?
Whatsoever would make you think that?
Okay, so we've got some options here. We can be mean. You should get your act together so other people don't have to babysit you. Listen, Houston, you're a strong, brave Brotherhood initiate, and you've got this. Or, I know it may feel hard to believe, but you're doing just fine, and I'm here if you need anything. Let's go with that.
Thanks. I mean, I feel like you're way more capable than me, so...
Well, I am.
It means a lot for you to reach out. I'm going to keep trying to be better, so that other people can count on me too.
Do you like being in the Brotherhood?
What? Of course. I mean, I know I'm not very good at it. In fact, I'm really, really bad at it. But before the Brotherhood, I wasn't anything. And now I have a home, a mission, a family, kind of. I mean, I know not many people like me, but they give me a reason to be better. To keep trying when everything is scary and bad. And maybe make things just a little less scary and bad for everyone else, too.
So, tell me your story, Houston.
What? You want to know about me? Well, it's really not an interesting story. Really. I grew up in a town...
I think we asked her about this last night.
We were getting attacked a lot by mutants and raiders, and that's when Dr. Hardy came along. I helped him out all I could, so when he got recruited by the Brotherhood, I guess he kind of recommended me, and here I am.
Yeah, we asked her about Dr. Hardy last night. All right, so I think we get the point.
Oh, okay. See you.
So is it just that she's really short?
Oh, right.
I mean, I know I'm tall in my power armor, but yeah, just the way that she doesn't look at you at all when she talks is kind of weird. Okay, but let's move along here.
Cleaning duty again? I swear Night Shin has it out for me.
Oh God, why did I say that?
Okay, let's see what else we've got going on here. So we need to go speak to Initiate Ramirez. Cirque says her and her friends are responsible for all the teddy bear and garden gnome scenes throughout Appalachia. That would be amazing. All right, so I remember seeing Ramirez up here and commenting that he didn't seem familiar, so he must be a new NPC. And sure enough, he is. There's Ramirez.
Still not finished. There's just not enough hours in the day.
This is what drives me crazy, is you can hear every background conversation. And it's annoying.
How can I help you?
I want to talk to you about Marcia Leone.
What has Marcia done this time?
I don't know. This time, does she normally cause trouble?
It's been really hard for her to adjust to living in Fort Atlas after losing her mother. She spends most of her time worrying about taking care of Max, but none of it worrying about herself.
Oh, that's not all that surprising. Max tells me that you and Marcia are best friends.
I know that Marcia's a little rough around the edges, but that's just because she's already been through a lot in her life. She's the strongest person I know, though, and has a big heart, cares a lot about the people in her life. I'm lucky enough to be one of them.
I know what you're doing with Marcia. Okay. Well, Marcia is believed to be missing.
Missing? No, she's just running an errand to Foundation. Yeah, she'll be back any minute.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Perception, you're a terrible liar. You know something, talk. People are going missing. Your best friend might be one of them. Scribe Valdez thinks she should be back already. All right, let's see if we've got anything we can use to boost perception. I've got it at 3. I probably don't, but we'll try. All right, disease cure. I'm not sick. Yeah, don't have anything there, but there might be food. Do I have any wolf chops? There we go.
Hey there. How can I help you?
Apocalypse 89 says hello from Germany. Hello. All right,
has
let's see if
Marcia
we can
done
pass
this
this speech check this time.
Missing.
There we go. You're a terrible liar. You know something. Talk.
Damn it. Fine, I can't bear the thought of something happening to her. I can't be sure, but I think she may be with the Raider War Party.
Uh-huh. Would she really abandon her brother? Now, we can't pass this speech check because I didn't do the Wastelanders quest on this character. So if we did, we'd have a new dialogue option here, but I didn't do that, so we can't. Would she really abandon her brother?
Abandon? No, of course not. We were talking, and I assured her that I would never let anything happen to Max. I guess I told her exactly what she needed to hear.
Sounds that way. Why would she leave to join the Raiders other than me telling her to?
She told me once that she stayed as long as she could for Max's sake, but being here was like an open wound for her.
Why did living with the Brotherhood hurt her so much? We already know that it's because she blames them for the loss of her family, but let's see what he thinks.
Yeah, I don't think it's my place to tell her story, but let's just say that she blames them, or us, for the death of her mother.
Okay, there we go. All right, so I need to talk to the Raider War Party then.
Good luck, and please bring her back.
We'll see.
Hello.
Cirque says I played a holotape during a quest and the intercom voice started to play. Yeah, the voices over top of things are a bit annoying. All right, and what do we have here? Weights? That's lead. Let's take that. All right, I know there's a workbench around here somewhere. Well, I've got a bajillion scrap kits too, so let's just use one of those. Okay. So now we have to retrieve Marcia from the Raiders, but I also saw a notification that free range popped up. So I think that's a good one to go do.
But how do I show that I'm fit to be a scribe when...
Is we need to do public events to get legendary cores. And, you know, really simple ones like tea time, probably not going to worry about. But free range, you can get a lot if all the animals are left alive. Now, I don't know if it varies based on the location. Certainly the forest location is going to be easier. All right, we got to make sure we take out whatever's over here. Because our Brahmin are just running right into fight. looks like they're moving now. So we've got Bessie, Dandy, and Dahlia. Morgan says, Initiate Dodge is floating around Atlas. I saw him when I was talking to Ramirez sitting on a bench chain smoking. I think in order for me to have him there, I have to actually tell him to go there, which I'm fairly certain I have not done on this character. I could be wrong, though. Maybe he just automatically goes there now. All right, here we go. And we're going to have more problems here. Uh-oh. Dahlia's running off. Anybody else running off? No, the other ones seem to be going the right way. Thought. Oh, no, they're all running off. Okay. Big John's up there clearing the field. Gonna do the same up here. We're gonna make sure we take out the wild mongrels. They're up there fighting each other, so that's good. Uh-oh. Something's trying to eat me. Now we've got all the cows. Uh-oh, Yao Guai. Alright, so. Gonna get some more bugs, and we're gonna get our sheep squatch. Uh-oh. The cows are attacking the sheep squatch. This is a bad idea, cows. These cows are very aggressive. There are some very aggressive cows, and that is not good. Alright, pretty sure we have a workbench in here. Yeah, all these extra pieces of power armor are really starting to get heavy. Okay, let's use scrap kit quick. It saved us like nothing. Alright, so I'm going to throw down a survival tent. Because I think I picked up some extra weapons last night when I was short on ammo. Canaplex came along and made me not short on ammo. So we don't need all of this stuff. But I am almost maxed out on stash space. So, Cousin Todd says it's a moo point for the cows to attack. Mark Shaw's here, says hi. Morgan says initiate dodge. Yep, we saw that. Cirque says later my game crashed going further the quest line. Laggy, I'll try later. Meow Rage says dragon is OP. Yeah, dragons are pretty cool. And instigating explosive dragon is deadly. Yeah, I picked one up just so I can roll legendary effects on it. I am a bit disappointed, though, that the damage condition pass doesn't seem to have been applied to it. Because it goes, it breaks real quick. Okay, so I need to go turn in some script because my stash weight is getting close to max. and then we'll go see the Raider War Party. My stash weight is getting close to max, and I am carrying way too much stuff, apparently. I have to take a look at that, too, because I'm not usually this heavy. Alright, so first thing we want to do is get rid of any power armor. We're not going to use any legendary power armor. So, yeah, chameleon power armor seems kind of counterintuitive. Sort by weight. Hunter's torso. That can go, that can go, that can go. Vanguard's Raider power armor with ammo weight reduction and poison resistance. Well, you're going to go because you're too heavy. Okay, and let's see here. So this stuff is not that heavy. Let's see if we've... Alright, let's dump that and see how much script we've got left. So these do turn in for quite a bit. 3-star power armor torsos turn in for 45, which is lower than it was on the PTS, but it's still pretty good. Alright, what was that? 135 left. Okay, I'm saving that for legendary crafting. Bloodied Broadsider and Comfort Grip Broadsider. I think we can trade that in. We'll keep the quad. That's the most interesting of those. Vampire's Flamer we want to keep. Limb damage and Vat's critical shots doing more damage. Yeah, we can probably let that go. We need the weight. Executioner's LMG with damage while aiming. That's kind of interesting. I want to hold on to that for now. Hellstorm Missile Launcher. That I can just scrap. I don't need that. Nocturnal Handmade with damage while aiming. That I want to hold on to. We're going to play with that. Oathbreaker's 9 pounds. I'm never going to use that. So we'll get rid of that. Let's see where that gets us. I think that's 120. Sort by weight. Alright, so do I have a 2-star or several 1-stars that are worth getting rid of? There we go. We'll get rid of that Zealot's Fire Axe. Alright, so that's all the script we can turn in. Now, I do want to go talk to the vending bot in here and sell some stuff.
Serve and protect.
Because we've got to get this weight down. There's way too much. So I'm only carrying 2 weapons. They're heavy, but it's still only 2 weapons.
May I be of assistance?
And those can go. We probably don't need 62 purified waters.
At your service, ma'am.
Do like to keep a decent number of stim packs, but okay, rat away. We can get rid of some of that.
May I be of assistance?
All right, now we're down to 266. Maybe I'm holding some ammo I don't need. All right, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Fusion cores get reduced weight, so not too worried about that. Don't need those. Oh, we got a lot of missiles. There we go. 19 missiles weren't helping. Don't need that, and we don't need that. Okay, that helps. Doesn't totally solve the problem, but it helps. And don't need you, don't need you. Those can get sold. Let's learn any other plans we have. All right, scrap kits. Am I holding legendary modules or anything? All right, how about spoiled food? Don't need you. All right, and that we're just going to scrap. Okay. All right, everything else looks good. Let's see if we can dump anything in the stash, which is still very, very full. Okay, boiled water can go in there. All right, we've got 7 addictols in there. Probably could have just sold that, but that's okay. Legendary modules can go in there. Ore can go in there. Gunpowder can go in there. It's still going to increase my stash weight, but gets it off of me. Legendary cores have to be held, but they don't weigh anything. So that's not too bad. Okay, everything else here is okay. We'll put these away. Ammo. Yeah, I think we're okay. All right, so we're down to 198. That's not too bad. I can work with 198. And while we're here, let's cook up some food. And we'll catch up on the chat while we're here. Meow Rage says, are you carrying explosives? Yep, that was what it was. Cousin Todd, I picked up a couple empty power armor chassis to store pieces worth saving on. That's not a bad idea. And Alex says, looking for more players in your private stream for any ops? You're welcome to jump in. I do want to do the daily op at some point. But I am mainly focusing on the quests tonight. And let's see here. Achilles is here. How you doing, Achilles? Cirque says, roll a 3-star rolling pin. Yeah, maybe some point. Gamu says, been hearing Nocturnal is viable. Good thing I stocked up on Nocturnals. And Cirque says, got a 3-star Nocturnal. John Linton says, I got my camp nuked for the first time. Well, that's no fun. Got to start watching out for that. But yes, Nocturnal, I think, is interesting now. I have that Nocturnal handmade with damage while aiming I'm going to play around with. Could be really good. And Cousin Todd says, super stim packs always stack up on me, and them's heavy. That they are. Elements is here, says, aloha, how you doing? And Cirque says, oh no, John, your prices are too high. Vampire's weapons I farm with. Okay. John Linton says, I thought they were pretty reasonable. All right, so we've got Project Paradise. Project Paradise is really good if you can keep all the animals alive. I don't know if we're going to have any luck with that with just a few of us on the server, but we can try it. Marsha can wait a minute. We can keep them all alive. It's worth 8 legendary cores, so I'm kind of thinking it's worth a shot. But yeah, from what I've done of legendary crafting so far, legendary cores are easy to get. It's the modules that kind of really bottleneck the whole thing. I really think they need to add modules to some other things. Maybe keep your cores like they are, and then add modules to some of the less popular public events as well as the non-public events. And maybe add them to dailies too, so you have an excuse to do those, because nobody does dailies. They're boring. They're not fun. Uh-oh. Slow reload. Gotta swap weapons here. Alright, so we've got Meow Rage and Sully. See, if all of us show up, we might get some. So yeah, there's only 3 of us on the server. Anybody who's on the friends list is welcome to join. We can get up to 8 in the world. It doesn't have to be on the team. Here comes an Assaultron. And we already know we can tank that Assaultron face laser. Morgan says, I got 1 core for doing Line in the Sand solo. 1. Really? Yeah, that seems kind of weird. Cirque says, I re-rolled like 10 things yesterday. I'll have to wait like a week to roll more. At least you can get 300 script per day now, so that helps. And, I mean, I guess if you do your dailies, you do get script for doing that. So then you can use that to get some more cores as well. Or modules, rather. You also can get cores from daily ops. I wish you could get modules from that, but you do get script from that, too. So if you grind those, you can definitely stock up on a little extra script. And Y94 says got 8 doing encrypted. That's definitely the best way to do it. And Morgan says it'll help with the mole miner event, having more script to bank. Yes, when they do that, that'll definitely help. Alright, so we've got 4 of us here. Let's see if anybody else joined the world. Nope. So we're just going to go ahead and start this up. And from here, I am going to run over to the Radkelp one. So wherever people want to go, we try to each spread out to one. Maybe we'll have a chance to do it.
Phase 1 of Project Paradise has now begun. Goal, attraction of test subjects.
So I'm going to run right through A,
Food source in each habitat.
over to C.
Feeding troughs in habitat A, B, and C are ready to be filled with appropriate materials from each habitat. Try not to die while gathering materials.
Try to run over to C. Okay, so we need Radkelp. Thought I saw one back here. It is a private world, so we'll probably get more spawns, which could make this very difficult. I gotta remember to swap my weapon. Yeah, this is definitely a lot harder. We're getting more spawns than we do on a public world, for sure. I'm just going to keep running around and grabbing stuff. Tell you what, I'm picking up fragrant venison over here. All right, Rad Kelp, where are you? There's one. John's got it. Okay, keep going, keep going. We have nothing in A yet. I hope someone's over there. If not, I can run over there. In fact, I'm going to do that just to make sure. So we've still got a couple minutes left, and A's not that hard. Yeah, this one is not going well, is it? Okay, bring me fragrant venison. God, how many assaultrons are you going to throw at me? All right, Meow Rage is in here now. Yeah, if we can get B to 40, you're in good shape at 40 in B. C really does need to be at 60 to get that Mirelurk King. Make sure we've got all these. If we can get to 40 in A, we'll be in good shape. And we might get there. Grab up that acid. Oh, had an Atom challenge that I didn't do. That's good. Take that when I can get it. Okay, we got to 46. That's not bad. Maybe 6 seconds left. Yeah, we're not going to get to 60 here. That's okay. All right, so we've got to make sure we've got at least one person in every habitat. All right, so we've got a bear here. That's not too bad. Or not necessarily in every habitat, but at least one person on every animal. So I'll hang out with Lucky the Yowglai. Yeah, you just stay up here. Don't run away. Stay right here. Don't go away. And he's running.
Area not secure. Repeat. Area not secure.
It's times like these, I definitely wish friendly fire was working like it used to. All right, so far we're okay. Ooh, we didn't get to 60 in C. That's going to be the tough one. C's going to be the hardest one.
Scanners detecting sentient life. Alert level elevated.
Canaplex is here and says, hi, I caught that out of the corner of my eye. Welcome, Canaplex. All right, bears down here. That's good.
Observation.
All right, we did it.
Consuming Formula P grows stronger over time.
So far, all three are alive. As long as they don't get killed by the alpha. Sounds like the alpha's over this way. Uh-oh, we lost our Snallygaster. No perfect finish. Mirelurk Hunter's going down. Almost perfect.
After effects of Formula P include increased strength, feral behavior, self-foaming, and death.
Formula P. And what did we get for... I don't even know how many we got. Because I can't tell. Because you can't put them in your stash, so... I think we still did pretty well. Another Hunter's Power Armor leg. So if you get 6 for a perfect finish, you probably still get 5 or 8 for a perfect finish. You probably still get 5 or 6 for a slightly less than perfect finish. But that's not bad. With only 4 of us, we still had 2 alive. I'll take that as a win. Alright, so now we've got to go get Marcia from the Raiders. Let's catch up on the chat real quick. Morgan says, that's a lot. It does seem like more than usual. Yeah, on a private world, your spawns are definitely increased because it's not... because there's less lag.
No, like this. Like this.
They're not spawning all... Things aren't spawning all over the map. And... Samik says, is friendly fire perk working again yet? Nope. And honestly, I think it's one of those things where they're not coming out and saying anything about it because it was never supposed to work the way it was. I don't think it was ever actually intended to work against it for NPCs. I think it was really meant to be for players, and I don't think it's actually a bug. I think they fixed it. Because my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that a flamer will heal your teammates. So I think they're just staying quiet on it because it worked the wrong way for 2 years, and they don't want to say that and look stupid. Alright, and if we want to fast travel out of here, we're going to probably need to kill some stuff. Okay, let's try. Now we've got to get Marcia from the Raiders. So we got to go see the Raider War Party. Let's go to Crater. Alex says I got 6. Then that's probably what I got too. And Nixie Lou's here, says just woke up from a nap. Well, welcome to the stream. And Samik says, good question, Cousin Todd. So we just talked about that. Canaplex says 5 people, but I joined late. Up, see? We would have had you. We would have been okay. It's not your fault. I said 9 o'clock at the end of the stream last night, and I totally decided to start early tonight. Alright, so let's go get Marcia from the Raiders. What are the odds that she's actually here? She's not going to be here yet. No way she's here. That would be too easy. Let's see. Alright, so haven't been here since Steel Dawn, which for this character was last night. Let's see if the Raider War Party is any friendlier, because I did get their intel for them. Cousin Todd says it's a little late to worry about looking stupid. Yeah, well, what can you do? Oh, she is here.
I'll go. It's my fault anyway.
I know you're eager to help, but Sheena and Burke are the best there is. Anything that gives them trouble is going to be extremely dangerous.
What are you doing here?
Oh, listen to you. Alright, so I can talk to Pierce. That's where the quest marker is. Or I can talk to Marcia. So I need to retrieve Marcia from the Raiders. So, what, is Pierce like her owner or something? Yeah, let's talk to her first.
What is it?
Oh, you got nothing to say?
What is it?
Apparently not. Okay. So we got to talk to Pierce.
Couldn't stay away, could you? I'm not often taken by surprise, but I'll admit, you threw me for a loop when I found out what you did for Sheena. I didn't think an uptight organization like the Brotherhood had any room for rats. Don't worry. It's a term of endearment.
Okay, so if I had perception at 12, I could say I can see that Sheena and Burke are missing. No way I'm getting perception up to 12, so we're not going to be able to pass that one on this character. Let's see here. How do you know I worked with Sheena?
We're a family here. Sheena's as clever as they come, but I know her too well to let something like that live under the radar forever. Don't think it means you're one of us now. It takes more than one mutually beneficial trade to build trust.
Okay. Well, now that means Marcia knows what I did too, so I either have to be all in or I'm going to have to kill Marcia if I don't want the Brotherhood to know that I did that I stole their intel. Okay, so is there something else you need help with?
Help out once and you think you're part of the team, huh? I'm afraid loyalty doesn't come that cheap.
If they've helped you in the past, though, maybe they'll help you out this time. There are some exceptions at the Brotherhood. Not many, but some.
I don't place bets on the lives of my family.
It's their lives at stake. We can't afford to be cautious. If we stand by and do nothing, then they will be dead. Sheena and Burke went to AMS headquarters to retrieve something for us and haven't returned yet.
There we go.
Damn it. Well, it wasn't my plan for you to know about this, but now that you do, I guess there's no way around it. Marcia's not going back with you. She's going after Sheena and Burke. She's been bossed around by the Brotherhood enough in her life. Why don't you do something for her for a change and help out?
Okay, I mean, in fairness, you know, she went to stay with the Brotherhood. They did take care of her and her brother, and they didn't force her to join. So, you know, you got a little bit of a self-entitled attitude there, buddy. But, you know, I also don't like the Brotherhood, so why are they at AMS? And let me guess, you're not going to tell me.
I overheard some Brotherhood initiates talking about how AMS headquarters was a place of interest. It was the piece of intel I gave to Pierce and the others so that they would consider letting me join. It's my fault that they're missing. I should have tried to get more information.
Okay. Well, why can't you go and get them back?
Nice try. As much as it kills me, I'm not stupid enough to leave things unsupervised when 2 of us are already missing.
I mean, in fairness, does that really matter if you're the only one left and all you're capable of doing is sitting here overseeing your pile of garbage? So I'm here for Marcia, not to do your bidding.
I'm not going back to Fort Atlas. No one gave you the right to make my life decisions for me, and the Brotherhood doesn't own me.
Yeah, I'm all good with that. I wish I would have had a dialogue option accordingly. You don't have a choice. You're under the Brotherhood's protection. All right, fine. We'll go to AMS and find Sheena and Burke.
I feel better having one of us there instead of blindly trusting the Brotherhood. Make sure someone is focused on saving Sheena and Burke.
One of us? You really mean it? I'll prove to you, Pierce, that I belong here. I'll undo what I've done.
You being willing to put your life on the line for us is indication enough that you belong in this family. Bring my people back alive and in one piece.
I'll meet you at AMS. I'm not coming back with you after, though. I have a new family now.
Okay. What about your brother?
I'd advise you to watch your step around here.
I'd advise you to stop being a dick. I can put bullets in you just as well as I can put bullets in Shin. Unfortunately, I can't kill you now. Maybe I'll be able to kill you later. Alright, so...
It's this really inspiring phrase. It's on the tip of my tongue. Must have read it somewhere. Damn.
Alright, let's just take a peek around here. So yeah, nothing we can get back to there. That's all decorative. There's Marcia. Does she have anything else to say? Nope, just repeating one annoying line. Okay, let's head over to AMS
I
headquarters.
miss my friends back in Fort Atlas, but being a raider is awesome.
Alright, let's see here. So, we need to go to Watoga.
I hope you're here for a reason.
Yeah. You're sending me to go save your friends that you're too lazy to go save? Let's catch up on the chat a little bit here. And... Y94 says, where is Minerva? My understanding is she starts up next week. Darian says T65 versus Hellcat. You're sticking with your T65. I'm going to go Hellcat on this character, if for no reason other than I don't have T65. That damage reduction perk you get from the Hellcat is pretty good. Bring the volume back down a little bit. Okay, try to remember to bring it up for the dialogue. So AMS headquarters, I didn't do this quest because I haven't really done any of the quests on this character. But that's all right, we'll head inside.
Automated Mining Services welcomes you to the home of industry. Visitors, please see our receptionist. Welcome to AMS, the future of mining. AMS is here.
Oh, shit.
Oh, we got something going on here.
Where did you go? You are dead meat.
You're going down!
Okay, Hellcat Mercenary. Oh, and we've got Fallout 3 outfits. That makes me happy. That makes me very, very happy. All right, so we speak to Marcia.
I could have handled them on my own, you know.
No, you couldn't have. All right, let's see here. You know anything about this Hellcat group? Now that I've, you know, seen a floating badge over their name?
I've never heard of them before. They seem like some sort of mercenary creeps. I don't care what they call themselves. I won't let them get in our way.
Okay. Now that we have a moment, can we talk? I'm gonna guess you're gonna say no.
Look, I'd rather focus on finding Sheena and Burke, but if it'll get you moving, then say what you want to.
Okay. What about the people you left behind at Fort Atlas?
I'll miss them, but I need to start living my life for myself instead of others. I never asked to be taken to Fort Atlas. That decision was made for me. Being around the Brotherhood and watching them take charge is a constant reminder of how my mother died. I can't keep watching them do that to others. I never wanted to be the sole caregiver of Max either. He's happier staying at Fort Atlas with Night Shin. And I can't be a good guardian for him in a place that causes me so much pain. I'm finally taking charge of my own life and doing what I need to do for myself.
All right, fair enough. Why join the Raiders?
The Raiders are the only ones standing up to the Brotherhood and making their own choices about how to live. Listen, I'm not naive. I know that Raider life is dangerous and filled with stealing and murder. But Pierce and the others, they're different. They just want to live their lives free from the oppression of the Brotherhood. I can relate to that.
All right. I can get down with that. That's fine. Let's move along here. So she said she could do it herself. I'm not going to be a dick. This is a nice character. I know, but it's never a bad idea to offer some help.
I've had to be the one who takes care of Max and me. I'm not used to accepting help. So thanks. Now that that's taken care of, we should look around and see if there's any trace of Sheena or Burke. I already did a sweep of this floor before that mercenary attacked me and didn't find anything. Let's try looking upstairs.
Y94 says she went from Raiders in power armor to actual Raiders. Indeed. Okay, she's got an assault rifle, so she's got a gun. She's got a real gun. That's good. All right, now we need to go to the 3rd floor, which is going to be, I believe, right here. Gotta get sucked up the vacuum tube. Apparently it can handle that, even someone in power armor. Clear the enemies. Okay.
Unidentified intruder detected. Beginning search.
Just the one? Is that it?
Damn rad rats.
Okay, we got some Raiders. We got some Hellcat Raiders here somewhere. Where you at, tough guy?
Merc life is good life.
Here we go.
Found ya!
Found me, did you? So these guys are fairly tough for humans. If you were to come in here with an assassin's weapon, that wouldn't be the worst idea in the world.
Hostile target detected.
Okay, so we got some robots running around. Just see if there's any other Hellcats around here. Doesn't look like it. Looks like they took out the turrets. There were some really tough turrets in here.
Please stand by.
Uh-oh, somebody's shooting at Marcia. Where are you? Oh, furious Gatling laser with bashing damage. That's not an option. Okay, where am I going? Are we going up here? I don't think we're going up here. Maybe. No. Okay, maybe we need to go back through there. Find clues to where the Raiders are. Here? No. Must be the next room. Here we go. Okay, so we've got a dove necklace.
That necklace!
It's a
I
necklace
know
of a
that
dove.
necklace.
Okay, so tell me about it. Keep me in suspense.
I'd recognize that necklace anywhere. That's Burke's necklace. I've never seen them without it. My mom had a similar necklace that she always wore. Never took that thing off. I still regret not being able to retrieve it from her body.
Okay. What happened to your mom again?
She was killed, thanks to the Brotherhood of Steel. I really don't want to talk about it right now, though.
Fair enough. Necklace or no, her memory will live on in you.
Thank you. You're right. Max and I will keep her memory alive. Maybe I can tell you about her sometime. If you want. At least we know that Burke and Sheena made it to AMS. Let's keep looking.
So now that I'm being nice to her, I have a feeling that at the end she's going to be willing to come back to the Brotherhood with me. And that's not what I want. I hope that I have the option to tell her to go do her own thing. So Cousin Todd says, does the Furious impact the bashing so each consecutive bash gets even more damage? Alex says, each consecutive bash gets 3% more of 0. There we go. And Meow Rage says, so Feed the People can give you 4 cores. I would imagine that even those easy events, you know, it all depends on how good the ending is. Which is good. I think we needed an incentive for people to start doing the events right, rather than just showing up and killing things. Alright, where am I going? I need to get back upstairs. Oh, that's right, this way. Just getting a little turned around in here, but we'll be okay. Wrong way. Okay, this looks like a dead raider. Raider corpse.
Wait, there. I recognize them.
It's the body of a dead raider. They appear to have died within the last couple of days. Okay, so you recognize this person.
That's one of the raiders that went with Sheena and Burke. I hope they're still okay. I'm so tired of all the blood and death. I'm tired of losing everyone that I care about. First my mother's death, and now this.
Who else have you lost?
Everyone. Everyone from our camp was killed, except Max and me. We were told to stay out of the fight. I should have been there, though, fighting beside them.
We don't know for sure yet if they're dead.
You're right. Sheena and Burke are strong. I'm sure they're here somewhere. Come on, we've got to hurry and find them.
Okay, so honestly, it doesn't really make sense for her to join the Raiders, but then again, we know that the Crater Raiders are not that violent. They're not really the bloodthirsty Raiders that we're used to from the other Fallout games. Uh-oh. So, looks like we've either got a... Oh no, we gotta go this way, okay. A hastily written note. That's a very interesting looking hastily written note that looks like any other piece of random clutter on the floor.
What does that note say?
Hell, we're overrun. Gotta surrender. Only way to make it alive. Please find us, Sheena.
A note from Sheena. Can't believe they surrendered. Hopefully that means they were taken alive. The Raiders. They really are like a family. The kind that I want to be a part of.
Okay. What about Max and Ramirez? Aren't they your family?
Of course. They'll always be my family. I just couldn't stand staying in that place anymore with the Brotherhood. One day, they'll understand. Hell, maybe they'll even join me.
Okay, fair enough.
We're almost to the top of AMS. We must be getting close. Let's hurry.
John W. says, I saw tons of low-level players today. Yeah, with the new content, anytime they put out new content, there's always an influx of new players.
Shit, door's locked. See if you can find a way to open it.
You mean like this terminal here that I already found? Alright, Hellcat eyes only. Don't go opening up this door unless you have an appointment to see Sergeant Kit. Yeah, I have an appointment. There's my appointment. Let's find out what's going on with these Hellcat Raiders.
What was that?
See, I told you I had an appointment.
My head. I don't need payment to take you.
Anybody else want to see proof of my appointment? I love this scene. You've got the military and the executives all huddled together with ultrasight and giant piles of cash.
I'm not afraid to kill you.
Well, if you're trying to kill me, you're not doing a very good job of it. And yes, I did notice that she has a different gun now, so I don't know if she's picking them up off the corpses or if that's just a different...
You and that little girl are the ones giving my mercs all this trouble. We Hellcats don't put up with anyone getting in the way of us or our caps. This ends now.
Does it? So, is that Trevor from Grand Theft Auto? Alright, we're going to turn down the volume a little bit. She was actually doing a little damage there. So, alright, Kit, but in your power armor. Really? Uh-oh.
You think that's all we got? Get up!
Come out and play, douchebag. Anybody else?
Fine. I'll take care of you myself.
About time.
Let's get him.
Calling for people to cover him. There's nobody there. All right, Blue Ridge delivers again. So we've got a note here. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, let's go into here. Blue Ridge delivers again. Here's the note. Your most recent delivery was quite satisfactory. The Hellcat Company is earning its reputation, and the decision to acquire people from the Blue Ridge Caravan Company was a canny one. The raiders you have captured for the next delivery will provide some intriguing comparisons, but I encourage you to take stock less likely to be contaminated with drugs. It is good to know that there are some holding cells at AMS headquarters that we can use if need be in the future. B. Okay, so this gives us a little more context here. So the Hellcat Raiders are capturing people for this person, and they don't want them to be contaminated. So this must be someone, this must be the root of the super mutants. They're taking them and doing FEV experiments and turning them into super mutants. So let's see here. Okay, so when he says acquire people from the Blue Ridge Caravan Company, they've been kidnapping people from the Blue Ridge Caravan Company. I see. And then they tried raiders. Okay, so now we've got a little more backstory, and we need to speak to Marcia.
Did you find out where Sheena and Burke are?
Okay, let's see here. Who do you think B is?
I have no idea, but that son of a bitch is gonna pay for messing with Sheena and Burke.
All right, I like your attitude. This letter implies that Sheena and Burke were captured.
Captured? That's good. That means they were taken alive. We need to figure out where these holding cells are. See if you can find anything else that hints toward their location.
John says, gun war. All right, let's see here. We've got catch up in the chat. We'll keep looking.
Please hurry.
All right, catch up in the chat. And Morgan says, John, I've seen a bunch of low-level players pairing up with high-level players, like adopt a player. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what happens, is whenever there's a big update, it's much easier to get your friends to join in. And since one Wasteland now, where enemy levels are balanced and all that stuff, it definitely becomes a little easier to bring new people into the game. All right, so we need to look for a key, which... Huh? Oh, it's in the desk. Okay, AMS basement key. All right, and we got some ammo here. Nothing particularly useful, but we'll take it. Go down to the lobby. All right. That we shall do. There's a tube here we can jump in. But I love this. I absolutely love this scene. The dead executives and the military guy all huddled over their money in Ultrasight. All right, we'll head to the lobby. So I'm digging this quest so far. It's good. And I know it's fairly short, but I'd rather have short and good than long and boring. So Marsha's definitely kind of annoying, but, you know, I can understand why she doesn't want to be with the Brotherhood. I don't like the Brotherhood either.
Stepped in mole rat shit. These are new boots, too.
I also very much appreciate all the foul language and cursing that's come back. I'm starting to get a little worried about that with Fallout. It's very, very sanitized. All right, I knew there was a Hellcat down here somewhere.
You'll pay.
No, I won't. I won't pay. What are you shooting at? All right, anybody else hanging around? Anybody else hungry for some bullets? All right, Fisty, this isn't Nuclear Winter. You don't have to loot every bullet in the place. Okay. Oh, you're hungry for some bullets, too? She found them? No? Ah, they're over here. So here are the holding cells. Burke looks injured.
Marsha, what are you doing here? And you too.
What is going on with this jumpy
I'm glad
camera?
to see some friendly faces.
The Brotherhood sent their lackey to try and bring me back. I told them I refused to even consider it until we found you. They're actually not as bad as I thought. And they helped me find you. But anyway, are you two okay? You look pretty beat up.
Been better.
Good work on giving these mercenaries hell, Marsha. You'll make a great addition to the war party.
Like Marsha did anything.
So, can you get us out of here or not?
Well, that's the plan. Let's see here. How did you get captured?
Sheena made the right choice.
Thanks, Burke. There was no way we would have made it out of there alive, and I knew Pierce wouldn't just let us go missing. My quick thinking's what kept us alive. Not everything can be won with a fight.
Okay, fair enough. What did you find here?
Nothing that could be of use to us. It seems like they were doing some sort of experiments on people down here. That terminal over there might have more information.
Okay, we'll check that out. And Burke, we have your necklace.
Thank you. I won't forget this.
We can tell them they can rot in here if we wanted to be particularly loyal to the Brotherhood. But I don't want to do that. I want to let them out. Let me find out how to let you out.
Appreciate your help.
Don't worry, you two. We'll get you out soon.
Thomas Kennedy says, what happened at AMS? AMS was basically the company behind Ultrasight. And Ultrasight is the reason that all of Appalachia is kind of the horrible mess that it is. So it's fitting that their corporate executives were just there collecting money with the military. All right, so we have a holotape. Let's boost the volume here. Copy of research notes. Let's see what that says. Oh, it's not a audio tape. All right, haven't seen one of those for a while. Research log number 1. Test subject 0 has received their first dose of heated ultrasight. Standard dosing amount. It appears that the amplified radiation exposure that occurred in our animal test subjects also occurs in humans. The test subject has symptoms of severe radiation sickness and has experienced total hair loss and significant skin damage. So if you explored AMS prior to this, you would have seen that they were doing experiments with ultrasight on animals. And these are the kind of results they were seeing. So I wonder if this person doing this worked for AMS before the war. Research log number 2. Test subject 0 received triple standard dosing today. It appears that all cognitive brain activity has ceased. The test subject's aggression levels have been increased, likely due to reduced brain function. Caution is advised. So did he perhaps turn them into a scorched? Research log number 3. Test subject 0 is unable to sustain the amounts of radiation and is now deceased. Okay, so that's the results of early testing. Let's see what they changed. Okay, research log number 1. Oh, that's the same stuff. Well, that's kind of silly. All right, cell door control. We'll unlock it. Thomas Kennedy says, can you kill them? I don't know, and I don't want to find out, because on this character, I don't want to kill them. If I shoot them, they'll turn hostile, and that would be the opposite of what I want to do. But don't worry. On Old Man McRib, I'm sure we'll kill and eat everyone we can. All right, so Marcia. It's time to interact with you again. Convince Marcia to return to the Brotherhood of Steel, or convince Marcia to stay with the Raiders. Ooh, I get the choice. Okay, we're going to do that.
Okay, now that we found Sheena and Burke, we can talk. What's up?
Can you tell me about what happened to your mother from your perspective?
It's hard to talk about, but you've been so patient with me. I've really ever only talked about it with Ramirez, but all right. The town that Max and I were living in with our mother was being threatened by a group of raiders. When the Brotherhood came into town, they decided to be saviors. They actually thought it would be a good idea to arm a bunch of ordinary people with high-tech weaponry. When the raiders came, they took the weapons and slaughtered our people. If we hadn't tried to fight back, my mother would still be alive.
Okay, so on one hand, I can see where this was a bad decision by the Raiders. It also ties into why Shin really doesn't like it when untrained people are getting Brotherhood weapons. So I now understand him a little more. So, but on the other hand, their goal was to help. They were trying to help them, and you know, you may be sympathetic to these Raiders, but these raiders aren't the same as those raiders, necessarily. So we can use a charisma check to say the Brotherhood of Steel did the best they could, but I think that's going to make me steer her towards the Brotherhood, which I don't want to do because that's not what she wants. I understand why she doesn't want to be there. If raiders killed your mother, why would you want to join them?
These were a different kind of raider. Ruthless,
There we go.
bloodthirsty, callous. The war party is like a family, banded together to fight against the Brotherhood's tyranny. Let's not get it confused. Raiders may have pulled the trigger, but the Brotherhood supplied the guns.
Okay. So something would have happened eventually. The weak don't survive. Nah, we don't want to do that. Sounds irresponsible. I can see why you'd think they're complicit.
Thank you for understanding. Maybe with more members like you, the Brotherhood will become a better organization.
So I want to convince her to go back to the Raiders. Maybe I don't have that choice because I haven't done Wastelanders. Can we talk about you coming back to the Brotherhood?
Sure. I'll hear what you've got to say.
Oh, we lays it right out there. Come back with me to the Brotherhood, or you should stay with the Raiders. I think she should stay with the Raiders. She wasn't happy with the Brotherhood. Max, while she is leaving him, she's not really abandoning him. There's plenty of people there taking care of him, and he wants to be in the Brotherhood. So, and in the Wasteland, he may be a kid, but, you know, you're going to have to grow up quick in a Wasteland. So, yeah, you should stay with the Raiders and live your life.
Thank you for seeing things my way. I hope Romani and Shin aren't too hard on you for not bringing me back. Please, let Luis, Odessa, and Max know that I'm going to be okay. And they're always welcome to join me. Just kidding. Those bootlickers will never leave the Brotherhood.
Unless, ooh, maybe I can get them to leave the Brotherhood. That would be interesting. So, Thomas Kennedy says, are the Raiders the Nuka World Raiders? No, they're not. There's numerous different raider groups in Appalachia, but at this point, I mean, I guess there could be raiders in Nuka World at this time in the timeline, but this is like 200 years before Fallout 4, so they definitely wouldn't be the same. Okay, so let's talk to them and see if they've got anything to say. Let's start with Sheena.
Hey.
No? How about Burke? No? Okay. And let's just look around here, see if there's anything else we can find. Okay, we have to unlock that door. So, I want to see if there's any new lore here. I've been through the AMS lore on another character, so I'm not too worried about it. You know, if we get around and we're just not seeing anything different, then I'm not going to, might as well just grab all three of these. We're not going to spend a ton of time on pre-Steel Rain lore. But if there's anything else in here. So we know there were more holding cells. So there's another holding cell. There's a dead body. And a note. Attention night crew. Attention night crew, stay the hell away from Subject Zero's cage when feeding. Just throw it on the floor and slide it to him with a long stick. Additionally, after last week's degloving incident, we're allowing the use of power armor for all cleaning duties. We also need to start looking into ways to reinforce the walls. You closet them nonstop, and if you ever get loose, we're all doomed. Okay, so, despite the fact that Subject Zero died, he was clearly very aggressive and violent. If you don't know what degloving is, you can look it up yourself. I'm not even going to describe it because it honestly makes me very, very physically uncomfortable. That is, okay, so... Well, I was happy to see the increase in cursing in this one, and clearly we're taking a step up the mature content ladder with that. Okay. So, yeah. Ouch. Okay. So we're good there. And yeah, just another reminder, let's avoid spoilers. I am trying to go through this blind. It's still new, so there's people who haven't gone through it yet. So please do avoid that stuff in the chat. I know everybody's just trying to participate and be helpful, but let's leave that be. Okay, so that's probably all there is. I'm pleased that there was at least a little bit more. Just take a quick look around. Everything else here is going to be the old stuff, so. All right, so we need to go back to Scribe Valdez. Let's just take a quick peek and see if there's any other public events going on. Doesn't look like it at the moment. All right, so let's head back to Scribe Valdez. So that's going to wrap up this quest, I'm sure, and then I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back for more. The outrage says, was that the bear you found on the floor? Yes, that was one of the... well, no, Subject Zero was not the bear. Subject Zero was definitely a person, but the bear we saw earlier was, that was different. That was the animal testing they were doing there. Okay, let's get these back on. Go back to Scribe Valdez. Angry Kitties here says, hi, Fisty. Hello, chat. How you doing? Matazzo says it ain't pretty. Yeah. All right. And John says, the next quest is uber fun, Mr. Detective. Okay, so this is going to take me to Blue Ridge Caravan. I have seen a few little spoilery things there, so I don't know all the details, but yeah, definitely do not ruin this one for me. So,
the mutant attack was my first
I
time
know what's
in
coming, but I don't know the details, so let me enjoy it. I wish I didn't know
mind this
anything
letter.
about
That
it,
was his
but
work in progress.
that's okay. All right, so
Both
Scribe
the same.
Valdez, let's
Welcome
find
back,
out what's going
Initiate.
on.
What do you have to report? I see that Marcia is not with you. Is she okay?
Marcia decided to stay with the Raider War Party.
I didn't actually think that you would fail.
I didn't fail.
Poor Max. First he loses his mother and now Marcia is gone? Not to mention who knows what information she'll be able to share with the Raiders. We're going to need to be really careful going forward.
Yeah.
Did you discover anything else on your mission?
So I don't even get to tell her that, hey, this was the best decision for her. Okay, so there was a letter from someone named B. I found out more about the incident. Found some research notes. Let's say I found out more about the incident.
I see. I figured you'd hear more about it eventually. Try not to judge us too harshly based on the way Marcia tells it. We did the best we could in those circumstances. Too many lives have been lost. I feel for Marcia and Max.
And I can understand, I don't disagree that the Brotherhood was trying to do the right thing. And I also agree that standing up and fighting against the Raiders was the best thing to do. But I also understand why Marcia would never be happy here. So it doesn't make sense. I can both look at this and say, I understand that the Brotherhood did the right thing there in that case. But I can also understand why Marcia will never be happy here, and this isn't the place for her as an individual. All right, so I found some research notes at AMS.
AMS? Those headquarters had been a point of interest to the Brotherhood for a long time. I see Marcia was not shy in sharing our intel. Shin is going to freak when he hears of this. Very interesting research on the effects of heated ultrasight on the human body. Horrendous that they were performing these secret experiments, though. We'll learn what we can from this. Thank you.
Okay, and there was this letter from someone named B.
This letter is concerning. While Marcia wasn't missing, it seems that these Hellcat mercenaries and the Blue Ridge Caravan Company are both involved in the other disappearances. Please, take this to Romani as soon as you can. She'll want to hear about this.
Okay. So
Bring any new finds today?
My impression was not that the Blue Ridge Caravan Company was involved, more that they were victims. So bring any new finds. Can I, like,
Let's
turn in
talk.
technical data
Maybe
to her?
We'll both learn something.
Maybe later. Alright, quest started out of the blue. I didn't see what my rewards were for this one. Let's just take a look. See what we got that's new. Cigar box. Oh, we got a mercenary outfit and the plan for the mercenary outfit. Plan for the pole hook. Let's check out the mercenary outfit. Angry Kitty says, gotta say, I'm loving the new cave. Yeah, I like it too. I haven't gotten too much time to play around in it, but I'm definitely liking it. And Achilles says, hey Kitty. Morgan Murphy says, I wonder if AMS is supposed to be like DuPont with the Teflon experiments. I could see maybe a little bit of something there. All right, so it's the Merc. I think this was the Merc Charmer outfit in Fallout 3.
Wisdom Initiate?
I think this is basically straight out of that Fallout 3 Creation Club thing, but that's cool. I'm down with this. Anything from Fallout 3 makes me a happy camper. So maybe that tells us that the Hellcat mercenaries later resettle into the Capital Wasteland. I wonder if they're mercenaries, so I wonder if later they become the Talon Company. That would be interesting. All right, so we've got to talk to Paladin Romani about the missing people. But before we do that, I'm going to take a quick break here. So I do encourage everyone to talk amongst yourselves and just give me a couple of minutes here. Fortunately, tonight I am not dying of heat stroke sitting in front of the computers. So we're doing all right, but we've been going here for almost 2 hours, so time to get up and take a break, and then we'll return. My goal tonight is to go through the entire quest line. So that's why I started at 8. I want to have time to do it. If we find out that it's going to push past like 6 hours, then that might be a little too much, but we're going to see where we land and go from there. So we've got a lot to cover yet tonight. Hang out, chat. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Find, protect, and preserve.
Understand our past as well, or we'll make the same mistakes going forward.
Fit to be a scribe when I'm put on patrol day and night. We have to cut ourselves free from America to forge it anew. sense now. This is my place. My mission. I'm never gonna make a name for myself holding down the fort. When do I get to go out and prove my worth? The Scorched, the Raiders, the Ghouls, if anything tries to attack, we'll be ready. We'll make Atlas stronger than Fort Defiance ever was.
Okay, and I'm back. Catch up on the chat here. So let's see here. So lots of talk about degloving. Yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah, I'm just gonna avoid that. Yeah, don't look at the pictures if you are faint of heart. I don't even like talking about it. Morgan says she has an iron stomach and she likes that stuff. I can't do it. The gory surgery stuff, I cannot do it at all. Okay, so we need to talk to Paladin Romani about the other missing people. Let's go find her.
Come to help out in the shop?
Quiet is here, says hi. How you doing, Quiet? Welcome to the stream. And Counterplex says this is why you always pay attention during safety orientation. Yes, definitely a good reason to pay attention during safety orientation. Okay, so here's Colin Putnam. What do you have to say, Colin?
Frustration, Mr. Knapp.
Oh, hello again.
Everyone that has gone missing is my
Initiate.
top priority.
Sorry.
But we need more evidence before we can act.
And Paladin Romani's talking, and I'd like to hear what she's saying.
Are you saying my Cassie is a liar?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Initiate. Excellent.
Missed all that. Okay.
There's something we should discuss.
Yes, we should.
Mr. Knapp here has come to us with another missing persons case.
My niece Cassie. Cassie Holloway. She paid some caravan and folk to help her travel here from out west. Sent me some letters just before she set out. Them letters arrived just fine, but she didn't. I went and spoke with them caravanners, and they tell me that my Cassie never set out with them at all. Those, Blue Mountain,
The Blue Ridge Caravan Company.
Okay, slow down a second. What's the full situation?
Mr. Knapp's niece, Cassie,
Cassie Holloway, my sister's girl, about 20-something.
Right. Miss Holloway apparently paid the Blue Ridge Caravan Company to transport her to Appalachia. It would appear she never arrived. However, the people Mr. Knapp spoke with at Blue Ridge claim she was never a client to begin with.
Except them's damn liars. I got letters from Cassie. She spells them out plain as day. I'm traveling with Blue Ridge something or other.
Right. All caught up, Initiate?
So either the Blue Ridge Caravan Company is secretly kidnapping people, or someone is posing as the Blue Ridge Caravan Company to kidnap people. So Blue Ridge, I found a letter saying that mercenaries would acquire people from them.
Really? This letter said they would acquire more people from Blue Ridge? Interesting. This is the first real lead we've found, and it connects directly with what Mr. Knapp is reporting. I actually had my own suspicions about the organization, but this information certainly tips the scales.
Okay. Riding shotgun. We've done riding shotgun, so we can say I've worked with them before. They didn't seem very suspicious.
I imagine any shady operations they may have in play wouldn't be something so easy to stumble across. Though, it's good to know you've had some dealings with them. And maybe that'll provide a foot in the door.
It could also be that maybe there are a few nefarious operators within Blue Ridge Caravan Company, but maybe it's not Blue Ridge Caravan Company as a whole. But what made you suspicious of Blue Ridge?
I've made several attempts to contact the Blue Ridge Caravan Company in hopes of trading supplies. They turned me down. Every time. I understand that the Brotherhood can be an intimidating presence, and the West Virginia chapter didn't exactly leave behind a shining legacy, but I think we've shown we have Appalachia's safety and security at heart. Yet they remain unwilling to even speak. I find it suspicious. During our travels, we found that a caravan group was just as often a cover for slavers and raiders, the friendly guys for rolling through towns. I didn't suspect Blue Ridge of such at first, but their repeated refusal to talk, Mr. Knapp's story, and this letter are simply too much to ignore.
So, I mean, we've done riding shotgun. We've met a lot of the people involved. None of them struck me as slavers. Now, Ares was definitely quite dark, but still, it didn't strike me that way. So I'm suspecting we're going to find out there's a little more to it than they're just secretly kidnapping people. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're not good. We'll find out. So, okay, what's next?
We need to investigate this Blue Ridge Caravan Company immediately. Well, they have an office at the west end of the Big Bend Tunnel. Initiate! I'd like you to meet me there. But try not to attract too much attention either. If they realize we're in the Brotherhood, they may clam up.
I can also understand why Blue Ridge would not want to get involved with the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is essentially a government organization, and the Caravan Company has been, or at least the Brotherhood wants to be, kind of a government organization, and the Caravan Company has been doing quite well on their own. So why would they want a governing body that would essentially tax them and regulate them and maybe interfere with their business? So I can understand that. Wait, you're joining me on this mission?
That's right. Fort Atlas is secure for the time being, and with Shin out of commission, I'd like to step in and do my part. This is our strongest lead by far. The two of us need to act quickly if we hope to safely return those that went missing.
Okay, so I'll meet you there.
Thank you, Initiate. Ad Victorium.
All right, and Canaplex and Canaplex and Morgan both like Art Knapp quite a bit. I liked him too. I thought he was a pretty good character. See if he's got anything to say to me.
I remember you. You're the bootlicker that were fielding questions for that angry knight fella, right? Finally decided that old Knapp was worth helping out. Well, ask if you got questions. If it'll help find Cassie, that is.
Hey now, I was never a bootlicker. I was nice to you. I listened to your story. It's not my fault Knight Shin's a dick. Okay, so... have you heard about any other missing people?
I'm not really one for socializing. I couldn't tell you. I keep to myself and family. Like Cassie.
Why are you so sure Blue Ridge is involved?
'Cause Cassie said so herself. Or at least her letters did. She called them out by name a few times. Said she hired them to provide safe travel. Of course, when I went and asked them myself, they played the fool. No, sir, we deliver cargo, not people. Bunch of lying sons of... every one of them.
Okay. What can you tell me about Cassie?
Oh, well, she's tough as nails and twice as sharp. The girl is like a, what do you call it, prodigy for farm work. She wrote saying she's moving to Foundation, share her knowledge and such. Sounded like a load of hooey to me, but I'd love to see her all the same.
Okay, well, that's all for now.
Just get her home safe, please. She means the world to me.
Okay. Let's head back. So now we've got to go to the Blue Ridge Caravan Company's office, but I want to talk to Colin quick.
Oh, hello again. Initiate. Sorry.
All right, so how's the training going, Colin? They make you an initiate yet?
Not yet. It was going well until... you know. Folks here have been pretty distracted since the rift between Paladin Romani and Knight Shin. Scribe Valdez tries to keep up my training, but I think she's spending a lot of time managing the other two.
That's probably true. They're both a couple of nut jobs. What's your take on the rift between Romani and Shin?
I don't like it. It doesn't do anybody good for there to be confusion about who's giving the orders. I can understand both of their points. It feels wrong for Paladin Romani to cut us off, but she also seems to truly care about doing good here. I guess if you ask me, I'll listen to Scribe Valdez. If she takes a side, I'm on hers.
Sounds like a pretty solid point of view. All right, gotta go. See you around, Colin.
Stay safe out there, Initiate. Ad Victoriam.
All right, so time to go see the Blue Ridge Caravan Company. Now, the Blue Ridge Caravan Company has been my favorite group to be added to Fallout 76. I thought they were really, really interesting. All right, so we got to head over this way. So this means the office that has been boarded up over there for months now is probably where we're going. I've been trying to get in there and see if there was any secrets to find, but it's continually been boarded up. So that tells me that that's where we're headed. That was boarded up so they could work on things for this quest. Morgan says now they're alleged human traffickers. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, we'll see about that. I'm not convinced that that's going to be the case. Maybe it is. My guess is either someone is posing as Blue Ridge or they are, there's maybe someone in their ranks
Even just a mist makes it harder to see.
that's doing these things.
If the Scorched of the Pharaoh
Because we've met people. Like, there's Ares. Now, he's the dark one. You know, he's definitely one of the darker characters in the game.
Foggy crap.
You know, with the way he talks. But, you know, they got people like Rudy Fernandez that are transporting food. And, what's his name from, you know, who we mentioned in Lying Low, who's just a little wimp who falls in love with the one girl caravan operator. So, let's see what Ares has to say.
Need some new clothes.
Quietly, a stranger approaches. Motives unclear. Their eyes shimmer in apprehension at the ghastly apparition that greets them. Hello, the apparition says gleefully.
This place has a lot of potential.
So, what's the Blue Ridge Caravan Company?
It is the tide, bringing in what was lost at sea. Also, we provide protection for traveling merchants.
This place has a lot of potential.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to you?
It never hurts to ask, but the reason I'm wearing the mask did. A lot. Can't breathe without this thing now. If you ever think, hey, I'm gonna try to play God today, Don't trust me.
All right.
See you around.
I love Ares. Okay, so
We
here
really
is
need to
the
clean up
office.
around here.
I wonder if
Now that people
Romani is
come
going to
back
have
to
a
this
different
area, they'll
outfit
all
on
wanna be
because
sitting at
she's
places like
not
Foundation.
trying to look like Brotherhood. And she does. Okay, so we've got a bartender here. Herschel Klein. Let's just look around a little bit before we start. Yeah, Ares is crazy but great. Just a guard. Ranch hand. Oh, and there's Ares. He made his way inside. Okay, that was quick. Caravan merchant. Joanna Mayfield. She's the boss of the Blue Ridge Caravan Company. We learned all that beforehand. So let's go ahead and start the quest and see where this is going.
Power armor. Jeez, you sure know how to make an entrance, eh, buddy? I believe I asked you to keep a low profile friend?
Huh. What's with the getup? I barely recognized you.
Ugh, you're a little slower on the draw than I thought. It's to keep a low profile, to not draw attention. Am I getting through?
Sure thing, Layla.
Huh. Don't get too used to that. But listen, I was hoping we could talk for a few minutes before we head upstairs. Let me buy you a drink. What do you say?
Ooh, we can flirt. Why, Paladin, I didn't know you saw me that way.
Oh, cut the crap. I'm being real here. There's some things we need to hash out. Come on, pull up a stool.
Sure, I could use a drink.
Great. Take a seat.
We can't do that in power armor, so guess we'll get out of the power armor. And I also want to talk to the bartender.
Herschel Klein, author, reveler of life, aspiring playwright, and on certain occasions, bartender. At your service.
Uh-huh, okay. Heard any rumors lately?
Here's one I heard. We're all just living in a simulation. That's right, none of this is real. Die here, and you'll just wake up in a memory lounger somewhere in Hoboken, New Jersey. To be honest, I'm not sure which reality is worse. Thank you, thank you. I'm here all week.
This guy's great. So yeah, definitely a little callback to the little fan theory that this is all a simulation, which really, truly, at the end of the day, makes absolutely no sense. But we can ask him again. Maybe he's got another story for us.
Rumors? What do I look like? Some kind of barkeep? I mean, I am, but really, do I look like one? I'm trying to keep my style a little fresh.
What's the Blue Ridge Caravan Company?
Always with the questions about Blue Ridge. Never, hello, fine barkeep, what's your story? No one's interested in reading the latest draft of My Life at the End of the World, a Herschel Klein story, with a special foreword written by Billingsley of the Bolton Greens. Fine. The Blue Ridge Caravan Company is a caravan company. Hard as it is to believe, given its incredibly cryptic and nondescript name, I know. People pay us money to get things from one place to another place. If you want work, head over to the east side of the tunnel and talk to Vinny.
I'm actually very interested in reading his book. All right, so that's it for that.
Yeah. Leave poor old Herschel to slinging schnapps. Go on, then.
John says, see, a simulation. Yeah, it's not a simulation. I'm not buying that for a second. That would just be the biggest cop-out ever. I guess they could go that way, but if they do, they're absolutely admitting defeat when it comes to writing. And I don't see any reason that it's... What simulation is it? There's a simulation where the Brotherhood of Steel exists? Come on. It's not a simulation. All right, so let's sit down here and let Romani buy us a drink.
Oh boy, a customer! What can I get for you?
Cousin Todd says, well, it is a simulation in that all games are. All right, so we could get Nuka Shine if our intelligence was 1, but it's not. Let's see here. Whiskey, neat.
Neat? Well, you sure as shit ain't getting it on the rocks. Okay, here you go. Enjoy.
Huh. A fine choice. Salomati, my friend.
Ah, okay. All right, so... About you and Night Shin.
Oh, I'd rather not ruin this. I just need a brief moment where I'm not a paladin to a headstrong, self-righteous, mutinous knight.
What made you join the Brotherhood?
That's interesting phrasing. Join. Never really thought about it that way. I was already in the National Guard, helping people, maintaining peace. That was my life. The Brotherhood didn't feel like a new organization. It felt like regrouping with my people. A return to form. Maybe some ranks and verbiage changed, but the heart of it was there. I'm not sure I even gave it a second thought.
Okay. Sounds like you didn't know what you were signing up for.
No, I don't think it's quite as simple as a bait and switch. When the founders started out, I genuinely believed they were fueled by a desire to protect people from the horrors of the old world. But time changed them. I paid too much attention to what they did and how, but lost sight of why. The people. Sometimes I think... No, I'm certain that I was selected for this mission in order to remove my perspective and influence. The Elders saw my pull and experience as a threat and knew I would never align with their goals. What better way to prevent my meddling than to send me packing on a cross-country venture? I often wonder if they ever expected me to report in at all. To make it here alive. Joke's on them, I guess.
That makes some sense. I can understand that. If her primary goal is to help people and... You know, if we look back at the lore, we know that Elder Maxon didn't necessarily have an issue with that, but the other elders in the Brotherhood really wanted to become a totally closed system and be secretive and not let in new members and all that stuff. So I can understand why they'd want to send somebody like Paladin Romani packing. A while ago, you mentioned another knight, Connors.
Alan Connors. That's right. Dear, dear friend. The two of us were from the same unit in the National Guard. Alan had been my rock through every storm I weathered. We survived the bombs together, joined the Brotherhood together. He was more than my right hand. He was really a lifelong companion. I'd never really considered a world without him. Not just to me either. To both Valdez and Shin. He was like a big brother, even a father. He was always there for them. That's the part that gets to me. He was an important person to damn near everyone. It's what makes his absence hurt even more.
Okay. I wonder if things would have been different if he were here.
Almost certainly. But when we lost Alan, Shin stepped up to take on many of his responsibilities. He was on top of the grief. That must have been a lot to handle. It led him to fall back on what he knows. Rules and doctrine. He doesn't trust anyone else to help him see beyond that. Not like he trusted Alan. And because of me, because of a call I made, we all lost him. I know Shin will never forgive me for it.
So now we're getting to the bottom of their rift. So, yeah. Shin told me a bit. Sounds like he was pretty guilty, too.
No. I was the commanding officer. Blame starts at the top. That's one subject the two of us agree on, even if he doesn't realize it.
I'm sorry for your loss. We don't want to be mean. Not a mean character.
Thank you for hearing me out. It's an honor to pass on his story. He deserves that and so much more.
Let's finish with a toast.
I think that's a fine idea. To whom?
To the Brotherhood, to Connors, to Shin, to you. Let's go with to Connors.
Yes. To Knight Alan Connors. May he never be forgotten. Besalamati. Now, on to business. Let's head upstairs. And remember to keep a low profile. We're just a pair of friendly traders looking for potential business.
Talking at perfectly normal volume in front of the bartender who just heard everything we said. So, Basalamati, I'm not familiar with that phrase.
Look out, here comes trouble.
Let's just see if Herschel's got anything else to say.
Take your pick from Herschel's curated liquors of...
My name is Layla. I made an appointment to speak with you.
All right, well, we got to go up here for this.
Joanna is just fine, dear. And while all this cloak and dagger hubbub is flattering, why don't we cut to the chase, Paladin Romani?
Well, that was
I mean, you have a Brotherhood of Steel
okay,
pin
Joanna.
on your jacket.
It appears I underestimated you.
And looky there. You've got one of these famous vault dwellers in tow. Oh, and I know this one. Made a splash around here. Say, when are you planning to provide some of that skill to my caravans?
I'd appreciate if the job offers were saved for later. We're here on pressing business.
Okay, Paladin. Down to brass tacks, then. It's not an accident that I finally opted to meet with you, after playing hard to get for so long. We know you're interested in the folks that have gone missing. We are too. Been looking into it for a spell now.
Okay, so... Hold on. If you knew, why lie to Art Knapp? Why refuse our help? Before that, you should know we have evidence connecting Blue Ridge to all of this. Okay, then tell us what you know. We have to act fast. So if you knew, why lie to Art Knapp?
Plain and simple. I wanted to handle this internally. I didn't want news of this stirring up a panic, maybe causing the perpetrators to flee. Our clients paid us for safe transport, and we failed them. It was our responsibility to solve it discreetly. I'm sure you can appreciate that. As for deceiving Mr. Knapp, well, I dislike fibbing. But sometimes you've got to play your cards close to your chest, especially when lives are at stake.
I don't buy it. Sounds more like you were trying to prevent future clients from being scared off. It makes me wonder if this sudden cooperation isn't in the interest of helping others. Maybe you've just been caught.
I'd be offended by these accusations if it didn't weave such a fascinating story. Are you planning to sell that as a dime novel? Well, if you're wondering why my organization would choose to dodge your calls, examine the attitude with which you've started this conversation. This pseudo-authority you're flaunting is exactly the type of oppression and regulation that my free enterprise can do without.
Oh, there we go. All right, so, you should know we have evidence connecting Blue Ridge to all of this.
And what, pray tell, is that, darling?
We found correspondence from our suspects claiming they were acquiring people from Blue Ridge. It seems to me that your company has been transporting people in a different way than you've advertised. And involuntarily at that.
We've always been upfront and honest with this venture. The routes are dangerous, and our Brahmins sure as hell don't smell like roses. Everyone who works with us gets the straight truth. And I certainly don't take too kindly to what you're implying. I could stand here and deny your allegations every which way to Sunday. But I know you won't just take my word for it. So if you've got some hard evidence to prove my people were involved in this little scheme, show it. Otherwise, This letter of yours sounds more like we're the target, not co-conspirators.
I actually agree. That was my impression when I read the letter. All right, so tell us what you know. We have to act fast.
All right. That's fine by me.
Right now, the most important thing is finding everyone that has gone missing and returning them home. Being upfront with your involvement in this now will be looked upon favorably, because we're not stopping until this is solved and they are safe.
Slow down, Paladin. This is not an admission of guilt or an attempt to weasel out of responsibility. We are just as concerned about these folk as you. We're willing to cooperate in hopes of saving lives, nothing else. And if you're hoping I'm about to spill the beans on some secret abduction scheme, you're out of luck. We have the same goals as you in this.
Honeyed words, but we should proceed. What can you tell us about the people that went missing from your caravan?
Better to just let you take a look for yourselves. Ares! Come on in here!
All right.
Looks like some kind of guard. Probably armed. Don't take your eye off him, Initiate.
Paladin Romani is extremely paranoid here. I've worked with the Blue Ridge Caravan. I'm not scared of these people. Don't you think you're jumping to a few too many conclusions?
Despite Miss Mayfield's silver tongue, I'm not entirely convinced. Let's not start a shootout, but just stay cautious.
You rang, boss?
Harper's Ferry, the train tunnel. Mind showing our guests the route?
Oh, crap. You really want to go back there?
That was exactly my thinking, Ares. Head on over to that tunnel and show this duo of detectives the scene of the crime. Does that sound amenable to y'all?
What can you tell me about this train tunnel?
The train tunnel itself isn't so important, but underneath is a top-secret gas pipeline running all the way out of the region. It's a pretty discreet route. Safe, too, comparatively. Except, the most recent trip.
Okay. What are we expecting to find there?
Well, the last known whereabouts of one of our caravans. They set up camp there, but come morning, the entire place was abandoned. It was a big group, maybe around 15, including our own guard.
You've lost that many people? And we're only just now hearing about this.
That's on me. I chose to keep this off the books. May be a bad call, but let's save examining hindsight for when we've gotten to the bottom of this.
Fair enough. That was definitely a bad call. But yeah, it doesn't do us any good to start throwing blame around right now. I think we have what we need. Let's go.
Okie dokie, I'll meet you there. It's the big fancy train tunnel, just east of Harper's Ferry.
Now, time is money, and I've burned a bottle and plant worth of caps chatting with you two. So if you don't mind, please direct any further inquiries to my masked associate.
Fine. But after reviewing the evidence, I plan to revisit Blue Ridge's involvement in this matter.
By all means. If you find something that gets us answers, we can talk till the Brahmin come home.
Okay. All right, so Harper's Ferry Tunnel, which I always expected was going to be a new quest location. But I'd also like to get into her terminal. Get off the terminal, lady. I want in. I want to see what's in it. There we go. Okay, so there used to be this terminal. We used to have open access, so I want to see if they changed anything. So draft company speech. All right, this is not new. As many of you know, I took over this company from my grandpappy nearly 30 years ago. Back then, we hauled cargo with trucks. Our biggest threats were blowing a tire and eating too many cheeseburgers. Times have changed, but so too has the Blue Ridge Caravan Company. With the help of dependable employees like you, we've managed to earn the trust of clients from near and far. We've turned the Blue Ridge Parkway into one of the safest routes for merchants and travelers alike. But today we begin the next step of our journey. As West Virginia begins to call people to its verdant hills, we must, I'll just wing it from here, okay? And staff and clients for Appalachia. This is the interesting one. Okay, so Caravan Guard Kennedy Kieran. Dependable, not much of a talker, old associate of Vinny. Got cute kids. Reminder, set some toys aside for them. So old associate in quotes, Vinny. You met Vinny on the other side. He looks like kind of a wise guy. I wonder if maybe there's a little something there. Caravan Guard, Elizabeth Libby Wen. Tougher than she looks, but more vulnerable than she thinks. Don't let her burn out. Caravan Guard Ares. Get more info on this guy. Says he's from around here. Ghoul, not sure. And yes, I know of all the suspicions that we have about Ares. Let me just play it and get there. Okay, so let's keep going here. Client Merchant Eugenie, arms and ammunition. Very valuable client. Lots of commission. Reminder, get her to recruit more people from her compound to sell wares. Eugenie's a ghoul and she lives in some secret location. Client Merchant Timmerman, Carver, furs, furniture, etc. Poor Deb. Keep an eye on the boy. He's a fragile one. So Carver Timmerman, if we think back to Lying Low, he was mentioned back in Lying Low even when it originally came out before Wastelanders. Deb was friends with Shelley Van Lowe, Calvin Van Lowe's sister. And I don't know if they were friends or if they were girlfriends or what exactly was going on there, but they were close. One way or another, she got married to someone named Timmerman. I think it was David Timmerman. I'm probably misremembering that. But they had a son named Carver who was very ill, and that was just before the war. So, and then we also learn from Riding Shotgun that Shelley Van Lowe is still alive, and she is out where Deb is, in Kentucky somewhere. So, Client Merchant Rodolfo Rudy Fernandez. Try not to bring up pepperoni rolls unless you've got an hour to spare. All right, so nothing new in there from when we were here before. All right, John says, talk to Ares and the barkeep again. Okay, I'm going to do that. Don't worry, I'm going to do it. All right, so there's Ares. Let's talk to him again, see if there's anything new.
Ferry train tunnel. Be there or be not there.
I love him.
What else did you need?
I love this character. All right, so let's see if he tells us anything else. What can you tell me about the tunnel?
The train tunnel itself isn't so important, but underneath is a top-secret gas pipeline running all the way out of the region. It's a pretty discreet route. Safe, too, comparatively. Except, the most recent trip.
Okay, so that's exactly what he said before. So what's with the mask?
Oh, just a little something to help me breathe. And to keep my jaw attached. You know what they say. Play with fire, get burns. Play with killer robots, get your face ripped off.
All right, so, okay. Uh-huh. Wait, a killer robot?
What? Where?
All right, so
Bring snacks.
now I'm not sure if I actually did. Yeah, I don't think I did. I did not do the Lying Low quests on this character. So, the suspicion about Ares is that he is Calvin Van Lowe. We mentioned it last night. I was skeptical, but I'm becoming a little less skeptical because if I remember correctly, there was no body. If you remember the end of Lying Low, where we find Calvin Van Lowe's research and the holotape of him interacting with the imposter Sheep Squatch, basically he tried to install mating subroutines, and it sounds like she basically, you know, for lack of a better word, mated him to death. But it seems there's some suspicion that this is actually Calvin Van Lowe, and perhaps he was just very, very severely deformed by the incident, hence the mask. That would be intriguing. I'm not sure how I feel about that, and so far this is not conclusive, but it's definitely hinting at it. So definitely hinting that that could be the case, and maybe that's where we'll go. But yeah, so I'm enjoying the mystery. Let's not spoil. If there is concrete information, please do not tell me. Okay, now we want to talk to the bartender again. See if he's got anything else on Ares.
Herschel Klein. Oh, you know them ghouls? Well, I heard the bomb's got nothing to do with it. It's just a side effect of drinking too much Nuka-Cola. Really? A dentist came through here telling me all about it. Said sugary drinks work a number on your teeth a few years, then pow! You're a ghoul!
It could be the case. Death by snoo-snoo. There you go.
Rumors? What do I mean, I am, but... Rumor has it that the folks in the crater are actually astronauts that came down with that space station. But their mission is top secret. Or at least that's what one of them told me the last time they mugged me. Said he couldn't tell me what the caps were for. Highly classified.
That's funny.
Rumors? I mean, I am. Rumor has it. Or at least... Rumor has it. Or at least...
He's not telling me.
You know that guy
there we
we
go.
got, Ares? He's got an encyclopedic knowledge of everything strange. Cryptids, aliens, killer robots. I've been working on a theory. He is an alien. His spaceship was destroyed when the bombs fell, and now he's stuck working for us just to get by. Poor guy. Must miss his home planet something awful.
Okay, so the signs are definitely pointing even more.
Yeah. Leave poor old Herschel to sling.
So signs are definitely pointing even more to Ares being Calvin Van Lowe. And that is definitely interesting. We'll see if he has anything else to say.
Harper's Ferry Train.
Okay, nope. We can ask him what we think happened to the
Hard
caravan.
to say. The campsite was pretty much undisturbed, just empty. Spooky stuff. Ghosts, probably. Or a ghost train. Train ghost? One of those. Tell me which one of those two things, and only those two things, it was when we get there, okay?
All right. I'll meet you there.
Snacks, please.
Okay, so time to go to the Harper's Ferry train tunnel. Before we go there, we're going to get our armor out. So yeah, it's definitely sounding like he could absolutely be Calvin. Pretty sure all of Calvin's friends died, so it's probably not one of them. I mean, it could be a coincidence. It's still not for sure yet, but we know that there is a Blue Ridge Caravan connection to Shelley Van Lowe and the Timmermans. So it would make sense that Calvin would go find her. And, you know, with all the posters she put up, maybe that's the case. Maybe he was not in fact dead, and he eventually found her. That could be. And perhaps he just got, you know, a little too snuggly with that imposter sheep squatch, and that's why he needs a mask to hold his jaw on. All right, let's eat and drink. But Calvin was definitely an expert. He was definitely an expert on cryptids. And Cousin Todd says time for a theorizing lore video. Well, we'll see. We'll get to the end here. I have a feeling I may need to do an update to the Lying Low questline series. So Cirx is getting pegged by an assault blade by an assaultron wearing a sheep outfit isn't the weirdest thing in the Fallout universe. No, it's probably not, but it's up there. It's definitely up there. I mean, it's not quite Fisto level. No, I guess it is kind of Fisto level. Except people volunteer for Fisto and they pay. But yeah. Angry Kitty says, just heard Minerva will only appear during her specific events or other special events. She'll be selling the same stuff as usual. Nothing new. Hope I'm wrong. My understanding is that she's going to have a rotating list of inventory. It might be somewhat randomized. And she's not going to be somewhere all the time, but it is going to be fairly common. So it's not going to be like a special event. Oh, and Meow Rage did a nice job here setting up a survival tent for me to jump to, knowing that I probably don't have this fast travel point, so thank you for that. And John says, did we ever hear Calvin's voice in the Lying Low quests? I don't think we did. Smeek says he needs tight pants then. Morgan says, makes me wonder what the people at Bethesda are into. Hey, there's a lot of people there. I'm sure they got their set of... I'm sure they got some people into some interesting things. Alright, so I'm betting this is going to be a tough mission and everybody's here to back me up. It looks that way. So, go to the Harper's Ferry train tunnel. We're going to turn the volume down a little bit. There's dialogue. I'll bump it back up. Johnson, he got an Assaultron blade. I don't know about that. But, yeah, we'll see. Angry Kitty says, I hope Bethesda clarifies that soon. I mean, I wasn't real confused on it. My impression was that she was only going to be there like a few days out of the week. And that she'll be between Foundation, Fort Atlas, and the crater. So, it doesn't sound like it's anything out of the ordinary at this point. I'm just not sure what days she's actually somewhere. Alright, here's Paladin Romani.
Initiate. Glad you made it here safely. That Ares character is further ahead. I should mention, every instinct I have is telling me not to trust him. It seems we don't have much choice for the time being, but we'd be wise to keep an eye on him.
I mean, if he is who we think he is, then, you know, he's, I guess, a sheep squatch fucker? Which, you know, never trust a sheep squatch fucker. But, you know, hey, you know, what can you do? It's a wasteland. So what has you so on edge?
As I mentioned before, this isn't my first time dealing with a caravan group like this. More than once, we discovered that slavers had been using the guise of a caravan to collect and transport people. Blue Ridge using a dark corner like this for their operations only raises my suspicions. I cannot overlook the similarities.
I can understand her suspicions, but at the same time, I've worked with the Blue Ridge Caravan, and they seemed fine. All right, let's go meet him.
All right, you take point. Guns at the ready.
Cousin Todd says they prefer the term squatcher. And Thomas Kennedy says, when are you going to play Rusty McRib? As in, when am I going to play Rust? Probably never. That's more of a PvP game. Not super into that. John W. said, team, let him duke it out, save him if necessary. I mean, honestly, I know I can blow through this. I don't care what it is. I'm going to be able to do it. Let's get the volume back down a little. So it's fine with me if they want to hang out. But this is an entirely new area, so I'm going to look for notes. I'm going to look for everything in here. Okay. Guard note. Still can't believe I got this job. They nearly doubled my salary, and for what? To sit here and read and make sure vagrants stay out? Okay. Don't know what they're doing down there. Don't care. They're wearing a suit or a hard hat. I just wave them on through. One of the suits was running late the other day. Nearly got hit by a train. Guess he forgot to check the schedule. So something was going on here pre-war. And yes, I am going to check every little corner. I want everything. So yeah, this is a totally new area, so anything in here is new. There's Ares. Anything to search here? Doesn't look like it. All right, Ares, what do you got to say?
Well, hello there. The spot we're looking for is further in the facility. There's a trick to getting in. Give me one shake of a lamb squatch's tail to get it open.
Lamb squatch.
Let's
Oh
see,
my.
30 days past September, carry the 2.
Oh, and he's using a calendar as the key code thing.
Just a little further.
Oh wow, this is just like.
Fine. But don't think we aren't keeping an eye on you.
I can't blame you. I know I'm a real looker.
I love Ares. So yeah, that is exactly like what was at the bottom of Vanlo Taxidermy. Oh my. Okay. So I wonder if this was a Bish Company facility before the war. It was a gas tunnel. They were a natural gas company. That would make some sense. Morgan says, why does Ares sound so familiar? Don't know. All right, let's keep going here. If the Bish Company was involved here, that would be great lore for me too. Love that. Prohibited items. Updated list of prohibited items. Cigarette lighters, matches, blowtorches, oil lamps, firearms, fireworks. Employees carrying any of these items should be sent to management immediately for a reprimand. All right, so these are the metal detectors, I guess. Okay. So we've got some ghouls down here. That was a good one. That was one full of drugs. Vault-Tec jacket and jeans. Okay, so we want to look around here and see if there's any lore to find. So we've got a little office here, some art on the wall. Internal incident report. Oh, it is Bish. Okay. All right, I love this. Internal incident report for use by Bish management and HR only. Employee name, Dominic Sellers. Incident summary. Mr. Sellers brought in several low-grade sparkler fireworks to add to a cake celebrating another employee's birthday. Incident resolution. Employee has received a relocation package. HR to inform family in the coming weeks. Additional screening measures have also been implemented. So yeah, the Bish Company, if you get a relocation package from the Bish Company, that means you're relocated from existence. They were a super, super shady organization. And I hope that means we get a trip back to Point Lookout at some point in one of these expeditions, too. That's where they first came up in the Fallout universe, and then they were also involved in Lying Low. They were the natural gas excavation company that hired Calvin to build the imposter sheep squatch to scare people away, lower property values so they could buy up the area for mining. Okay, so keep going. We've got some ghouls. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay. And I'm just looking around for every little thing I can find. So yeah, then you know what? This is a good little test. The way I approach these quests in new areas is the way I would approach playing a game like Mass Effect that's completely new to me. So if this is fun for you to watch with me digging through everything, then that might be fun too. All right, let's get our lockpicks back on. Thomas says, look at Ares. I don't see Ares anywhere. All right, let's see if there's anything in here. Just a little bit of loot. Doesn't look like there's any lore. Okay. So we'll keep moving. Got strangler vines here. So that must be the way we need to go. Let's just make sure that's where we came from. So we have another area here. Let's see what's here. Or is this where we came from? That door's closed, so let's explore. There we go. Okay, we've got somebody sitting at a desk. Dead at a desk. So, how did you die here? Oh, well. Whoa. Okay, then. All right. I guess they're getting tired of, letting me look for lore. Well, too bad. Okay, more people dead at their desks. There's another note. Open sesame seed. Since there's only a few of us left down here, we decided to stop changing the password each week. From here until eternity, it's going to be open sesame seed. Why? Because I'd sell any of you to the nearest raider if it meant I could eat another sesame seed bagel again. Alright, so everybody was stuck down here. Even after the war, if they know what a raider is. Ooh. Okay, so there's a code. Alright, so it's the alphabet backwards. So if there's a code we need to break, it's the alphabet backwards coordinated with numbers. We'll have to remember that. Okay, let's see here. Grab that typewriter. Anything else hanging around here? We have a terminal. Observation terminal. Let's see what we've got going on here. New ID system. All right, Bish, a leader in eco-friendly natural gas. Bish has decided to start doing a new decryption system for passwords. Project names, even our own employee IDs. Say bye-bye, Dr. Owen Dade, and say hello to my new persona, 12, 4, 22, 13, 23, 26, 23, 22. Catchy, right? It's pretty simple, though. Maybe too simple. You just take numerical order of each letter of the alphabet and then flip it so A is 26, Z is 1. So there we go. I give it about a week before they change their minds on this. Personally, I think the new system is nothing but a stinking pile of 11, 12, 12, 11. Okay. 11, 12, 12, 11. Did I read that right? 11, 12, 12, 11. Yeah, okay. Now I want to know what that is. So let's look at the code board here. Okay. 11 is P. Ah, okay. Poop. All right. Okay. All right. Not the word I was expecting. Okay. Cousin Todd says, I want that board from my puzzle camp. Absolutely. All right. The end? Question mark. We got word of what happened up there. Guess I should count myself lucky that I'm on this shift. We didn't even notice anything was going on. Our water system is entirely insular. We've got climate control and enough emergency rations left in the cave-in prep closet. The world may be over, but we're still here. Okay, so basically they're practically in a vault. Vines. These vines are driving us all nuts down here. Seems like they're growing stronger by the day. Can't even cut the damn things anymore. Mel said he's developing something that should be able to weaken them. He's been real quiet about it, though. I think he's full of it, personally. So the strangler vines from the mire are starting to penetrate. Not feeling great. If it's not one thing, it's another. Mel used some kind of chemical to make the vines weaker, so we've been able to keep them at bay, except the ones in the pump room, of course. We don't want whatever got trapped down there to get loose. Not feeling great, though. Maybe we just need some fresh air. Oh, right. So they're stuck down here. Was that all of it? Did I get every entry? Yeah, I did. Okay. IT work order. Bish IT support. Request. Help. I entered the right password and it doesn't work. Can you guys come help me, please? Ticket notes. $5 says this jackass is misspelling sesame as sesame again. Should be 822, 826, 1422, not 822, 822, 1422. I mean, seriously, we spelled the whole thing out on the board. Is this really that hard? Feel like we're getting a little stupider every day. Must be something in the water. Bish Pipeline IT support. So this is awesome. I'm so happy with this because this is essentially at this point an extension of Lying Low. We get to learn more about Bish. We get more backstory. This is great. All right, here's another note. Reminder about password. In case you guys forgot, we need to use the new decryption system. Okay, yeah, we get the point. Try using those mechanical engineering degrees for once. The Outrage says make sure to get a pen. Ooh. Are we going to have to decode it? All right, we got some bathrooms here. All right, these are totally Fallout 3 style bathrooms with the walls knocked down. Plunger on the mirror. Swish, swish, swish. Okay, this is awesome. I'm having a great time with this. There's Ares getting bored waiting for me. Yes, Ares, I know who you are now. I'm convinced. I am absolutely convinced. And you will notice that they put the toilet paper rolls on the right way after all the memes from Fallout 4 with them being backwards. All right, let's just keep looking around here. I want every little bit of story I can get. Got a tinker bench. Let's go ahead and scrap some junk while we're here. Okay. Lots of little rooms to explore. I like that. We've got another note on the desk. Suspicious noises. Mike, boss man pulled me aside and asked me to go check out the pump area. Says he was down there the other day and heard something that sounded like a trapped farm animal. I'm not back by lunch. Send a search party. That place gives me the heebie-jeebies. Okay. All right, so let's just keep looking around. This was kind of my biggest gripe with all the content that was added, was there wasn't any environmental stuff. There wasn't really anything like that. You went into new areas, fought some enemies, and then that was the end. Okay, so we're blocked here. So now it's probably time to find the next thing. Okay, I think we were already here. I love the X-Files soundtrack music here in the background. That's great. Dead people at their desks. Okay, so now we're just backtracking. That's good. Alright, so to get in there, what do we need to do? That doesn't work. These code things don't work yet. So I'm guessing we're going to have to figure out a code at some point. Did I see something pop here? I did. Ares. Oh.
Being back here again even gives me the creeps. And trust me, that's saying something.
Alright, back here again, so he was probably here before the war. Unless that's him going through here, but my guess is that's how he knew about the place. Because he worked for the Bish Company. Gabriel says, I really appreciate you going through everything in detail. Well, thank you. I'm having fun with it. Alright. Meow Rage is calling me over. Maybe I missed something. There's a lot in here. No smoking, no matches, no open flames. It was a natural gas pipeline. Is there something behind the door, maybe? Can't just destroy those. Okay. So if I missed something, I'm not sure what it is. Probably time to just move on. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's time to do anything with that yet. Okay, Big John's calling me somewhere. Yeah, I think we need to probably go through the quest first.
Okay, the cab's just past this
okay.
door here. I'll get it open.
Alright, so Ares is going to use the terminal and open the door. Which I guess we could have opened anyway.
That's bad. Oh, that's very bad.
Speak, Ares. What's a holdup?
You're not gonna like this. Follow me.
Let's look at this terminal quick. Gas leak alarm has been set manually. Lockdown is in place to lift lockdown, verify
like
pipe
I
integrity.
thought. Let's chat.
Alright, so. Let's go talk to Ares.
Welcome to the 9th Circle of Hell. First, the good news. It's bring your own paramilitary night. So, the paladin drinks for free.
Alright, whoever the dialogue writer is for Ares is amazing and needs to write all the dialogue in this game. Okay, what is this place?
Just your run-of-the-mill illegal natural gas pipeline, courtesy of the fine people at the Bish Company. A bit before the war, Bish offered to maintain this historic train tunnel out of the goodness of their cold, corporate hearts. And wouldn't you know it, they may have had an ulterior motive.
Okay. So, remember, too, now, you know, while he was injured by the sheep squatch, if he is Calvin Van Lowe, which is not confirmed 100% yet, but if he is, my thinking was that maybe he faked that so he could get away from Bish because they were sending someone to kill him. But maybe that was real. Okay. So start making sense or I'll put my fist through that mask. Okay, but what's the bad news?
The bad news is that I can't unseal that door. Here's the quick version. Clever little me locks that door by setting off a bogus gas leak alarm. But it looks like in order to lift the lockdown, you need to verify there's actually no gas leak. The door is real picky like that.
Okay. Why'd you lock the door in the first place?
We ferried a lot of people through these tunnels. Didn't want any of our former clients trying to use it. Not for business reasons or anything. We just didn't want anyone else going missing down here.
Okay, out with it already. What are you trying to get me to do?
I'm trying to get you to drop the bad cop act and listen for starters. If you'll cast your steely gaze to the left, you'll see a massive, impenetrable wall of strangler vines. To verify there's no gas leak, we need to get to the pump room. One guess where the pump room is located.
Behind the impenetrable wall of strangler vines?
Winner, winner, rag steak dinner. There were some engineers living down here well after the bombs fell. Looks like they lasted a few years even. Which means they had a way of fighting back the vines. Maybe start by looking for how they did that.
Okay. How do you know so much about this place?
In a past life I used to work with these pencil-pushing sociopaths in suits. Well, not at this facility, but I was in the know about their various nefarious dealings in the region.
Yeah, he's definitely Calvin Van Lowe. All right, I'm convinced. I'm 100% convinced he's Calvin. What are strangler vines exactly?
I don't know. They're all over this region, though. Hard as hell to cut, and they grow like they hold a grudge.
So people live down here? How do you know?
I snooped around a bit when I first recommended the route to Joanna. There's some offices that were clearly being used as bunks for a while. Not sure what happened to them. It almost looks like they just dropped dead on the spot. That's not a bad omen, is it?
Okay, we'll find something to cut the vines.
Mm-hmm. We'll just skulk here in the corner in case another way of opening this door comes to mind. Let me know if you have any luck. Try not to die a terrible death.
This guy's great.
This sounds like a very contrived way of getting us killed. Stay sharp, Initiate.
Samik says, as Fisty mentioned Aries in zodiac signs as a ram. I just thought of that. That's interesting. That would be close to a sheep. And John says, I wonder if that tunnel goes to the pit. I guess in theory, the pipeline could go through the pit. But that's probably a bit far away. And Samik says, settlers came from there, so maybe, John, although isn't that to the north? It is to the north. Okay, but, I mean, a pipeline's a pipeline. Could go hundreds or thousands of miles. Okay, so we need to find a way to get through the strangler vines. Maybe we would have been led to some of the little lore things we found already, but that's okay. It's what makes Fallout games fun. I feel like I'm playing a Fallout game.
Initiate, look there, behind that gate.
Okay.
Seems like some kind of thrown-together lab. Do you suppose they were making something to deal with the vines? I think I see
do.
Some kind of chemical on the ground there. We need to find a way to unlock this door.
Look, it's a nuclear briefcase from Nuclear Winter. Okay. Gain access to the lab room. Password panel 3. Okay. Okay. I wonder if picking up those notes messed things up. See if there's anything just reading them does. Doesn't seem like it. Alright, so there's something else I need to find. There was a note here, too. Okay, so I've read all these notes. Oh, okay. Alright, so... what was the password again? Okay, so I just need to remember what the password is. It's sesame something. I don't remember. And I don't remember which note it's on. The note has the code. Yes, I know. And the computer has one. Okay, well, we'll look at the computer. But yeah, the note has the code, but I don't remember which note it is. That's the problem. All right, new ID system. Okay, it's pretty simple, though. Maybe too simple. So is that the code? 12-4-22-13? David says, do you want to be told? I don't want to be told what it is. I just want to know, like, which note it's on. Because I know it's on a note, and I don't remember which one, and they're not there again. Simple but confusing. Right, sesame. Okay. Is it just sesame? Is that all it is? S-E-S-A-M-E. That would be 2 per. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, I know what it is. I just don't remember the whole phrase. This will teach you to go exploring on your own. It was so annoying figuring out which note go to recent items. Yeah, the problem is that I have all of them in there. I don't know which one was which. All my recent items are in here. Look at that. Okay, let's just look through them again. Maybe I can sort them by weight and get just to the notes. See, I don't even think it saved them. That's the problem. All right, boss man pulled me aside. Nope. Prohibited items. Nope. Internal incident. Nope. Guard note. Nope. Yeah, it's not there. So the note's gone. Yes, I know it's open sesame, but it wasn't open sesame. It was something different than that. Okay. So O is 10. Sesame is 8. All right, just tell me what it is because I can't find the notes. They're gone. So you take them and then they're not there. And they're not in here as quest items. Yes, what's on a hamburger bun? Okay, so is it just the word sesame? That's what I need to know. Or is there more? Because there was more to the phrase than that. Open sesame seed. Okay, there we go. Okay, so 12, 11, 22, 13. There we go. All right, sesame starts with 8. That's the only one with an 8, so that's that. And this is seed, so that's that. Oh, wrong one. There we go. And
well
we're in.
done,
Okay.
Initiate. That was some impressive detective work.
So yeah, so little bit of a bug there that you can't find those notes if you picked them up already.
Let's have a look
But that's
at
not
this.
that big of a deal.
Ah, my hunch was right. According to the label, they made an extremely potent herbicide. Judging from this container, it looks like it's meant to be dispersed into a larger system. No sprinklers in here, so... Dear Lord. The facility's water line? That would explain the bodies out there, but... why? They must have known this would happen. No time to dwell on that.
Okay, so she
Initiate,
took the
let's
thing.
look for a station where we can access the water line. This is what we need to weaken the vines.
Okay, so I want to read this note. It says, I admit it. No one left alive, so I may as well admit it. I couldn't come up with a formula to combat the strangler vines. I found some industrial strength herbicide in the storage room, the fancy dispenser, the formula notes, this lab station, all just a facade. At first I added a tiny bit and it worked. No one got sick. Seemed fine. You guys thought I was really smart, so win-win, right? They started resisting the smaller dose. Had to up it. I thought maybe our drinking water's filtration system would fix it. People puking their guts out says otherwise. I refused to drink it. I'd rather let the thirst take me. Sorry guys, at least I got to feel what it was like to be the smartest guy in the room for a bit. For anyone that finds this, I'll leave some herbicide behind. Use every bit of it. Give those vines my best regards. Wow. Okay, so this guy basically killed everybody. All right, find the access point for the water system. That we can do. All right, so yeah, I know I got a little frustrated there with the code, but it wasn't hard to figure out once I could remember what the phrase was. I knew it was Sesame something. I just couldn't remember the whole thing. And without being able to go back and see the note, we weren't able to find it. So that'll teach me for running ahead. But, you know, you got to be able to account for that. So one bug, definitely a problem. This is a Fallout game. People are going to explore ahead.
This looks like it connects to the main water line. Let's talk next steps.
Cousin Todd says, seems the challenge enhancers are working as intended. Okay, so here's the water line. Let's talk to Paladin Romani.
I should be able to disperse the herbicide into the water line from here. I'm suspecting that the security system here won't appreciate that. Expect alarms. And the company that alarms tend to attract. Ready for a fight?
Sure, why not? I'm ready. Give me some time to prepare. Some time to go prepare for what? I guess you want to go back to your camp? Ready. Watch your back.
Okay. Fingers crossed.
I'll watch your
and
back.
guns at the red. Let's take a look here. Okay. The chemical has started dispersing into the water systems. Damn. It's detected a foreign substance. Prepare for it to get noisy in here. Initiate,
All right,
I'll
let's
need
see
you
what
to
we've
keep them
got.
off my back. Ad Victoriam.
I heard what sounded like dogs running around at one point, but that would be kind of strange. Strangler ghouls.
It's blocking me from releasing a sample outside this room. I need more time. Keep it up. Gotten through to about half the facility. Can't stop now. I'll need to reach the drainage system if we're going to affect the vines.
Alright, so easy enough. Just kill off some waves of ghouls.
Locking the last gate valve now. Give him hell, Initiate.
Sure would be nice if those legendary things didn't take up your entire screen. Come on, Todd.
Done. The chemical is pumping throughout the entire water system now, including a cess pipe that was for disposing of unwanted chemicals. Well, one sleazy company's environmental negligence is our gain, I suppose. Those vines should be weak enough to break through now. I, Wouldn't drink the water if I were you, though.
Okay, so destroy the strangler vines blocking the pump room. Oh, it's right here. Oh, that's cool. We can just blast through them now. Okay, so we got to keep exploring. It's only caused mild problems so far. All right, looks like we're going downstairs. Let's just look for any notes or terminals or anything before we do. Doesn't look like anything here. Huh. Where's Ares?
Did you hear that? That doesn't sound like a feral ghoul to me. We should watch our backs in here.
Where did Ares go? Has he been keeping the imposter sheep squatch down here the whole time? Oh, maybe Ares is trying to kill us because he's gone. He is absolutely gone. Alright, this looks like a room we might find some lore in. Let's just check. Doesn't look like it. He's staying upstairs. David Corbett says he's staying by the locked door. Yeah, that's convenient of him. Okay. So there's a terminal over there. This is a Fallout game, so that means we have to explore absolutely everything else first. Disable the lockdown. Okay, let's see what was going on down here. I love this music. It's great. Okay, so... not seeing any lore, but this definitely looks like an environment where we're going to have a fight. Want to go all around the outside. I think this is where we came in. Maybe not. No, it is. Okay, so this is where we came in. Now I want to go to the middle. See what's down here. Just see if there's anything else we need to see. This is why I play Fallout games. I want this. And if there is something, if there's even one note down here, I'm going to think it's the greatest thing ever. But it doesn't look like it. This looks like it's just going to be an arena. We've got burning barrels, so this must be the camp that Ares was talking about, that this is where their people were living. That could be the case. Okay, so get to the computer and disable the lockdown. J. Trent. You just told me what's about to happen. I mean, I heard the bow. I was pretty sure, but yeah. Don't do that. Come on. Verify pump integrity.
Robotic entity?
Okay.
That's troubling. Be on the lookout.
Okay. Sheep Squatch Imposterling?
I haven't lost my mind, have I? That was an Assaultron dressed up as a sheep? Whatever it was, it's dead. And we should be able to lift the lockdown. Let's get back to that
Okay.
terminal.
Is it reproducing? Has he figured out how to make it reproduce? Is that what's happening here?
And that's that. Time to head back to Ares. If he has anything to do with all this.
David Corbett says, I don't recall who Calvin is that you were referring to. Calvin Van Lowe. Zerk says, no fixer plan. John says it's not. Okay, so not the imposter, which would make sense because, you know, that would have required a whole lot more effort to kill than that. So is that really it? That's kind of disappointing. All right, so now we need to get back to Ares. Let's go find out what's going on with Ares. Uh-oh. Oh, we got the real high-level Mirelurks from the old Vault raids. So, I wonder if the fact that I haven't done Ares' quest affects what I can say to him. I have a fixer plan on this character, but I haven't actually done Lying Low. John says you should be able to get some notation from the imposterling. Yeah, I got nothing out of that.
Your boss looks like she's about to strangle me with one of those vines. Something happening there?
Ares? Between the feral ghouls, the strangler vines, and that insane sheep robot, I've about reached my limit with this place. And your antics. I don't know if this is some kind of trap or elaborate cover-up, but we need to get through that door and get answers. Now!
Whoa, whoa, trap? Where's this coming from? Hold on. Did you say sheep robot? Like the Baba kind or the killer robot kind?
Ares, the door! Now! Please!
Okay, just give me a second. Yeesh.
Nearly there now. We're getting closer to the truth. I can feel it.
Okay, so John says, did you pick up the holo? Okay, so if I did the quest, then I would get the holotape. So that's why. All right, so when I do this, so if I want to do an update to my Lying Low videos, then I need to do this on a character that's done that. Which is fine. I'll need to go back and record it all again anyway. So that Ares guy is clearly guilty. Let's just deal with him. I think you're being a little hard on Ares. Okay, let's see what's back there. Yeah, he is clearly guilty of something. It seems to be anyway. John says, I got a holotape and it required an intelligence 10 to decode some interesting information. I'm pretty sure I have intelligence 10, but maybe because I didn't do the quest, I don't get it. All right, let's just see what's back there.
All right, let's see here.
Yeah, I'm at intelligence 15, so...
Check. Terms of employment, yeah. Benefits enrollments expired, sure. And done.
Let's just see if there is a holotape maybe that
I'll even lead
didn't...
the way, so if you change your mind, it'll be easier to shoot me in the back.
Thank you for opening the door. But know that if we find anything linking you to this, you're still going to have to answer for it.
Add it to the catalog of questionable things I already have to answer for.
Okay, so we've got some stuff down here. What do we have going on? Okay, Fallon's department store sale. That's interesting. Okay, so this must be the camp they were in. Let's just look around here for any interesting story bits. Here's a note. Caravan manifest. Departure confirmed. Ken Turner, Guard Ares, group details. F. Fernandez, R. Fernandez. Those are the food merchants. Minerva, Tommy Tentoes. Those are the, that's the new vendor. Ellis Farmer and J. Clerk, Merchant Fireworks. Arrival confirmed by Vinny. Okay, so here's another one. Dr. E. Blackburn. C. Marsh, Cartographer, lost in transit. J. Morello, Mechanic. So there's Dr. Blackburn, who we met earlier on. And then J. Morello, Eugenie, El Chapel, Merchant, Toys and Collectibles. So maybe we'll see some more of these guys later on. There's Blackburn again. Carver Timmerman, Johnny Bills. Okay, Translator, Brewer, lost. C. McDevitt, Merchant, Rare Holotapes, lost. Maybe ditched us to skip the bill. Okay, so something's going on there. Group details, Blackburn again. C. Holloway, so there is Cassie Holloway. And C. Bernard, Builder, Bodert, Roboticist. Merchant, Terminal Parts. A. Fine, Hunter. T. Robbins, Hunter. Okay. All right, we'll take that. Was there another one? Nope. Okay. So definitely some people disappearing. Let's just keep looking around here. And if I miss some stuff on this go-around, that's not that big a deal. I'm going to spend time off-stream really digging through to make sure I get everything on a character that's completed lying low so we get all the information from Ares. Because he's got to be Calvin. I'm convinced that he's Calvin Van Lowe. David says, too bad he's not an ally for a camp. He's hilarious. I agree. Okay. Oh, we're going to get 3 things that we get pointed to. Okay, so I'm just looking around blindly for no damn reason. Okay, let's just follow the map markers. Here's another one. Cassie's journal. Day 1, setting out. Start of a new journey. Foundation, lay out the red carpet for Cassie because I'm about to turn Appalachia's agriculture on its head. I decided to keep this little journal to chronicle all the amazing things I see along the way. Wish me luck. Day 5, miserable. So, she was quite chipper to start things off, but a few days later, not so much. Walking, that's all we do. We walk. Burn down building, check. Forest of smoldering dead trees, check. Oh look, an emptied out Red Rocket gas station. What a thrilling excursion this ended up being. Oh, and to top it all off, there's this creepy bald guy in our group. I keep catching him staring at me. Eyes to yourself, Dr. Pervert. Ah, so that was Blackburn. He was bald. And it's nice that our teammates are here assassinating things while I read notes. Day 15, so close but so far. We're finally getting within spitting distance of Appalachia, but a rad storm is raging outside. Oh, excuse me. We've been walking through this old train tunnel all day, and now we can't even step outside until the storm blows over. Gonna find a nice spot to get cozy and nap off all this walking. Day 15, night. Okay, this is so weird. These guys showed up all of a sudden, armed to the teeth. They've just been sitting around chatting with that weirdo doctor. Everyone seems a little nervous, even the guard. Wait, they took his gun away. What the hell's going on? Oh shit, they saw me. If someone finds this, help us. Okay, so something's going on and one of the guards was definitely in on it. Or at least was incidentally in on it. Okay, so thank you for holding the legendary there for me. And we've got one more note to find. So I like this, how this is just this nice little camp built up in here. All right, damn rad storms. Goddamn rad storms. Of all the trips, it's got to be my turn when the mother of all green glowing death clouds parks itself over the mire. We're going to need to camp out until it passes. I'm already exhausted from babysitting this massive group for the past 2 weeks. Sure, Joe's going to be thrilled by all the transport fees, but she's not the one that's got to deal with delinquents, uppity merchants, and that weirdo doctor that keeps joining us. At least no one's gone missing, assuming I can get them all to stay close by the camp, that is. Gitano. Alright, so we don't know who Gitano is. Right, so the people going missing has been happening. And it doesn't sound... That sounds like it was written by the guard, so it doesn't sound like the guard was necessarily in on it, but I want to know what's going on here.
Seems like you've been pretty thorough. Are you ready to discuss what you found?
David asks, did you make a video for him? I did. It's the Lying Low series. It's a 3-part series. So it's not necessarily all dedicated to him, but it's that whole quest line. Okay, so yes, here's everything I found.
Excellent. I'll take what you've collected. Let me take a look at what you found. I just need a minute to review it all.
Pull out your decoder rings, kids. It's detective time.
Let's see. That's concerning. Wait a moment. This name.
I hope Ares isn't a human
I
trafficker.
know this name. I think I've seen enough. Initiate, we should discuss our findings. Well, it seems like Cassie was indeed a part of this caravan group, but I think it'd be a good idea to step through the evidence together. I may have been assuming too much about Blue Ridge's involvement.
You think?
I'd like to be on the same page. So where would you like to start?
All right, so... Listen, I'm beat. Can you just tell me what you found? Let's discuss why they were camping in the first place.
Yes. It would seem this was a routine trip until the end. Something kept them here and forced them to set up camp so close to home.
All right, they got lost in the tunnels when strangler vines blocked their way. Radstorm forced them to stay here overnight. They were vulnerable. This was the last stop in Blue Ridge's human meat collection scheme. No, I don't think Blue Ridge was involved. Radstorm forced them to stay here.
That's right. The storm forced them to bunk down. They were an extra large group, too, with only one guard. Sitting ducks.
Okay. We should talk about how they went missing.
Indeed. It looks like we have a clear account of their last moments here.
All right. Super mutants overran. No. So we could lie here if we wanted to. But that doesn't make any sense because she read the same notes we did. So a group of armed strangers showed up.
That was my take as well. Based on Cassie's description and the letter you found earlier, we can assume they were these Hellcat mercenaries. The total number of people they abducted, though, is staggering. Nearly 15 in this trip alone.
Okay, let's go over the names on the manifest.
Right, the manifest. One name in particular really stood out to me. Did you notice it?
Dr. Blackburn.
That's right. Dr. Blackburn. Not only was he present on multiple trips, but Cassie makes mention of him speaking with the armed strangers. Likely these Hellcat mercenaries you've dealt with. I imagine Dr. Blackburn was the one employing them. I knew the name sounded familiar. I had read it in Shin's report of your very first assignment with us. Think back, Initiate. Do you recall why Dr. Blackburn had been seeking our assistance?
Let's see here. He was seeking assistance with experiments to, quote, help humanity.
That's right. Dr. Blackburn was seeking assistance with his experiments. Something about curing diseases and helping people. I suspected it was too good to be true, and the evidence here certainly doesn't look promising. But could he really be kidnapping people?
Sounds that way. Looks like we've got our answer.
Indeed we do. Dr. Blackburn was hiring these Hellcat mercenaries to kidnap people from this route. It would appear they were cautious at first, but took advantage of a radstorm to steal away an entire group. An unfortunate end, but there's still hope of finding them. The only thing left is to report back our findings and determine Blackburn's location. You were an excellent partner in this, Initiate. This has been a humbling experience. I do believe we make a pretty great team.
All right, so, you know, I've got your back, or honestly, I thought you were being unfair to Blue Ridge and Ares.
I can't blame you. My sights are entirely focused on everyone that's gone missing, but I can't just plow through everything to reach that goal. This experience has helped me see that. It's something that I know I need to improve upon, not just as leader of the Brotherhood, but as a person. And hopefully, to begin earning back your trust. Anyway, we should get back to Atlas and report what we found. If we can determine where Blackburn took this group, we may be able to track down Cassie, and perhaps countless others. I'll meet you there. Good work, Initiate. Ares, I owe you an apology. My rash behavior was unfitting of my position, and frankly, unfair to you.
Water under the bridge. All of my best friendships start with misplaced suspicion of mass kidnapping.
I will take your word for it. I am sorry either way.
If you really want to make it up to me, I've heard you guys have some killer rocket launchers to spare.
Absolutely not.
All right. Let's talk to Ares.
I'm glad you and the righteous paladin got the answers you sought.
All right. Let's see here. What do you know about that weird sheep robot?
Well, I know that I'm glad you killed it. If it found me first, you'd be talking to a pile of diced meat right now.
So, Ares, who are you really?
Who are any of us? Who are you? Who is the paladin? Who am I? Now, that's a good question.
What are your thoughts on what we uncovered?
I honestly wasn't following. Something about cats and rug burn, I don't know. But it would be real swell if you found this locked safe and sound.
All right, I'm going to ask him again just to see if it's different.
Any of us?
It's
Who are
not.
you?
Okay. I love Ares. Ares is amazing. I loved Ares before this, but now, yeah, they just really doubled down on Ares and it was awesome. Jay Trent says he's lying. Yeah. I mean, he's clearly Calvin Van Lowe. It's obvious at this point. Are there some more notes here? Okay, these are the, all right, so those were the things I already picked up. So now we need to go back to Fort Atlas. And now my question is, how many quests do we have left? Are we even remotely close to finishing this tonight?
Find, protect, and preserve.
John says, so do you think he's Calvin? Yeah, I'm convinced at this point. I'm assuming that if I went through...
If you're looking to make a difference, you've come to the right place.
I'm guessing that if I went through with a character that had completed that quest, that I would get more information than that to confirm it. But maybe I'm wrong.
Right?
Gabriel says, I'd say you're about halfway. Okay, I'm just checking the wiki here. I want to see if there's a list of the quests. Because I'd like to finish it tonight, but at the same time, if it's, like, I'm okay with going till 1:30 tonight if we really want to, but, you know, like, if we're going to end up with, like, an hour left, I don't want to do a whole other stream for just an hour, so...
Ad Victorium? I think that's what they say.
John says, should I continue to watch? I haven't played past this. Well, that depends if you want to see spoilers or not. Meowridge says you got like 1 hour or 2 left. Yeah, but the pace I'm going. Okay, so it looks like there's 5 quests total. We've done a knight's penance. We've done missing persons. And I know we did one of the others, so we've got 2 left. I'm willing to roll with it here. I probably care more about the one with Ares and Calvin than any of the others, so John says you got most of the info except the holotape, which has some very interesting info on it. So I'm guessing I can't get that unless I've completed the thing. So when I do that on my other character, I'll pay a little more attention to that. So 2 more quests. It seems that they're averaging probably about an hour apiece. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and keep rolling tonight. Even if I go until like 2, I'm kind of okay with that. I just don't want to be in a situation where we go to like 2 and there's still an hour left and then all of a sudden everything's, then I have to like cut it off and come back and do an hour-long stream to finish it up, because that would be just kind of silly. So with that in mind, that means, Gabriel says, I think you'll be taking a little bit more time in this next quest. That could be the case. And, hey, if we get to 1 o'clock and we see that we're, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But with that in mind, we've been at it for about another 2 hours here. So let me get up and stretch the legs, and then we shall continue. So please do talk amongst yourselves. And Randy says the last one doesn't take that long. Night owl stuff. Yeah, so we might as well. I don't have to work tomorrow. So let me just get up and stretch the legs a bit so we are calm, cool, and comfortable to settle in for a little bit, and we'll try and finish it up tonight. All right, and I am back. Let's catch up on the chat real quick. 2 more quests. Let's see here. Morgan says, pee break. I'm down for a long stream. Yeah, this was definitely going to be a longer one. All right, so did this on PlayStation, had to restart the quest several times. That sucked. Yeah, that would. Hopefully we don't have to do that. Morgan says, my kid comes back from the beach on Saturday. I can't wait. Well, enjoy your last day of freedom. We'll remind you that you said you can't wait. Let's see, David Corbett. And Morgan says, thanks, Randy. Guess it, Dirty Scav says, guess I'll take a smoke then. Okay, let's go back in and meet Paladin Romani and see what else we have going on. Actually, did we get any new plans? I think we did. Furious Gatling laser with bashing damage. Okay, 2 hours ago. So these are a little bit out of order now. Oh, because we're sorting by weight. Ah, maybe that's part of it. Okay, so plan Brotherhood civvies. We'll learn that. Okay, let's take a look at what that outfit looks like while we're here. Okay. Ah, so that's Paladin Romani's outfit there. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure the Brotherhood of Steel pin on the jacket didn't totally give away that she was part of the Brotherhood. But I'm going back to my Fallout 3 Merc outfit. That's way better. Cirque says, long stream is better than no stream. Thomas Kennedy says, do you like Night Shin? I have more respect for him than I did, but he's still a giant dick. All right, let's go find Paladin Romani. Okay.
At Victoria.
So I think we can both agree this isn't something we can ignore.
Between what we learned at AMS and the journal we recovered from Harper's Ferry, this is big.
If this is the source of the super mutant threat, I'm prepared to support any action to end it.
Initiate. Good timing.
I can't believe he just walked in here. He must have been at work even then.
Huh? Okay. Oh, Dr. Blackburn. Okay, yeah. So I thought the guy was fishy from the start. He definitely was.
The arrogance he must have had to come here, knowing what he was doing. Unbelievable.
The question facing us now is how to find him and the people who've been taken. Lucky for us, Scribe Valdez has made a discovery of her own while we were away.
That's right. Remember the Pip-Boy you found in the Uncanny Caverns? It took a while to crack the encryption, but I've unlocked it. It came from Vault 96.
Okay. I'm not familiar with Vault 96. Do we know anything about it?
I wasn't able to find anything, unfortunately. I know every vault had a purpose, though. Like Vault 76 was meant to house the best and the brightest to rebuild America. Ostensibly. Vault 96 could be anything.
Okay. Where is Vault 96?
It took a bit of research to locate it, but it's well south of here. I'll mark it on your map.
Maybe I'll go see what Marsha's up to.
How is this related to the abductions?
Well, we're not sure it is.
What we do know is that we have a definitive lead to follow. The super mutant threat takes priority. If we find the missing civilians in the process, so much the better. But we cannot ignore this lead either way.
Unsurprisingly, Night Shin and I don't see eye to eye on this. Fortunately, in this case, we don't have to. I think they're connected. A vault would be a great place to hide abductees. The Pip-Boy might even have come from someone that escaped. Investigating the vault is our best lead for either mystery, and maybe an answer to both.
Then we're agreed. The vault will be your next target. Scribe Valdez will accompany you. A vault is a potential trove of exactly the kind of technology the Brotherhood is meant to catalog and secure.
I've marked Vault 96 on your map. We don't know what we're walking into, or even how we'll get in, to be honest. We'll need to be cautious.
Well, I mean, we could just wait for a daily op that will just magically teleport us in. Let's see here. So, you sure you're ready for the field work?
Of course. We've crossed the country on foot and fought raiders, and more. A Brotherhood scribe's life isn't all manuscripts and microscopes.
All right, I've enjoyed working with you before, but that's a lot of unknowns for 2 people.
We've made a good team in the past. We can handle it. Don't worry.
Scribe Valdez is a full member of the Brotherhood Initiate, and you've repeatedly proven yourself capable.
All right, so what's the plan?
Step 1 is finding a way in. You'll take point. Based on other vaults we found crossing the country, the vault should have an emergency transponder. Once you've secured the entrance, the controls for the transponder are usually there near the main door. Activate it to give the all clear and I'll follow you in.
All right, so are we sure about this?
There's no guarantees, but we have to move on this intel. It's a good plan, and I think we're all in agreement on this one. Find any evidence you can about the missing people and any connection to the super mutants. If Blackburn is there, I want him taken alive. If he really is behind the abductions, he needs to answer for his crimes. You have your orders, Initiate. Good luck. Dismissed.
I mean, I can always just fill him full of bullets. All right, so now it looks like we're heading to Vault 96.
If you stumble on any new tech, you know who to bring it to.
He is gonna love it.
Okay. So, Vault 96 is where? I thought it was down here. Maybe not. All the way down here. Okay. And Meow Rage conveniently put a survival tent here. Thank you very much. All right. Gabriel says, does your game lag when you access your weapons wheel? Honestly, I haven't noticed, because I don't usually use it all that much. I use it for, like, water and food and stuff. And I can't say I've noticed a lag, but I also don't have a lot of stuff in it. Maybe that's part of it. Ooh, I'm getting really low on health. Okay. So we've got some spoiled stuff. Let's take a diluted rat away. And then we can... All right, Nerd Rage was acting up earlier. Is it still on? All right. Let's do some spoiled food to get us back down. There we go. All right. And how about a disease cure? There we go. Okay, you've recovered from radworms. So here's Vault 96. So yeah, so I've been here on other characters, but obviously there was no way in. We're going to look around and see what we can find. Of course, we'll look for all the lore. John says, Fisty, what are your thoughts so far on this DLC? I really like it so far. I'm definitely a fan. I liked the first quest where we, you know, kind of got different perspectives on some characters and had a little emotional connection there. I liked just overall the whole general concept. But the big one was the last one, and that for me was huge because I really, really liked the Lying Low quest line. I think that quest line was one of, if not the best quest lines that has ever been done in a Fallout game. And it was all done without any living NPCs, and I just thought it was great. I thought it was fantastic. And I loved how we got a little payoff with Wastelanders, with Carver Timmerman, and hearing about Shelley Van Lowe. There was just a little bit there for anybody that really paid attention to the lore. Just a little bit of a payoff there. And now we got a big one with this one, with Ares, who is clearly Calvin Van Lowe. I'm a little surprised that he's alive. I kind of expected to see, if we saw anyone, I expected to see his sister Shelley. I really thought he was dead, and I don't know if maybe they're just retconning that, but either way, there was no body. We saw lots of blood, but there was no body when we found him after being snoo-snooed to death by the sheep squatch. But yeah, so all right, Vault 96 access control terminal. Let's check this out. Thomas says, who's Shelley? Shelley is his sister, Shelley Van Lowe. She is the person who put up all the Sheep Squatch Ate My Brother posters. And yes, for those of you who haven't done the quest, if you'd rather see me go through all the details, I do have a lore series on the Lying Low quest line. It's 3 parts. It's fairly long and detailed, but it sounds like we're going to have to do an addendum to that. So vault door control. Okay, due to the current state of emergency, normal access control procedures have been suspended. Vault Tech certified emergency response team leaders may override normal security protocols and open the vault door. Let's open it. Request timed out. Vault door is ajar and unresponsive. Please stand by and await vault security for further instructions. Okay, well, that's apparently not how we get in. I guess we can just walk in. Carboxylated says, what difficulty? Meaning the encrypted quest or this new one? As far as I know, the enemies all scale because everything's in instanced areas. So I imagine they'll scale to your level. Hasn't been anything too challenging so far. And John says, if Ares is Calvin Van Lowe, then we might get more cryptid quests. That would be cool. It would. I want to see more with Ares. Ares is a fantastic character. All that damage done by a hammer. And to think, the efforts we went through to blow the vault door to get into Vault 96 or 93 or 79, whatever the hell vault it was. One with the gold. Thomas Kennedy says, is this from Daily Ops? Yes, this is the vault from Daily Ops. All right, so we need to speak to the survivor. Ah, there's somebody here. Okay. Well, let's just look around. Dead Hellcat mercenary. All right, return to Appalachia. Let's see what they've got.
Personal log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn. Return to Appalachia. After all these years, I have come back. Back to Appalachia. To West Virginia. To the home of my greatest personal and scientific failure. Academic research was a dead end. The world was descending into riots and ruin. Food shortages were increasing. Generating papers in a university lab to attempt to secure tenure seemed pointless. It felt irresponsible on the face of everything happening. Westtech approached me about joining the Greenhouse Initiative, genetic engineering to produce new crops and multiply production. It swept away my concerns about joining the private sector. Here was a chance to be on the cutting edge and solve real problems at the same time. Dr. Dumont described the goals of the Panimmunity Virion and the Greenhouse Initiative in terms that set my mind ablaze. There was satisfaction to be had there, doing the best work, advancing humanity, making the world better than it was. Then the funding vanished. The research staff was being cut with no explanation, simply a shift in priorities. Dumont begged me to stay, promising the new work would be vital and challenging. To my everlasting shame, I did, and long.
Okay, so Dr. Blackburn worked at Westtech. We know that Westtech is now an instance location, so my guess is we'll be going there at some point too. And yeah, do you recognize that voice? The voice of Dr. Blackburn We also heard him in Dead Space. That is, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, Keith Sarabaika, who was also the voice of... Let's see if anybody in the chat knows the character that he voiced in Fallout before. John says, Fisty made a good argument that Calvin was attacked and used the opportunity to fake his death afterwards because a fixer was sent to kill him. Indeed. Thomas Kennedy says, have you done a video on Daily Ops? I did one like early on when they were first introduced. I don't know. They seem fairly straightforward to me. There's not really a lot of story there. It's just kind of a go in and follow the magical glowing thing situation. So yeah, let's check out this terminal. We'll see if anybody knows the character that he did the voice for. I've mentioned it in a video, so we've covered it. All right, emergency management system documents. Let's just see what's here. Okay, overview. Congratulations, your vault has been equipped with the latest in automated emergency response technology, the Vault-Tec Emergency Management System. The Emergency Management System is a comprehensive database of automated contingency protocols developed to assist overseers, vault residents, and, when and if available, Vault-Tec field personnel in identifying, diagnosing, and resolving a wide array of potential emergency situations. Okay. Gren says, is it Preston Garvey? Nope. Using the emergency management system. PMLA. There you go. The burned man. He was, in fact, the voice of Joshua Graham. And I also feel like they re-recorded his lines in this because he sounds a little bit different. I went through the Steel Dawn quest off stream for most of it, and just recently here yesterday leading up to this, and I talked to Dr. Blackburn when he was at Fort Atlas, and I questioned whether or not it was the same voice actor, and as far as I know, they haven't changed it, but he definitely changed something about it. I think they actually had him re-record his part, because initially it sounded like Joshua Graham. I mean, there was no mystery there. It sounded just like him. It's clearly still the same person, but doesn't sound quite as much like Joshua Graham. Morgan says Brad Burton. He may very well have done other voices. In fact, I'm curious now. I bet he did. I bet he's done many voices throughout Fallout. Most of them do. Yeah, Nuka World as well. So let's see here. He has voiced several male ghouls and the Vault-Tec scientist. And in its add-on Nuka World, he voiced John Caleb Brad Burton. So he was Brad Burton. And Mark Reisman. He also voiced Edgar Blackburn. So there we go. So yeah, but I would say Joshua Graham was the one I really noticed. But yes, he did voice Brad Burton as well. So Morgan got it for me too. And yeah, I didn't even think of that one. Let's see here. Okay, so using the emergency management system. In the unlikely event of an emergency, your Vault mainframe will automatically assess the situation and select an appropriate error resolution protocol from the emergency management system database. Populated by thousands of programs submitted by Vault-Tec University's talented undergraduate students, your database holds the solution to any problem you may encounter. When applicable, your Vault may broadcast an emergency transmission to any Vault-Tec field personnel in the area. Response times in the aftermath of a nuclear conflict may vary. The emergency response team leader should use any available terminal to activate the emergency management system and indicate their team's relative level of expertise. This will calibrate the protocol and adjust the hazard pay or bonuses to be awarded, if any. Thereafter, simply follow the audible instructions from the Vault mainframe until the problem is resolved. The mainframe will continually monitor the situation and introduce additional contingencies as required. And Jamie says, I was going to say that he was in The Dark Knight. He may very well have been. And Morgan says, oh, he was God in Supernatural too. So yeah, the guy's very, he's a very accomplished voice actor. I don't know how much screen acting he's done, but yeah. He's an Elder Scrolls 2, and to me sounds like Jeremy Irons. I could see that. I actually thought when I first played Fallout New Vegas and encountered Joshua Graham in Honest Hearts, I thought it was Kiefer Sutherland, just doing kind of a very proper accent. But no, it was not. All right, so let's catch up on the lore here. So we're going to learn about this vault. Protocol XC-243, Containment Experimental. All right, Summary Protocol. Collect and analyze genetic samples. Research and develop appropriate countermeasures. Secure the vault. Student developer Zane Akoya. VP 205-2074. Developer notes. Experimental research subjects may exhibit unanticipated capabilities that render conventional containment or experimentation methods ineffective. This protocol compensates by employing the Vault-Tec Automated Research System, ARS, to conduct emergency research projects, formulate, propose, and test hypotheses, and correlate those hypotheses with extant Vault systems to identify the most effective countermeasures available to emergency responders. If the Vault's ARS includes an automated fabrication system, models R5800+, this protocol additionally co-opts the ARS research credit system to support credit-limited fabrication of countermeasured devices. Credits are used as a limiting factor to prevent the fabrication of ineffective devices or the exhaustion of Vault fabrication resources on a single emergency. So that's interesting. I know it doesn't sound interesting, but it kind of is. So essentially what they're saying here is they have kind of a rudimentary AI that is solving problems for the Vault and can fabricate things as needed. And what they've done is they've put in kind of a credit system. So the system sort of has to buy things to use so that it's resource limited, so that it's not just churning things out nonstop and wasting materials. That's actually pretty smart. Professor E. DeMarcos, Grade B, remarks, a thoughtful, well-considered protocol that effectively integrates a wide range of Vault systems, including the always challenging ARS. This protocol blindly accepts ARS hypotheses. While a significant risk, it offers considerable power in adapting to novel situations beyond the scope of any single EMS protocol. The integration of the research credit system as a mechanism to limit automated fabrication is especially clever. There you go, I agree. Regrettably, I must deduct a grade level because this protocol is utterly useless. The kind of live subject experiments here envisioned would be a violation of federal law and Vault-Tec's high ethical standards. Yeah, Vault-Tec doesn't have high ethical standards and doesn't care about the law. The Outrage says, have a great playthrough, time to sleep. Well, thank you for joining us as long as you did. And I know it's not quite as fun to jump into a quest stream as it is when we're just jumping on and doing events and such, but thank you for joining. Protocol AV992 Virus Mainframe. Summary Protocol. Obtain and analyze the virus source code, conduct a virus scan, clear the virus from all effective systems. Student Developer Aisha Hunter, VP 499-2076. Developer notes. This protocol uses adaptive monitoring to detect, observe, and respond to viral intrusions. Simple viruses are automatically eliminated. In the event of a more extensive infection, this protocol utilizes available analytic systems to deconstruct the virus, identify vulnerabilities, and coordinate appropriate scan and repair procedures. Professor E. DeMarcos. Wasn't that the same person? No, that was Hunter Aisha. Okay. Oh, DeMarcos was the same professor as before. Grade F. This is by far the most over-engineered protocol in this entire database. As a senior student engaged in independent study, I expect your work to be clear, concise, and efficient, adhering to established coding standards and best practices. A simple heuristic detection algorithm would have been an excellent thesis project. Instead, this protocol is so convoluted, it seems almost intentionally obfuscated. While I normally support extensive redundancy planning, the level of overlapping contingencies and fallbacks here is truly excessive. A viral genetic algorithm capable of infecting a vault mainframe, evading existing quarantine systems, and dynamically circumventing multiple tiers of EMS protocols is beyond the ability of all but the most highly skilled programmers. Assuming your student protocol could defeat something like that is the height of hubris. Okay then. All right, Vault 96 official documents. Let's learn about the Vault. Vault 96 protocol. Within these walls, an ark for the atomic age. Within these walls lies one of the world's largest cryonic storage facilities, with thousands of animals carefully cataloged and preserved in stasis. In the aftermath of a nuclear war, mass extinctions and mutations will devastate the outside world. Your mission is to monitor surface conditions, assess genetic damage to local fauna, and as conditions warrant, gradually reintroduce species to correct genetic drift and restore ecological equilibrium. Well, it seems sensible enough. Let's see what Vault Tech did to make it evil. Vault 96 Protocol Addendum. Your protocol has been amended as follows. The staff of Vault 96 will consist of 5 designated scientific specialists. The purpose of Vault 96 is to conduct genetic experiments to explore potential mutations that may arise in post-nuclear fauna and develop appropriate countermeasures. Research will be assessed based on the lethality of the mutations developed. Results will be transmitted via satellite to external facilities for analysis and deployment. To encourage compliance, the overseer will assign weekly quotas. Failure to meet quota will result in the termination of underperforming personnel. Following an initial 1-month shelter period, Vault robots will periodically connect samples of surface creatures for preservation and further study. Residents will not be permitted to exit the vault. Residents will not be permitted to introduce native or genetically modified species outside of the vault. Any attempt to deviate from this protocol will result in termination. Okay, so sounds interesting. Thomas Kennedy says, do you have a legacy? I have one that I never use. Morgan says, this doesn't sound good at all. Yeah, it sounds like we're going to get into some trouble here. Okay. Yeah, Thomas, I'm not a big fan of the legacy thing. I think at this point they need to just make them go away. And that's why I've never gotten used to using it, because I just assumed at some point they would make them go away. For some reason, they just seem to pretend they don't exist. But yeah, they're nothing but trouble at this point. Okay, so we have a survivor. Woods.
Little late to the party, aren't you? If you're looking to loot the place, some Blood Eagles are ahead of you in line. I'd stop you, but I think I quit.
What happened here?
Our squad was guarding the entrance here when we were overrun by Blood Eagles. Killed everyone. Me too. I just haven't kicked it yet.
And who exactly are you?
Name's Woods. Corporal Woods, Hellcat Company. Mercenaries. We got hired by this creep of a doctor to guard the place. Among other things. Promised us salvage rights here when he was done. I don't think we're gonna collect on that.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna collect on anything. So, Blood Eagles?
Yeah. Raider types, but more bloodthirsty, you know? You can usually deal with the crater sort. Blood Eagles, though, they enjoy the killing.
Yeah, you talk about that like you're somebody who's got some high moral standards after you kidnap people and took them to a creepy doctor. I need to know more.
Hell of a bedside manner you got. You know I'm dying, right? Go ahead. Not like I'm doing anything else. Clock's ticking, though.
Okay, so we can get all kinds of information here. All right, why'd you become a mercenary?
Seriously? I'm bleeding out in front of you and you want my life story.
Yes, I do. This is an RPG.
Hell. Rather die with somebody than alone. Whatever. Best of a bad situation, alright? The Hellcats had limits. A code. Better than joining up with raiders. We did good jobs as often as bad. Until this time, at least.
Okay. How'd a mercenary squad get overrun by Blood Eagles?
It's our own fault. We got lazy. This place is so far out of the way, nobody ever passes by. Kind of the point. We figured we'd be shooing off the occasional stray scavenger that came poking around. This lot sent grenades through the entrance before we knew they were there. Rushed us while we were recovering. I took a bullet in the gut. Bastards left me to die slowly, because they thought it was funny.
Okay. So, Doctor, what was going on here?
Yeah, Blackburn. Real unnerving guy, even before we found out what he was doing.
The kidnapping
was
people
just the start of
didn't
it.
clue you in?
We should have cut ties then, contract or no. Even mercs should have lines they don't cross. I'd say I didn't have a choice, but we're mercenaries. We do it for the money, not some noble ideal. Nobody to blame but ourselves.
Are the abductees here?
Jesus, interrogating a dying woman. That's stone cold. Ah, don't look like that. I'm just fucking with you. This is important. Maybe you can fix our mistakes. It's where he had us bringing him. Other squads did, I mean. I was just guard duty. Not that it makes me any less guilty. Whether or not any of them are left alive? No clue. Wouldn't count on it with the Blood Eagles ransacking the place. Can't figure the dock will last long either. That doesn't bother me, though.
Okay. So there must be something I can do to help you, or you made your choices, Woods. Goodbye. And that's what I'm going to go with. You were definitely up to some no good stuff, so I don't really feel bad for you.
You're not wrong. I guess I deserve that. Hope you'll put some bullets in those Blood Eagles when I'm gone.
Oh, she just died right there. Thought maybe I'd get to kill her. Okay, signal Valdez from the terminal. Is that here? Must be. No, different terminal. Ah, okay. So we gotta go back up to where we were. Morgan says, I think legacies are overhyped. I mean, they are really good. They are very powerful, but yeah, I just don't think I don't think they make sense at this point. And Thomas Kennedy says, you can save her. Yeah, well, she's definitely dead now, but obviously if I had chosen the option to save her, then I assume Valdez would have helped her. Activate emergency transponder. And Big John's calling me over. Oh, we have a holotape. Okay. Vault 96 community meeting.
All right, calm down. Calm down. We won't... Calm down? Eric, what kind of scam is this? Look, I know this isn't what you expected. I'm still trying to process it all, too. Bullshit. You worked for Vault-Tec. You had to know. Jeanette, I already told you.
So, the door has sealed. There is no way for us to reopen it.
Apparently not.
And it's just the 5 of us in here?
That's right. That's crazy. You could fit an entire town in here.
I want to know about the experiments. Are there really 10,000 creatures in cryo here? And instead of preserving them, you want us to experiment on them.
Induce mutations. Optimize for lethality.
Those are our orders. You will all have weekly research quotas to meet.
And if we refuse? Or fall short?
Anyone failing to meet their quota, or otherwise trying to rebel, will be eliminated.
You can't be serious.
Sir?
I'm afraid so.
Well, that is quite the dark, the dark tale. So Vault-Tec wanted them to preserve all of these creatures so they could experiment on them and turn them into lethal killing machines. That seems like something Vault-Tec would do, and here's Valdez. I'm noticing that this stream looks a bit dark. Give me just a second here. I want to turn up the brightness just a little bit. Okay, don't want to go crazy with it, but, you know, it was looking a little dark, and to have to turn on the Pip-Boy light every single time is a little much.
Wow, it's freezing in here. Look
All
at all
right.
this ice. The environmental controls must be damaged. What happened here? Those are Hellcat Company uniforms, right? It looks like a massacre.
One survivor, but I couldn't save her. Said they were working for Blackburn, then Blood Eagles arrived and overran them.
Blood Eagles? What are they doing here? Looks like Paladin Romani was right. There's a link between the abductions, Blackburn, and the super mutants. We still need to figure out what. Give me a moment to look at these terminals. Oh, that's not good. The vault's on internal lockdown. I guess someone's responding to the Blood Eagle attack. If there are automated defenses still working, they'll all be active. We may be facing more than just Blood Eagles. Be careful. Let's get moving. I'll follow your lead.
All right, so she's going to follow our lead. That's probably wise. And Thomas Kennedy says, what is Vault Gecko Tech? What's Vault-Tec? Vault-Tec is the company behind all the vaults in Fallout. Basically, the vaults were there as it was a cover. They were intended, they were sold to people as a way to survive nuclear war, but really, they were a massive experiment. All right, entrance terminal, open door. Override protocols not found. Okay.
Locked. Must be the security lockdown. Let me try something.
Yes, try something.
Got it. I was able to use the Pip-Boy's protocols to get the doors open, but it fried the circuits. If we run into any more locked doors, we're gonna need another way through.
All right, in we go. So we're going to keep looking around here. Want to keep an eye out for lore. But I think we know the story of the vault at this point. All right, I don't need to loot every single thing. I have to remember that in Fallout 76, we're not going to find lore inside containers. It's going to be out somewhere where we can see it. Uh-oh. Blood Eagles.
We survived.
Something's close.
One less mouth to feed!
Never been shot before? Let me help!
Yeah, go ahead and help me with that. See how that works out for you. Okay, so we've got, looks like an experimental room here. Oh, that's a nice painting. And we've got a functional terminal. We'll want to make sure we check that out.
It seems I have an excess of
Uh-oh.
visitors today.
Dr. Blackburn's here.
The one I met at Fort Atlas. I did hope we would meet again under more convivial circumstances. These are not they, unfortunately. I have no quarrel with the Brotherhood, but I must ask you to leave immediately. Please leave me be. I cannot be responsible for what may happen if you remain.
Yeah, obviously we're not going to leave.
I guess we found Dr. Blackburn. Looks like most of this place is locked off. We need to search everywhere, but our options are limited right now. I think that door labeled mainframe is stuck open, though. Let's start there.
Unidentified user detected. Beginning search.
Glad that's over with.
All right, I want to check out this terminal. And Thomas Kennedy says, are you going to do legendary crafting? Yes. And the lore in the script video tomorrow, we do our normal script visit to Mama Mumbles, and then we also craft some stuff. Morgan says, I just got my first random dirty Facebook message from a dude in a gamer group. I feel so loved. Said, better go get yourself a burrito before I give you mine. Okay. I'm sure that, you know, this person has a lot of success finding ways to impress ladies with his Facebook social skills. All right, research lab access. Unable to establish a connection. Personal logs, that's what we want to see. Okay, data corruption detected. Out of 36 files, 2 were recovered successfully. Personal log 102877, so this would be a few days after the bombs fell. The circumstances may be deplorable, but I concede Vault-Tec knew what they were doing. The research facilities here are almost a match for my own, and the level of automation more than makes up for the lack of support staff. Molly was inconsolable. I had to help her set up her lab station. I regret dragging her into this. She's always been delicate. Will the heat temper the steel or break it? Interesting. Okay. And personal log 121479. So she managed to survive over 2 years. As much as I despise them, the quotas have worked wonders for productivity. Hans and Jeanette have been helping more around the lab, and Molly has finally stopped asking for us to take nights off. Threat of imminent death does concentrate the mind. The hours have grown longer, but the challenge is exhilarating. For once, a project with clear goals, clear results, clear evaluation criteria, and an opportunity to dive in without paperwork or regulators, institutional review boards, or committee meetings. The amount of work I can get done, now that I can finally focus, is nothing short of astonishing. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy getting your work done, but you're creating monsters, and that's probably not good. All right, so we have to search the mainframe wing for clues. There's probably other stuff around here too, but these will likely be the big ones. And I can always come back here later and do more searching too, so...
This vault was a biological research facility originally. Without the small team of chiefs right there. Locked. Perhaps it is fitting that I found this place. I have been honest about my purpose, after a fashion, but less than forthcoming about its nature.
Okay. So we know he's up to something nefarious. So the automated systems are... Oh, they didn't kill all the Blood Eagles. Search the mainframe wing for clues. All right, here's some clues. Quantum Research Lab Terminal. Entry 1 error, timestamp corrupted. Okay, but we can still see that. All right, blast these computers, having read Dr. Memling's notes regarding the out-of-date nature of the reactors and cryogenics pods. I suspect the builders of this vault likewise skimped on their computer infrastructure. Okay, entry... All right, so there's a lab recording we can play, but I want to see these two. I've succeeded in transferring all subsystem controls to the terminal in the Overseer's office. It is a suitably isolated location, and with the vault systems under my control, there I should be secure in the event my guards decide to alter the terms of our arrangement. Okay, so this must be Dr. Blackburn. I remain concerned that I may have missed a stray security keycard when I searched the place. Any intruder with hostile intent would be able to override my control of the doors. Must plan accordingly. Okay, play holotape.
And down. Go, 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 go.
Robotics control failure.
And down. Go, 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 go.
Robotics control failure in the mainframe wing. Activating emergency fabrication protocol FS-401.
Jeanette, circuits 10, 1857. Got it.
Fabrication system offline. Activating emergency repair protocol CR-889.
889, that's Hans. We need a reactor brownout. All right, give me a minute. 109's next. Jeanette?
Ready on the detonator.
Molly, are you in?
Sorry, just this...
Brownout in 3, 2, 1.
Power fluctuations detected in the engineering wing. Activating emergency stabilization protocol ES-109.
Okay.
Detonation in the cryogenics wing.
That should do it.
Activating superseding protocol Omega.
Eric?
That's not in the database. What?
Protocol confirmed. All exits have sealed to prevent a containment breach. Calculating optimal process to exterminate all personnel in the vault. Done. All remaining personnel may now be terminated.
I'm locked out!
Here, I got it. Cover the door. Damn it! Almost...
Data upload from compromised system detected. Suspect data stream has been quarantined.
What? Bypass! Bypass! Ah!
All residents have been terminated. Operation successful. Have a nice day.
Okay, so they were trying to get out. Uh-oh. Sorry about that, Valdez. So they were trying to find a way out and override the system, but the AMS system that was built in there was just too good. Vault 96, read. My discovery of Vault 96 feels, despite my abhorrence of magical thinking, like predestination. A biological research facility unoccupied, simply waiting for me to discover it. Everything in its place, its systems ready for my arrival. Examination of the vault's computer systems and other records found leads me to understand that previous residents introduced a virus into the mainframe in an attempt to end some kind of hostilities with it. This may explain the unsealed door and their untimely fates. The mainframe requires some work to bring fully online, but any hostile programming it has been eliminated. Has been eliminated by the virus they introduced. Okay. Too late to help them, perhaps, but sufficient to clear the path for me. All right, so this is a Dr. Blackburn note. You gotta enjoy how Fallout characters just write notes to themselves and just leave them laying around. It's quite helpful. All right, and here is another holotape, but we're gonna have some robots to kill first.
We survived.
All right, that one's going to explode, so before we play this holotape, we'll let that happen. There we go. All right, let's play this one. FEV Research Log 22. Uh-oh.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 22. In retrospect, my enthusiasm for the cryogenically preserved specimens in the vault was excessive, if not actually misplaced. I am down to the last 4 viable test subjects. Further research is at an impasse, unless I move to human subjects. Obtaining volunteers will be impossible. The necessary experimentation to even approach a functional result will be unavoidably fatal to some. I will have to take extreme measures to obtain subjects. Thousands, perhaps millions of lives will be saved. Utility trumps sentimentality. End log.
Okay, so we've got a scientist gone mad, bent on saving humanity. But who knows what his actual plan was. So our next step here is to open the reactor wing or optionally short-circuit the terminal fuse box. Let's see if we can do that.
Missed my mama. Huh?
Okay, we've got Blood Eagles in there. So we can't use the Pip-Boy to get through that door.
I'm frozen and I kill.
All right. Another terminal. Okay, let's check out this terminal, see what we have. Robotics workstation. Ted says, good morning. Looks like I'm catching the tail end of the stream. Yeah, the goal is to finish tonight, so I'm willing to go pretty late. Let's see how it goes. All right, work orders. Data corruption detected. Please contact a maintenance engineer. Okay, personal logs. We've got 3. All right, personal log 102577. So this is Jeanette Higgins, one of the scientists that were here a couple days after the bombs. This is sick. I knew Eric was a bastard, but I never imagined he'd sign up for something like this. What were they thinking? Pick 5 top scientists, lock them up, and work them to death? All for some insane genetic experiment? Damn them. Well, that's what they did. That's Vault-Tec. A couple months later. This research was so damn important, why just us? Why don't we have a full team of people who actually know shit about biology? Nina and Molly are running the show. The rest of us are just glorified support staff. Jeanette, fix this Protectron. Hans, stop that cryo leak. Eric, just get out of the way. As one often does with the boss. And personal log 82380, so almost 3 years later. They definitely lived in here for a while. What the hell is Eric doing? Nina's really struggling. We've all been pitching in. Even Hans is down in the lab this week. Meanwhile, Eric just sits up in his office pecking away. What's he doing up there? Filing reports with Vault Tech? His life is on the line here, too. Unless there's something else he hasn't told us, I wouldn't put it past him. I'm going to give that asshole a piece of my mind. Okay, so... something else was going on here with Eric, who was the boss. Alright, so we want to see if we can short-circuit the terminal fuse box. Alright, and we did. And that opened the reactor wing. Okay, so unlock. Yeah, we don't need to do that. So we're good there. Alright, and what do we have
Your here? persistent refusal to depart is a distraction I do not need. Please, I am asking you again. Leave this place and do not return. There is nothing for you here but sorrow. Whatever you think you will accomplish here, I promise you that you will not.
Well, I just kind of want to know what you're up to at this point. And the fact that you want me to go away so badly tells me that you want to hide it. And the fact that you're talking to me over a speaker like this tells me that you're kind of like Kellogg in Fallout 4, and I murdered his ass too. A little far away. Search the reactor wing for clues. Okay. Oh, that's Scribe Valdez. We don't need to shoot Scribe Valdez. Alright, so what else do we have going on here?
Close one.
Okay. So here we've got a corpse, a vault dweller. Okay. I wonder if Blackburn was experimenting on the corpse. And here, FEV research log number 38.
Research log Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 38. The capture of human test subjects is itself less difficult than I imagined. The people of Appalachia are in bad need of medicine, and lone travelers are easy to approach when one is a doctor. I tell myself these acts are necessary, the work too important, and I cannot complete it without living human subjects to experiment upon. It is I compound failure upon failure. In my quiet hours, I question what I have made of myself in pursuit of this goal. I began this enterprise fully cognizant of what it might take. But even with that foreknowledge, I could not comprehend the weight of it. Have I become no different from that fool Elias, a font of monsters with no humane end in sight? Am I deluded in believing myself capable of success? These moments pass. I push aside those doubts and focus on the work before me. The people of Appalachia need this. The world needs this. Let them vilify me when they learn what I have done. I will make a better future for them, even if I do not live to see it myself. End log.
Okay, so more scientist ragey weird stuff. And I'm not crazy here. I'm trying to get this vault dweller to fall off of this thing because I want to see the back of his vault suit. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah, he just does not want to fall off this thing. Is it because the arm's stuck? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to see the back of that. We're going to try one more way. Nope. Okay. Yeah, that's not a number. Not going to be able to see that. Okay, because I don't think he's one of the vault dwellers from here. I think he's a vault dweller from somewhere else. Okay, we need to search the reactor wing for clues. here we have another note. Breakthrough.
Why would he electrocute and irradiate his specimens? What was he hoping to learn?
Some success at last. I remain far from the ultimate goal, but Serum 87A induced a remarkable 250% reduction in the impact of radiation on cellular structure and DNA replication, and a 153% increase in electrical impedance. The subject nonetheless died within hours, but this marks a breakthrough in systemic durability. I must record the results more fully in my logs after I scrub up. So what he's trying to do is create a radiation-resistant human, which is essentially what FEV does with super mutants. Maybe he doesn't quite understand where it's all going yet.
That you, Basher?
Lie. Yeah, it's me, Basher.
Wow, you're an even worse liar than I am. Wait, that voice. I know who you are.
Oh, it's Tally Lang. Nope, we don't know each other. It's Tally Lang. We met her earlier. So this is what I'm really loving about this DLC, is it's all these little payoffs from the last one. That's something we didn't have a lot of so far in Fallout 76, and now we do, and it really, really works. Is that Tally Lang?
Oh, you're the one I talked to back at Fort Atlas.
You know her?
Listen, we're in a bad way here. Cut off from the rest of our people, and the damn robots keep coming in waves. We need help.
Big John says, it is Vault 96. I got the body off the bed. Okay, cool. All right, so what kind of help are we talking, Tally? Help you? I can't even get through the door. I thought you were a poor, helpless orphan. Why are you in here with a bunch of blood eagles? She did tell us she was a poor, helpless orphan. Let's say that.
Hardy har har. Let's get serious and make it quick. I can help you, and you can help me.
All right, what kind of help are we talking about?
I've been trying to get us out of here since we've been locked in. I just found this vault security key card. Should open all the doors in this place. You help us, and it's yours.
Okay. What's to stop you shooting us as soon as the doors open? I saw what you did to those mercenaries.
Nothing. Same as stopping you from shooting us if we let you in. We don't need more trouble. We just want to get out of here. Help us hold off the bots and we'll leave peacefully. For you, anyway. No promises if someone else tries to stop us.
Why didn't you just use it to escape?
I told you I just found it, dummy. I was about to try it out right when I heard you walk up.
All right, what do you think, Valdez?
Valdez? You got someone else out there? Should I be jealous?
I don't think we've got much choice. We're going to need that key card to bypass the rest of the security doors.
That's true. And all right, Tally, you got a deal.
Now we're talking. Give me a sec to get the door open.
Good thing Shin's not here. I don't think he'd agree to this.
No shooting, boys. They're on our side. Oh, crap. Here they come again.
Okay, so they're not shooting. So we could let the robots kill them all.
Big mistake.
All right, so we're going to try and not let the robots kill them. All right, so we got a nice big fight on our hands here. So there's Tally Lang.
We get out of here. I'm going someplace warm.
Dillo.
What are you looking at?
Needles.
Gonna die in this place. You're lucky Tally vouches for you.
I don't know. Does he look like Needles from Back to the Future 2? All right, let's talk to Tally.
Damn. Good thing you showed up when you did. Looks like I was right about you. Shame we keep meeting under these circumstances. We could get into some real trouble.
Everyone else
Can't
is dead.
believe
I
the
get a
Brotherhood
bigger share.
bailed us out. Well, a deal's a deal. Key card's yours.
All right, so we could kill them all, but that's not what I'm going to do here because this is not that character. All right, give me the key card and we're good. Are your people okay?
Yeah, banged up, but with the coast clear, we should be able to get out of here. I don't say this a lot, but thanks.
I can't believe we just got thanked by a blood eagle.
Hey,
Leave me alone.
dead. I get a bigger share, right?
All right, I got some questions, Tally.
As always with you. All right, I guess I owe you that much. What's up?
All right, I can't believe you're with a blood eagle gang.
With it? This is my gang. I can't believe you bought that bullshit I told you at Fort Atlas. I'm not even a good liar.
What are you doing here anyway?
Duh, we're looting the joint. One of our people trailed those Hellcat idiots back here. A vault's gotta be full of good stuff. Guns, bombs, food, and... Okay, this one turned out to be some kind of nightmare freak show, but can't blame us for trying.
This job went south.
All right, I should probably tell you we had to kill some of your people getting in here.
Yeah, I figured. Them's the breaks. I'm sure they tried to kill you too. You won. It happens. What? Too heartless? You don't lead a gang with feelings, man. I'll be honest. The only ones I actually liked are in here with me anyway.
All right, what about your people trapped elsewhere in the vault?
Not my problem. Hey, don't look at me like that. We'd be dead if you hadn't shown up. If they're not, they soon will be. I try to get these guys here to mount a rescue, they'll ask me themselves.
This job went south.
Ice. Get it?
Just give me a reason.
Ice.
All right, all right. Let's talk about something else.
Can't get enough of me, can you?
No, honestly, I can't. You're pretty impressive, Tally. All right, give me the key card and we're good. Attack. Yeah, we're not going to attack. She's too much fun.
All yours. You got this far, so I'm guessing the way you came is clear. Thanks again. Maybe we won't even shoot you if we see you again.
I'm going someplace.
No promises.
You got interesting friends, Initiate.
Hey, got us out of here, right? All right, search the cryonics bay for clues. So this is a pretty long quest. All right, let's see here. Where are we going? We've got some quest markers. FEV research log 57.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 57. I begin to doubt my own sanity at times. My efforts, while not without progress, continue to fail to bear real fruit. The FEV seems almost deliberately malignant, as if it had a consciousness and rejects my every attempt to bend it toward a benevolent end. I've come to recognize the signs of imminent metastasis and conversion to the so-called super-mutant state. I am ill-equipped to deal with the product of such failure, and have taken to disposing of these unfortunates outside the vault itself. I regret that my current methods of disposal may, in the short term, increase the super-mutant population in Appalachia, but it cannot be avoided. End log.
Okay, so he is legitimately trying to do something good, but in the process he is creating more super mutants, and particularly aggressive ones. All right, so we've got cryopods, and we've got another note. Reminder, supplies. Reminder to myself, when the Hellcat Company next delivers new specimens, I must request that they bring in more chemicals. Supplies are running thin and I detest inaction. I would venture out myself for this purpose, but my experiments currently running do not permit my absence for any length of time. Clear instructions must be given to overcome the gaps in education and chemical literacy. That is not a mistake, I will repeat. Formic acid, dimethyl sulfate, hydrazine, hyperdine, acrylonitrile? I don't know. Sodium didecyl sulfate. Yeah, okay, we get the point. Okay, and we need to find one more. And we've got some corpses. Corpse disposal.
These vessels were once filled with specimens, stocked here so that captive scientists could turn them into perversions of nature. Like West Tech, they concerned themselves only with whether they could do these things, not what benefit they might bring. At best, they made weapons. Such a pointless waste. I have turned what they left behind to better ends.
Okay, so these must be the vault scientists. And now we need that corpse disposal note. I simply must find a more effective solution to deal with the remains of my unsuccessful trials. It is effective enough to simply release those which begin transforming, but the subjects who die in the process remain a problem. Storing them in a disused portion of the cryonics lab suffices in preventing decomposition and its concomitant odors but from becoming an issue, but even the most materialist of scientists cannot escape the uncanny feeling generated by the close proximity of a large number of human corpses. Indeed. Okay, so these are not the scientists from earlier. These are random settlers. Okay, these are people that were kidnapped. So now we need to open the research wing. And for that, we head back up. And it's either going to get loud or we're going to have more dialogue here. We'll see.
Oh my god. The smell.
And now we search the research wing.
I regret the ugliness you find here. The things I had to do. They were necessary, but that necessity made them no more pleasant or palatable. Seeing these things, I imagine you must intend to kill me. I do not blame you for this.
We're supposed to bring him in alive. Don't forget that. No matter what we've seen here.
Locate the prisoners. Morgan says, reading that sounds like work and I'm not getting paid. And Thomas says, when are we getting the Pit DLC? That's not going to be till 2022. Yeah, that's not going to be till next year. All right, FEV research log number 112.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 112. My work's demand for human subjects has increased dramatically as I make ground toward my ultimate goal. To this end, I have contracted with a group of mercenaries calling themselves the Hellcat Company. Trustworthy, if such a term applies here. They display a useful moral flexibility. They do not question the nature of my work, or my need for human subjects. And I do not illuminate them. Already they have begun acquiring new subjects at a far greater pace than I could, and a contingent remained to guard the vault itself. I must be careful. A mercenary is only as loyal as their pay, after all. My control of the vault security systems keeps them in check. For now. End log.
Okay. So we've learned a little more, but we've got more clues to find. So these are just settler corpses. We don't know if these are people we came looking for. So here's another door we can open at some point. Let's find our clues.
How am I still alive?
I don't know. You're not going to be for long.
Who's there?
What the hell poisoned me? Whoa.
Glad that's over with.
All right, so we've got some cryptids going on in here.
Is it coming back?
What was that?
Stop being a wimp.
You can't hide!
Let's take out whatever threats we've got coming our way. And then we'll keep up the search. I think that's everybody. All right.
Somebody get us out of here.
You're not with those others, are you? Can you get us out of here?
All right. Let's see here. Is everybody all right in there?
Oh, we're locked in some weird cell, in a frozen vault, being held prisoner by some lunatic in a lab coat who experiments on us. We're peachy. How are you?
I can't take it anymore.
Who are you?
Cassie Holloway. Listen, I ain't trying to be rude. I'll tell you my whole dang life story if you want. Just get me out of here first.
Okay. Do you know how we can open the cell?
Not exactly. I think the locks are controlled remotely. The doctor guy always does something back behind the stairs there before he comes back to grab one of us for his tests.
Help us.
Sit tight. We'll get you out of there.
Okay. I was gonna go for a walk, but I guess I'll stay here for now. Sorry. Seriously, though. Thank you.
All right. So we still need to search for clues, but now we've found the prisoners, and that's good. Okay, so there's something over here. Is this one of our clues?
I feel sick. Somebody get us out of here.
Yeah, we're trying. Okay, so here's some lore. Vault 96, genetics log number 143.
Genetic log week 148, 148. There is little progress to report. Too little. The shifting mutation is still unstable. When stressed, subjects will shift or phase or whatever it is. It works, but it's inconsistent, uncontrollable. Without some understanding of the underlying physics or biology, there is little I can do to stabilize or improve on it. If I could study the original specimen, perhaps I could make some progress. But there is apparently only one subject in a secured cryonics bay with military access controls. I've no doubt Eric could get in, but he has refused. I have put everything into this research. I'm out of time. I will not make my quota. Forgive me, Molly.
Okay. And we have another FEV holotape here that isn't one of our clues.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn. Number 13. Whatever the prior occupants of this vault may have done, I must thank them. Especially Chief Engineer Dr. Memling. The good doctor, while a respectable scientist in his own right, had the classic engineer's idiosyncratic approach to maintenance. His additions to the vault reactor and electrical subsystems provide me with ample points of connection to directly access mains power. Between this and certain defects in reactor shielding, I have invaluable resources for my research. My first attempts in this area are more disappointing, however. Lacking Memling's expertise, my electrical impedance tests failed dramatically. The unintentional discovery of a new method of rapidly cooking a mole rat fails even in that regard. Mole rat exposed to several thousand volts at significant amperage does not make for an appetizing sight. Nonetheless, these results are duly recorded, and I believe my understanding of the system is sufficient to produce more useful results in the future. End log.
The effort to make a more tasty mole rat is a callback to a little Fallout 3 thing that you could find in one of the subway tunnels. That's interesting. All right, biology workstation, and I've been warned that this one might get long. Okay, so we've got a lot here. All right, eject holotape, Vault 96 biology log 298. All right, let's listen to the holotape first. But I want to do that with the subtitles, so we'll do it this way.
Molly Cooper, biology log 280. What is this? The specimen record is blank. No vitals, no measurements, no source data. Just an ID, X001. The cellular structure is unlike anything I've ever seen. I can't even identify the organelles. I ran it through the DNA sequencer twice, but nothing at all. I talked it over with Nina, and she's gonna try splicing it into some of the cellular structures at random, just to see what happens. It's a long shot, but we have a quota to meet. Fucking Vault Tech.
Okay. Not really sure what's going on there, but we'll keep going here. Okay, research logs. Data corruption detected. Out of 970 files, 5 were successfully recovered. All right, please select a file to view. So these aren't dated. Let's turn the background volume down a little bit. Okay. So this was from 6/31/79, specimen species versus Arctos, brown bear, experiment objective regeneration. Results, no significant improvement over RK85. Subject exhibits rapid and comprehensive regenerative capabilities following penetrative or blunt force trauma, epithelial damage, or extensive blood loss. Limb regeneration is accelerated, but subject to undesirable secondary mutations, including the growth of multiple vestigial limbs. Recommend discontinuing further research due to diminishing returns. Okay. Wait, did I just read that one? Ah, here we go. All right, experiment mole rat. Experiment objective, electrogenesis. The N2 serum was more stable but less effective than N1, with peak current of 12 MV05 MA. I have no idea what the hell that means. 16 outgoing shocks were recorded, producing startle or reflex reactions, but no incapacitating effects. Subject defeated after 4 rounds. Recommend fine-tuning serum parameters and selecting subjects with skin characteristics that promote conductivity or allow for better capacitive storage. They're trying to make an electrical mole rat. Yeah, because that's what we need in the wasteland, if the regular mole rats aren't obnoxious enough. All right, what do we have here? Canis lupus, gray wolf. Experiment objective, pyrogenesis. Results, following injection with the serum, subcutaneous pyrogenesis was achieved. Complementary heat resistance mutations proved insufficient, causing the subject to immolate and self-cremate. No further autopsy was possible. This is horrible. They're doing horrible, horrible things here. And okay, so this is the same animal. Following injection, limited pyrogenesis was achieved with no apparent damage to the subject. Results initially appeared disappointing. However, upon death, a violent chemical reaction caused the subject's body to explode, destroying its remains, its opponent, and most of test chamber 3. Recommend reclassifying 209N into a new candidate mutation and pursuing both in parallel. Okay, so we have an exploding wolf. And now we have the Califoridae bloatfly. Experiment objective shifting. Results unstable. Subject successfully shifted twice as an evasive maneuver. Following the third shift, subject reappeared embedded in the torso of the opposing creature, causing immediate death. Autopsy was attempted under hazmat protocols. Beyond the integration line, subject's body appears to have fused with its opponent's on a molecular level, creating an indistinguishable mass of flesh. So I guess they had them, they wanted to make bloat flies that could just, like, teleport into things. That seems like a good idea. Personal logs. Molly Cooper. All right, we've got 4 here. A couple days after the bombs. It's not the quotas that bother me, awful as this system is. We can do 4 credits a week. But I can't stomach what we're doing to earn them. We should be protecting these animals, preserving them, not abusing them in one forced experiment after another. And then we stick them in the test chambers, make them fight to see which mutations are stronger. This is horrible. Nina doesn't seem to care. And now, a year and a half later or so, Nina always was a workaholic. I had to plan our dates, get Camille to block her calls while we were out, but she always made time for me. Now, she's in the lab past midnight, every night, always working on some new strain, making sure we have something ready for next week, and the week after that, and the week after that. The quotas keep getting worse. They're over 200 a week now. Most of that burden falls on her. It's killing her, it's killing us. So they just kept increasing the quotas exponentially without increasing staff. That seems smart. And here we are, maybe another, 6 months later, 7 months later? Personal log, Molly Cooper. We got a dog when I was 10. Vera. Big Malamute. Danny used to call her Wolf. She looked it, but sweet as could be. 373 looked just like her. Same stripe on her cheek and everything. And then we gave her the injection. Nina's new flaming mutation. She caught fire. Burned from the inside out, right there on the operating table. I swear she looked at me, right in the end, right before her face melted away. She looked just like Vera. So yeah, this is definitely wearing on Molly. And here we have another 8 months later. She's dead. I can't believe she's dead. I tried to stop them. I jumped in front of the Assaultron. It threw me down, just blasted her. In front of all of us, her body fell over me. Hans tried to grab her, but I saw it. Her head was gone. I can't do this, not anymore, not without Nina. So they killed Nina after she must have missed a quota. And now test chamber access. Okay, unlock 1, 2, 3, 4. Seal all test chambers. So, do I want to... Okay, I have to unlock them. All right, we'll unlock them. Okay. Okay, containment compromised in test chamber 3. Okay. Speak to Cassie Holloway. Oh, okay, they were in the test chambers. All right, that makes sense. But I still have to search for some more clues. This must be the other one, research terminal. All right, serum trials. Computer security override, overseer priority Omega. Warning, 137 files have been marked for deletion. Please run garbage collection to free storage capacity, displaying active files. Okay, I'm going to say I hope there's not 137 of them. I like lore, but not that much. All right, 89C. Serum 89C marks the first improvement over 87A. I had felt so certain that I was on the right track after those results, but the next several iterations were utter failures. 89C at least shows further improvement in radiation and electrical resistance. The FEV fights me like a cornered animal. Every adjustment seems to cause cascading problems in the rest of its effects. I persist. I must prove superior to the puzzle it presents me. So this must be Dr. Blackburn. And it has a tape in it too. Okay. I have rarely gotten to the 6th revision of a particular serum. The line of the investigation usually bears fruit or proves a dead end long before. But 102 seemed eternally just on the cusp of unlocking its secrets. Revision F marks that point in this case. The subject demonstrated prolonged retention of identity and cognitive function even as the metamorphosis began. And trials with the second subject evinced a remarkable improvement in physical durability before any gross morphological changes occurred. If I can now isolate the metastasis trigger, which precipitates the transition into the supermutant state, the end goal will be in reach. Okay. After the trials of serum 102F, I believe the problem may lie with the delivery method. Direct injection of the serum resulted in the same metamorphosis as ever, with similar time curves. However, introducing the serum into the food, air, and water supplies of the subject's chamber produced a prolonged offset in transformation. I hypothesized that introducing the virus directly to the bloodstream creates an immediate immune response that itself is the catalyst for transformation. Passing through the respiratory and digestive systems first, for reasons not yet clear, inhibits this reaction. Further tests necessary. Okay, so now he's looking at environmental exposure, which is kind of interesting because we know that there's a lot of FEV in the environment, in the wasteland, that people have been exposed to. So, which makes them perhaps a bit radiation resistant as time goes on. So that's kind of intriguing. All right, 144H. After the trials of serum 123D, I worked to exploit the respiratory and digestive offset to the immune response the FEV generates, with increasing success. I believe with a few more adjustments, I should be able to eliminate the reaction entirely. In anticipation of this, I will turn my focus to the disease resistance effects. I fear these modifications may set back my work, canceling the transformations, and at this stage it is better to work with an otherwise complete virus than to change one part only to undo another. Okay. All right, well, we've read all of these. Personal logs, we'll check that. Error executing, purge all, 3 files, write protected, remove write protection to enable deletion. All right, let's see what we've got here. So these must be from the old researcher, test chambers. Barring the unexpected occupant in Chamber 3, the test chambers left behind by the vault's occupants provide ample holding room for live subjects. Oh no, it is Dr. Blackburn. Okay. Their simulated environments may not be the most welcoming, but perhaps they are at least more comfortable than a bare concrete cell. Although it defeats their purpose, at times I wish the observation windows had shutters. I can see. Okay, so what he's doing there, he's feeling a little bit guilty about what he's doing. An unfortunate incident. One of the subjects addressed me by name today. I find this unpleasant and distracting. To complete this work, I must be dispassionate. Such things remind me of how I will be viewed in the future, even if the work is successful. I must be more careful in the future to not introduce myself to potential subjects. An alias is perhaps pointless now, having already given my name to the Blue Ridge Company on more than one occasion, but I can at least avoid compounding the error. So yes, he's reminded that he's a human too. Vivisection. I imagine that future generations will paint me as a monster, even as they enjoy the world my work makes possible. A demented madman, slicing sadistically into innocent living subjects. Vivisection is useless to me, of course. I am familiar with the workings of the human body, and I require it undamaged to accurately assess my results. My living subjects have never needed to fear me grotesquely rooting around inside them like some perverse augur. Dissection, on the other hand, has its value in the aftermath of my trials, and there are many tests I must conduct that require needles, probes, and other monitoring and measuring devices, but never vivisection. Okay, well, I guess that's one point in the you're not totally horrible column. All right, and play holotape, but we're going to eject it, and we're going to play it with the subtitles on.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 5. The creators of the forced evolutionary virus were idiots savant. They saw weapons, soldiers to win a war that would end almost as soon as it began. They had discovered a means by which we could seize the reins of human evolution, and all they could envision was more efficient death. My colleagues at West Tech were likewise fools. They made the virus a plaything in Huntersville, their ant farm, shaking it to watch them scurry. The FEV was never meant to create abominations. At its core is something wondrous and hopeful. I will free it from what they made of it. Humanity will have the future it should have had, and a better human will build that world, free from fear and log.
Okay, so that's kind of interesting too, because it does make some sense that FEV wasn't necessarily intended purely as a weapon, a weaponizing agent. Okay, what are we going to next? We still need more clues. There's Cassie, but we need more clues. Here's another clue. All right, this one's a note. Snallygaster, which we murdered out there. All right, unbelievable. They left a Snallygaster inside one of the test chambers. Or that must be what was in test chamber 3. Remarkably, it is still alive, if understandably quite irritable. Whatever they did to it seems to have removed its need for sustenance. Perhaps it metabolizes trace elements directly from the air, or engages in some strange form of photosynthesis. Regardless, that chamber shall remain locked, and I must take care when defrosting the other specimens in cryostorage. I cannot predict what mutations they may exhibit. Uh-oh. That sounds like we could be getting into some trouble. All right, so now we can go speak to Cassie.
Please, help us.
Oh, thank God. You've got my thanks, stranger. Introductions are in order, I guess. My name's Cassie. Did I say that already?
Dirty Scav says, is that the same dude who voiced Joshua Graham? Yes, it is.
Get us out of here.
All right, let's see here. So, you're Cassie Holloway, Art Knapp's niece.
Yeah, that's me. You know Uncle Art? God, he's got to be so worried. He might even express an emotion besides world weary. I hope he's all right.
Please, help us.
Okay, let's see here. So how'd you end up in here?
Came in on a Blue Ridge caravan. Doc was there too. Had some people slip away in the night, but the guide said it happens. People turn back, that kind of thing. And one night we shelter from a storm and those Hellcat goons ambush us, capture us all. Spent days in a cart or something, blindfolded, before they dumped me here.
So like Skyrim?
I can't take it anymore.
We're with the Brotherhood of Steel. This is Scribe Valdez.
Now that sounds like a fun bunch. Uncle Art mentioned them in, broad terms.
I can't take it.
Can't say I'm not glad to meet you, though.
Are you hurt?
I'm not injured. Got lucky. The doc didn't do any surgery on me. That nut job was dosing me with diseases, though.
Coming back?
Said he was testing incubation and immune response times. Weird thing is, he kept apologizing. Got a bad case of sludge lung now. But I'm holding up. Some of the others are in worse shape.
Okay. Are there any more prisoners?
I think we're the last surviving ones. It used to be more. When he takes you out of the cells, you don't always come back.
Please.
Hasn't been down here in a few days, though.
Help us.
Figured he'd got what he wanted, or someone done him in. Good timing on your part. The crappy rations he gave us last time are nearly gone.
So yeah, so he was clearly trying to develop some kind of mutation using FEV that would make people disease and radiation resistant, which in and of itself is kind of logical. But yeah, this is not the way. All right. Can you make it out of here?
Maybe I could, but there's no way the rest will. I don't even know where we are, but I'm guessing we're not close to civilization. These folks won't make it a mile in their condition.
It's better if they stay here. When we've cleared the vault, I'll radio Fort Atlas. They can send the medics with the recovery team and get them to safety.
I feel sick. Whatever Fort Atlas is, that sounds good to me. Thanks kindly.
I'll leave some food and water for you to share until help arrives.
You're a peach.
Don't let me die in here.
All right, Cassie, all of you sit tight. Help is on the way soon.
We ain't going anywhere. Hey, if you run into that crazy doctor, give him a kick for me, all right?
It was a nightmare.
Thanks again for the rescue.
Oh God, please just don't hurt me.
Cassie looked out for us. Even
The
with
doctor.
everything he did to her.
He's insane.
Okay, let's see what's back here.
Please, don't let him take me again.
The things he did to us.
All right, so we need to go to the overseer's office, but let's look around back here first. Okay, that just kind of gets us out and around. So that card should get us pretty much wherever we want to go. Okay, we've been here before. And I'm trying to keep an eye out for lore. Morgan says, as someone who works in clinical research, this is so wrong. Yeah, just a little bit.
Though it seems futile, I ask one final time. Leave this vault and the things you have seen. You cannot change what has happened here. Leave me to this cold and lonely place.
Yeah, obviously that's not going to happen. Speak to Valdez.
The card doesn't work? Blackburn must have overridden the door codes. Probably guessed the looters might find a key card eventually if they had the run of the place.
Can you do anything?
From here? If I had more tools, time, and some schematics, sure. Under the circumstances, we'll have to get creative. These doors are hydraulically sealed. If we can find the lines that feed to this door, we might be able to cut the pressure holding it shut. Look for a utility room nearby.
Okay. Where's Rah-Rah when you need her? There's got to be a vent around here somewhere.
This should be it. Take a look. See if you could find the lines to the Overseer's office. Nice work. You might have a future as a scribe if you want it. Let's head back. The door should be open now.
All right, let's go get this guy.
It appears neither the Vault defenses nor the Blood Eagles were a match for you. Quite formidable. You can lower your weapons. It would clearly be futile for me to struggle, and I surrender willingly.
Okay, let's see here. Is this the research you told me about? This is studying diseases?
Contrary to what you may think, I did not lie to you when we spoke at Fort Atlas. I did say it would be difficult for a layperson to understand.
Okay. What makes you think you've succeeded here? All I've seen are horrors.
Do you believe I did this all blindly? Groping madly in the bodies of the innocent for some unknown and hallucinatory secret? With each iteration, each test conducted, I identified flaws in the virus and calculated their removal. I have no doubt in my work.
It sounds like you haven't actually tested your perfect virus.
There are steps being taken as we speak. Any miscalculations that might exist are minor and will be addressed shortly.
Okay. You claim to be doing this for the good of humanity, but you've created more super mutants. We need to know everything you've done.
I am sure your Brotherhood will happily interrogate me until I have no tale left to tell. I will be entirely forthcoming, though I expect you will want to conduct your inquisition within confines more amenable to the Brotherhood. As for the contents of this vault, the Brotherhood is free to collect anything they like. My work here is finished.
I don't like the sound of that.
You claim to be doing this for the good of humanity, but you've created more super mutants.
This is true. I wish it could have been avoided. It was easier and safer, for myself, if not for others, to release those failures before their metamorphosis was complete. I had work to finish, and I knew the Brotherhood was out there to deal with the errors.
Your errors tunneled into Fort Atlas and could have killed everyone!
Is that so? It seems my failures were indeed steps on the road to success. That level of coordination suggests an increase in cognitive development over the typical example. Still, I bear the Brotherhood no ill will. My apologies for that.
I've seen what FEV does. How could you think it would help anyone?
FEV was never intended to be a source of abominations and grotesqueries. It was to be the next step in human evolution. Our refinement into something greater and better. Certainly the fools at West Tech were more obsessed with observing its failures than correcting them. But its true purpose was for good. And now it will fulfill that purpose. Because of me.
Listening to this is making me understand Shin's point of view.
How can you justify this insanity?
What you call insanity is merely the regrettable necessity of my work. That it condemns me in your eyes or consigns me to whatever hell may exist is a price I pay willingly. I have ensured the future of humanity, not just in Appalachia, but the world. No cost is too high for this. Were it possible to achieve it without the suffering of innocence, I would have done so.
After seeing what you've done here, I hope hell does exist.
Despise me if you will. I took no pleasure in what had to be done.
She's got a gun in her hand. I want to discuss something else.
I have no doubt that you do. As you wish.
You're a monster. I should kill you where you stand. We're taking you in, Blackburn. You have to pay for what you've done. Oh, there's any number of ways I could go, but I'm not going the violent route for this character, so we're taking you in, Blackburn.
Yes, I assumed as much when you entered. Very well. Consider me arrested, if you must. I am ready to face any judgment the Brotherhood wishes to mete out. My work here is complete, regardless. And it is too late for you to stop it.
So he's got something else in motion. All right, so I understand where he's coming from here, that he thinks this is going to save the world, and if that means a few people have to suffer, then so be it. He's not taking joy in it, and I believe him when he says that. But your work cannot be stopped? What do you mean?
Simply that I have achieved my goal. The FEV is perfected, and it is too late for you to change that. My sacrifices, the terrible things I have done to accomplish this, it has been paid in full. And now salvation awaits humanity.
What? You can't do anything with it now. We've caught you. You're finished.
Have I given you any reason to believe I have not already taken the necessary action?
Okay, that's not good.
All right, what have you done with it?
I have completed it. I turned a flawed miscreation into something that will heal an ill and wounded humanity. But if by that you mean, what have I done with the result? It is no longer here. I have associates. They are even now finalizing the mechanisms of its distribution. You are too late.
Paladin Romani needs to hear about this immediately.
All right, so you've tortured them and experiment. All right, we've told the guy's a monster enough. I think we get the point. All right, I think we're done here.
I am at your disposal, then.
You can head out. I'll radio for a team to secure the site and get the prisoners to safety. Then bring Blackburn back to the fort. I'm sure the others are going to have a lot of questions for him. Good work, Initiate. I'm glad you were here.
All right, so we've got
you
another...
should be getting back to Fort Atlas, Initiate.
Oh, we've got a
I've
couple
said enough
more...
at present. I'm sure your officers will have plenty to ask of me when I'm in custody at your headquarters.
All right, let's see what we just got here. Blackburn's bungalow. Okay, so I haven't seen his bungalow in the game, but I guess he has one, and we can now make it. All right, so we've got some holotapes, and we've got a terminal here. Let's check that stuff out.
Good work in
what
here,
you will.
Initiate.
It will change.
All right, you guys need to go away now. You really do. All right, I'm going to just shut off their voices in the settings here so we can go through this without being completely annoyed the entire time. All right, holotape, Vault 96 orientation session. Are you kidding me? Holotapes count as voices?
Eric, dead. All because of your damn quote.
Get a hold of yourself.
Bastard. Nina's dead. Eric, dead. All because of your damn quotas. If you can't show a little compassion, shut the hell up.
Hey, now. I regret what happened to Nina. I truly do. But we're wasting time. What? There, that should disable the sensors. Now listen carefully. They aren't my quotas. They never have been. They're set by the mainframe. Look, here are next week's numbers.
God. There's no way.
Why didn't you tell us? It's on a hair trigger. If it detects anything, any word of conspiracy or sedition, it will kill us. I had to be sure. The only way we survive the next week is to take it out.
You want us to fight our way out?
We don't have to. For the past 2 years, I've been working on a virus, Seraph. Upload it into the mainframe and it can take over. Shut down the system, the experiments, everything. It can let us out. The EMS. Won't be a problem. I designed that system. My students wrote the damn protocols. I can beat it.
We can't go on like this. I'm in. For Nina.
Jeanette? Hans?
All right.
What the hell? Sure.
Here's what I need from you. We move on Saturday, just before the quota check. Be ready.
Sensor discrepancy detected in the Overseer's office. Applying cancellation algorithm. Done.
Have a good week, everyone. Dismissed.
All right, so that was their plan to escape. And now we've got Huntersville Memories. This must be a Blackburn tape, so we'll get a little more lore here.
Personal log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, Huntersville. I should never have allowed Dumont to convince me to stay with West Tech when they shuttered the Greenhouse Initiative. The Panimmunity variant was intended to shield us from biological warfare and make the population safe from the horrors war could unleash. The Greenhouse Initiative turned the same work to feeding the ever-increasing starving masses. Noble goals and worthy science. The discovery of the FEV abandoned all that. The awesome potential of the virus, what it could do if harnessed to those same ends. Ignored. Instead, they saw a weapon. Super soldiers. Small-minded bureaucrats and their pet scientists had the keys to human evolution and saw only profit in war. Dr. Khan, a disgrace to that title, took over. And even those miserable goals were cast aside in favor of the perverse. Infecting the water supply of Huntersville just to observe the effects? Why? We knew the virus in its current state produced horrors. Had we been looking for a cure, perhaps it could have been justified. But Khan had no such interest. He did it because he could. Were I a better man, a better scientist, I would have left immediately. My belated resignation does mean little credit. End log.
So Blackburn had some ethical objections to what West Tech was doing, and it sounds like there were people there that were worse than him, which is no surprise in the Fallout universe, but he's also using it to kind of self-justify what he's doing right now. Just to remind himself that there were people that were worse than him, therefore what he's doing is okay. And another holotape.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn. Number 148. I can feel the end approaching. The equations fall into place, and I can see the shape of it. The perfected FEV. Even in my restless dreams, that vision of the goal is the only succor now. What I have done to reach it can never be washed away. I have been right, but that is small comfort. I give them numbers now, and try not to listen when they speak to me, pleading. I prefer to sedate them when removing them from their holding cells. Unconscious, they cannot weep or stare accusingly at me. I cannot make them understand that we are alike part of a greater destiny. They think me inhuman, uncaring. I know I would be no different were our roles reversed. I do not blame them for hating me. I lie in my cot at night and see their faces. I remember them all, and wait for sleep to carry me to the visions of when I can finally stop. Final candidate number 3 is ready for verification. I am within 2, perhaps 3 iterations of success. Will I be able to sleep untroubled when this is over? Or will punishment for what I have done be a mercy, freeing me from its memory and log?
So here again, we hear him expressing regrets over what he's done. And I believe him. I believe that he regrets many of the things that he's done. But this was not the way to go about it. Morgan says, my work insides are screaming right now. Yeah, and I mean, I also understand that this is a wasteland and the survival of humanity is potentially at stake. So, you know, maybe you do need to force people into experiments like this. Maybe that is something for consideration, but you're just kidnapping people. I mean, you could probably find some criminals. You could find some people that you would otherwise need to execute if you think there's a way to do this. And maybe that's what he was trying to do.
Report back to the Paladin in the night as soon as you can.
Maybe his goal in going to the Brotherhood was to kind of have someone overseeing this and help him with that, with the organizational structure. But, you know, in our world, there's no scenario where any kind of experimentation like this is acceptable. But if we were truly down to a world-ending scenario, would we really feel that way? So now we've got a terminal here.
I've said enough at present. I'm sure your officers will have plenty to ask of me.
All right, now this one, I'm going to turn off the voice because otherwise they're not going to stop yakking the whole time I'm in this terminal. All right, let's see the Overseer's terminal. All right, Vault 96 official documents. Okay, so Vault 96 protocol. All right, we've read that already. It's an ARC, but not really. It's there to experiment on animals. Overseer instructions. Greetings, Overseer. As you now know, the protocols for Vault 96 differ from those presented in your introductory briefing. This deception was necessary in order to secure the cooperation of the specialists required to complete the Vault's research objectives. As Overseer, your primary responsibility is to distribute weekly research quotas, track progress, and ensure results. Quotas will become increasingly aggressive and will require that your team be kept properly focused and motivated. To that end, you may direct Vault robots in instituting whatever security or disciplinary measures you deem appropriate, including withdrawal of food or other resources. Intimidation, violence, or execution. All residents will be strictly monitored. Any attempt to conspire against, resist, or disrupt these protocols will result in termination. Once all other residents have been terminated, if at least 250 weeks of research were successfully completed, you and you alone will be permitted to exit the vault. So they give the Overseer an incentive here to actually go through with all of this. If there was no way that any of them could ever escape, then why wouldn't all of them just kill themselves immediately? Why would you go through with all this horrible stuff? So, yeah, that's awful. Cryogenics Bay 86. Under no circumstances is any resident of Vault 96 to tamper with, disable, remove, or destroy the security seals on Cryogenics Bay 86. Any attempt to do so will result in the immediate termination of all life within the vault. Automated research systems may be used to retrieve genetic samples from this bay as required. Samples should be considered extremely hazardous and handled with all possible caution. So that must be where the main things were kept. Research quotas August 2080. Weekly research quotas for the month of August are as follows. Week 146, 524, leading all the way up to 591. Now, I don't know what that translates into as far as a tangible project, but it certainly seems like a lot, and I can't imagine how anyone could do that. All right, and that's it. And David says, it looks like a holotape next to the test tubes and gurney. Let's check that too. Oh yeah, we got another one. Okay, FEV research log number 1. All right, let's get our voice back on. And I think that'll be the last one in here then. So yeah, so this was another long one. There was a lot in here.
You will. Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn. Number 1. Under any other circumstance, it would feel foolish to begin recording these before my work has even meaningfully begun. I developed this habit during my graduate studies, a tool helping me as much to retain my insights as to preserve my failures. Here, when nothing about what I am to undertake is normal, I break with tradition and start these logs now. Posterity requires this moment be kept. What I am about to do will almost assuredly make of me a villain in the eyes of many. My work is distasteful and must be conducted in secret. Here, for whatever person may one day hear this, I say for the record that what I will do, I do out of love. An unselfish love that knows no rest. Not for a person. No cliched deceased spouse or lost child motivates me. Humanity is my love. Though none would accuse me of excess sentiment. We are a species tormented by the ravages of the Great War, reduced to vermin eking out an existence in the rubble of the world that was. The mistakes of my past are writ on the face of every survivor, living in fear of the mutated horrors that stalk the wasteland. I can correct this. I must. We are not meant to live like this. There is a way forward to free us from the horrors I created. Yet I fear the failures that lie between me and the future I see. They will be many, and they will cause a great deal of pain before I am done. The sins of West Tech must be undone. The price will be extreme, but it must be paid. If my life is included in that price, I will pay it gladly. I record this log not to seek forgiveness. I neither deserve nor require it. I ask only that you, my hypothetical listener, know that the things to come are not the product of ill intent or a sadistic mania. One day, good will come of the evil I am set to do. I hope that you are there to see it and understand. End log.
So, I do have to say that as someone who enjoys the occasional bit of flowery writing, this guy is written beautifully. The dialogue is written fabulously, and I love it. He's definitely evil, even if he doesn't think he is. But, you know, I understand where he's coming from a little bit, I think. So Morgan says, I get it, and GCP and Nuremberg Code doesn't exist in the Wasteland, but it makes me mad. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that anybody would be okay with this. But, at the same time, and this is where I think it's interesting, this is where I think being able to look at a Fallout story shortly after the war, where we have people who were alive before the war, how desperate do you think he is? Someone who lived in the pre-war world now sees everyone like he said, living like vermin digging through garbage, the trash of the old world, just to eke out an existence. So it's one thing 200 years in the future, when this is all anyone's ever known. But this guy has seen humanity at its peak and thinks he has a way to get it back there. So, as deplorable as what he did is, I can also kind of see where he's coming from. That, you know, he knows the difference between where we were and where we are. And if you did, and you thought, you truly believed you had a way to fix it, what would you do? It's an intriguing question. So I really, really do like this DLC. This is by far the best one that's been done for Fallout 76. This is great. And Morgan says, I wonder if they hired better writers. I think, honestly, I think the big difference is the voice acting. They had good voice actors throughout, but I definitely noticed for this one, Valdez was really good. Obviously, Keith Sarabika is really good. Even the girl who played Hewson, you know, she had a really, I shouldn't say girl. Yeah, I know it's 21st century, but it's late. We're 6 hours into a stream here. You just have to forgive me. But yeah, so that actor was fantastic. And, you know, we've had a lot of good performances in this. And maybe we got some bigger names. Maybe that's part of it. Oh, we got more. Okay, we got some that I didn't see. So we've got more holotapes here. All right, so let's check these out too.
Genetic research log, week 142. There is little progress to report. Too little. The shifting mutation is still unstable. When stressed, subjects will shift or phase or whatever it is. It works, but it's inconsistent, uncontrollable. Without some understanding of the underlying physics or biology, there is little I can do to stabilize or improve on it. If I could study the original specimen, perhaps I could make some progress. But there is apparently only one subject in a secured cryonics bay with military access controls. I've no doubt Eric could get in, but he has refused. I have put everything into this research. I'm out of time. I will not make my quota.
I've heard this one. We did listen to this one. So I wonder, let's just make sure these aren't duplicates. Okay, so... All right, so that one was a duplicate, but the other ones are not. Okay. So let's check them out. All right, so that one we already listened to. Vault 96 Genetics Log 142. Let's listen to that
Genetic
one.
Research Log, week 142. Specimen X001 has been a most remarkable success. I confess, I was skeptical when Molly showed me her analysis.
It's all good, John. The other two were new.
Unique biology. As an initial bench test, I spliced each of our extant stable mutations into separate samples. They all worked flawlessly, as if we had spent months adapting them. And then the mutations spread. They somehow shifted from one sealed petri dish to the next until all the samples exhibited all of the mutations. Fascinating. I wanted to proceed to live subject testing immediately, but all of our attempts to resuscitate a specimen have been blocked. Hans is looking into it. In the meantime, this transference capability merits further investigation.
So that's an interesting development. And, well, we've got one last FEV research log.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 17. I am no longer alone in this endeavor. Against all odds, I have made contact with a former colleague, Dr. Farha, whom fate preserved as it did me. Dr. Farha was reluctant when I first described my aims. The testing that will be required, and the failures, give her pause. Even at university, we clashed on the ethical boundaries of research. Regardless, I have convinced her to aid me despite her doubts. I will continue to work here in Vault 96 in secrecy. Dr. Farha, meanwhile, has established a laboratory suitable for mass production. She has acquired a foundling of sorts, a young woman by the name of Nellie Wright. She seems something of a prodigy. I believe it was Miss Wright's enthusiastic support of my ideas that convinced Dr. Farha to acquiesce to my request for aid. Farha has also brought in Jane. I knew him from university and our time at West Tech. This work is his chance at redemption, as much as my own. End log.
All right, so now we know what he's doing. He's got somebody off-site who has managed to put these things into mass production, and I imagine that's what our last quest is going to be. So now we need to report to Brotherhood leadership, and that quest was definitely longer than I expected, and now we're kind of right at the situation that I feared, where it's 2 o'clock in the morning and we've got one quest left. That quest could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. You guys tell me. I'm fine to keep going. I'll take a quick break, and I'm fine to keep going. If you guys want to hang out through this next one, you let me know in the chat. If you'd prefer that I just call it a night and we do it tomorrow, then I'm okay with that too. So, but tomorrow it'll probably be during the day. So, yeah. So you guys tell me. I am going to, John says I can keep going. Shadow Dragon says go for it. And Dirty Scav says Night Owl. I think people will hang out if I go for it. So, I'll let you guys tell me. I'll look in the chat here. I'm going to take a quick couple of minutes to, just get myself situated here. It's been, we've been going on this stream for like 6 hours now. So give me a couple of minutes here. I will be right back. It won't be long. And everybody's saying finish it. So Cirque says it's not too long. No lore. Okay, so that'll be good. So give me just a couple of minutes here. We've been in the chair for the better part of 6 hours. So bear with me for a moment and I shall return. All right, so looks like the consensus is keep rolling, and even through the break, we didn't lose too many people, so I think we're good to go. We're going to finish this thing up, report to Brotherhood leadership, and see what they've got to
You hear about
say.
people going missing from around Appalachia?
All right, let's see what we have going on here.
I have been fully compliant with your questioning. Threats are not required.
With everything you've done, you're lucky I'm only threatening you right now.
Please, this argument is getting us nowhere.
Okay, so we basically need to decide who we want to talk to, and I think I'm going to turn to Romani first.
Initiate, you've come at the right time. We've been talking to Dr. Blackburn and going over Scribe Valdez's report on what you found in Vault 96.
This smug monster is practically bragging about torture and unleashing horrors on the world. And Romani is treating him with kid gloves.
I am not bragging. What I have done was necessary. I take no pride in those terrible acts. I will have to live with the shame of them forever. That weight does not, however, diminish that the ends were worth the means. You will learn that soon enough. My colleagues will see that our creation, a vast improvement on the FEV, is distributed shortly.
Do you see the arrogance, the self-justification? We should end him and be done with it.
So, here's my thing. What if he's right? Shin wants to kill him because, you know, Brotherhood rah 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 and vengeance rah rah rah, and I get all of that, but okay, let's see here. So we can't just murder a defenseless prisoner. I've seen his idea of acceptable costs. Nothing justifies it. Why haven't we killed this guy yet? Is there a reason? There's something to be said for due process. We can't just murder a defenseless prisoner. Now, I know that there's people who are hoping that I'm just going to kill people, but remember, this is the good guy. This is the nice person playthrough. So that's not my path on this character. Old Man McRib, when that series comes out, don't worry, Old Man McRib will be killing and eating as many people as humanly possible. But for this character, we can't just murder a defenseless prisoner.
That's what I said.
It's justice. You've killed people for less, and the people of Appalachia deserve an end to this madness.
They'll get it, but summary execution isn't the way. Preventing Dr. Blackburn's associates from taking this horror any further must be our priority. And we may need the doctor to convince them.
That's also possibly true. We don't know where they are or what they're doing. Okay, that smile is creepy. Morgan says the doc's like Mengele, but I get the character thing. Yeah, no, I don't think the doc's like Mengele. I think this guy, like, he legitimately thinks what he's doing is going to be good. And, I mean, let's be honest with ourselves here. If this guy could release a version of FEV into the wild that would make people disease and radiation resistant forever, that would be good. Unquestionably, that would be good. So we've been given a really challenging situation here. And I love that. Okay, so why would you help us stop them? Where are they? What will they do with the virus?
My colleagues have a facility better suited to final testing and mass production of the virus. As we speak, they are preparing for its release into the air and water of Appalachia. Once dispersed, it will enter the precipitation cycle in groundwater, and then it cannot be stopped.
No. It could spread for hundreds, maybe thousands of miles.
Old world science solved a lot of problems back in the day.
Okay, so why would you help us stop them? Morgan Murphy says, so do blonde hair and blue-eyed twins in Brazil. Yeah, okay, I get it. All right, why would you help us stop them?
That is your goal, not mine. But I am not a soldier, and would not withstand strenuous interrogation well. No minor delay on my part will change what is to come. My colleagues are already preparing. Perhaps my cooperation will allow us to make a case for the good we are about to do, and convince you of our cause.
Impossible. We could never support something so abominable.
So here's the thing. Like, if this does this without turning people into super mutants, then it would be good, but maybe it does turn people into super mutants? It's not exactly clear about that. I feel like I'm kind of falling into the same trap I fell into in Fallout 4, where the Institute did seem like a legitimately good choice, despite the fact that their actions were morally questionable, because it wasn't crystal clear that their goal in the end was to eliminate all humans and replace them with synths. So, yeah, didn't figure that out until it was too late on my first playthrough. But, so maybe that's what's going on here, and really his goal is to turn people into super mutants. Let's see here. I'm not calling him a Nazi, but the comparisons... Oh, there's definitely... he's definitely reminiscent of someone like Mengele. Definitely is. All right, where are these associates?
My colleagues have a laboratory hidden beneath the headquarters of my former employer, West Tech. We intend to correct the FEV's mistakes at their birthplace. Poetically appropriate, would you not agree?
The Scorched, the Raiders, the Ghouls...
Okay, I figured that's where we'd be going, so sounds like West Tech's where we need to go.
Yes. If the Doctor's associates are preparing to distribute the virus, we have to put our emotions aside here and get to them before they can. Blackburn's punishment, whatever its form, can wait until Appalachia is safe. Head to West Tech. Find and secure the entrance to this lab, and we'll follow behind.
I don't like this, Romani. We should be done with him here and now and level this laboratory. This is just like what Elder Maxim faced at Mariposa. Or have you forgotten?
Elder Maxon came to regret acting rashly there. Or have you forgotten?
If they've already begun producing the virus, blowing up the place could just help spread it. We'll need to be a bit more delicate than that.
Very well. If Blackburn is coming with us, I will be watching him. Perhaps he can provide leverage against his fellow lunatics.
If I can prevent further loss of life, I will.
Then it's decided. Initiate, head for West Tech. We've no time to lose. See you there.
All right, so... I'm starting to have some second thoughts here on leaving him alive. But I guess we've made our choice. If I just kill him right now... Yeah, you know what? Let's roll with the choice. Let's see where these choices take us. That's what it's all about. We'll head over to West Tech. Morgan says, I'm actually with Shin. Yeah, you know, there's a part of me that wants to think, like, okay, well, maybe what he's doing is actually a good thing, but yeah, this is Fallout. There's no way that's happening. He's turning people into monsters. That's what's going to happen. All right, so we've got super mutants outside, as usual. Let's take care of them.
I splat your blade. Look at your
Die, face eater. So our buddies from the Brotherhood are going to meet us inside, and they just left all these super mutants out here. John says, maybe you'll win Fallout 76 and cure everyone. Yeah, somehow I don't think that's how this is going to go. But I like that they make us think. That's what I'm liking about this. I've always liked that about Fallout games, that it always just kind of makes you think about things. And that's what this quest does. Alright, well, so far this is nothing we haven't done about 10 million times in Fallout 76. Ah, FEV production. There's a new elevator here. Okay, they've cleared the path to it. Alright, let's head down.
Mutant made here. Human die here.
All right, let's get to the end and see what we're doing. Morgan says, it's kind of nice you have choices even as minimal as they are. Yeah, I mean, and this one definitely gives you more. These are definitely, you know, the big thing I think with the other choices in the game so far, it's not so much that they're minimal, it's that they didn't feel like they had impact. And now, because you've spent time with these characters, these quests are longer, and they've developed the characters, it feels like your choices matter a lot more. That they're a much bigger impact on things. Alright, let's just look around here. I saw somebody say there's no lore, but I've also seen lots of commentary on Reddit that this whole DLC takes about 3 hours to complete, and clearly that ain't true. So, yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm sure you can complete it in an hour if you really want to, but obviously, the way I'm playing it, it's taking a lot longer than that. But this last quest probably is just murdering people. But we're going to look around just to be sure. Alright, yeah, don't see anything here. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I think the pacing of this has been really good. We had a couple of really long, lore-heavy, exploration-heavy quests. It now does kind of feel like it's time to just get to the point. Shadow Dragon says more like 5 to 6 hours. Well, we're 6 hours in tonight to this stream. And I'm sure it'll be 7 to 8 by the time it's done. And we did the first quest last night, and that was over an hour. So, I mean, I'm sure the way most people play it, it will be quicker than that. But
enough, Shin. Let's catch up with our vanguard.
Picking through everything the way I do. All right, so regroup with the Brotherhood.
Everything under control, Initiate.
So far, so good. Okay, all hostiles down. We're secure. Nothing to worry about. These mercenaries aren't much of a challenge. There were some more Hellcat mercenaries guarding the place. They weren't interested in talking.
The Hellcats were likely here to protect Blackburn's associates from the super mutants above.
Should we expect any further resistance?
I am not aware of the details of the defensive measures my colleagues may have taken. I would not, however, expect them to tolerate trespassers.
We should keep moving.
As you wish. I am your prisoner, after all. I have little choice in the matter.
Okay, I still don't trust you, Blackburn. You're up to something.
Paranoia ill suits you. I have complied with your every demand.
And that is precisely what is so concerning.
How do we know you're not leading us into a trap?
A trap I conceived, prepared, and executed entirely while in your custody? You give me too much credit.
Anything you can tell us about your associates that might help?
Dr. Farhar is nominally the head of their group, Headstrong, an old university colleague. Dr. Jane was a junior scientist at West Tech, brilliant but easily led. He shared my disgust at the Huntersville mistake. Nellie Wright, on the other hand, is Dr. Farhar's pet project, an adoptee of sorts. Very talented, despite her lack of formal schooling.
Let's not waste any more time.
Certainly.
Let's move out. Eyes open.
Okay. You'd think we'd keep him like cuffed or something, handcuffed or something. All right, look around the room for any lore. I don't see any.
Edgar. Edgar, who are these people? What happened to the guards?
The guards are dead, Dr. Farhar. This is the Brotherhood of Steel. I have been their guest since they discovered our project. Regrettably, they object to what we are doing.
We will not be intimidated. This facility is secure. You can't get to us. We will finish our work.
Okay. Why on earth? You can't possibly release the FEV on the population again. You know what it did last time.
This isn't the Huntersville strain. Dr. Blackburn has purified the virus of its considerable defects.
We've made something wonderful out of something horrible. We're helping people this time.
Have you actually had any successes? All I've seen are monstrosities and corpses. Okay, so yeah, so I was clearly giving them maybe a little too much credit.
Well, no. Not as such, but...
Huh?
Of course we have. Experimentation has identified the key flaws in the original strain. Iterative testing has pinpointed the defective genetic sequences, and we've corrected them in each case.
Iterative testing? Kind of like what Bethesda did before launching this update that was full of bugs? Where they'd actually fix them all on the PTS and they still managed to show up when the actual release went live? I don't trust that. Okay, so you're just going to repeat Huntersville all over again.
Of course not. What West Tech did was a terrible mistake. An affront to science. They didn't care who they hurt. And they did it just to see what happened. We're trying to help people. This will make people safe again.
Dr. Jane is enthusiastic, but it's true. We are not doing this just to satisfy our curiosity.
We're advancing science itself. The cost doesn't matter. No offense to Dr. Jane, but West Tech wasn't doing science. They were only burning ants with a magnifying glass by comparison.
Okay. So I believe that they believe this is good. I just don't know what it's really going to look like. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Let me ask something else. But you haven't tested it. How can you know?
We've run the simulations. All three of us triple-checked the models and compared to prior experimental data.
We're confident in the formulation.
You know what they say? Human testing is the best testing. A large-scale release will provide a representative sample. Science needs vision, like Dr. Blackburn's, like ours. Let's not let testing hold us back.
I really feel like this is all just a total callback to the release of Fallout 76. Like, we've tested this, we've experimented with this, we know it's going to be good, we just need to release it on a large scale and it'll be fine. And it's a total mess. Okay, you admit it's untested and that you've had no successful trials. You know you can't release it. See, my understanding was that he had successful trials. I think I was misinterpreting what he was saying there. He's had successes in terms of simulations and in terms of the math on paper, but he hasn't actually exposed human beings to this and seen it work the way he wants it to.
Well, sure. It might seem hasty, but...
Don't be such a pushover, Janie.
No, wait. I've also had my doubts. Perhaps we should discuss this after all.
I can see you're troubled. You know what you're doing isn't right. Let's talk through this. We can come to an agreement.
I want to avoid violence. But that's always on the table, as long as you hold Dr. Blackburn hostage. Let him go. Please, let him go or we will cut off this negotiation and proceed with our plans.
I am afraid you will have to give in on this one. If you truly want to stop our distribution process, I advise you to listen to the doctor's entreaties.
Okay, so... is this some kind of joke?
It is no joke at all. Allow me to explain. My colleagues could not stop production if they tried. It requires a code. I am the only one who knows the code. I set this plan in motion, and I am the only one who can stop it.
Is this true?
Edgar.
You will have to forgive Dr. Farha. She did not know. I added this functionality to our distribution program. As insurance, you might say.
Boy, that's handy, huh?
So there you have it. I am willing to help you in exchange for sparing my colleagues' lives. But you will have to let me in there with them.
Uh-huh. Okay, so... you can't expect us to trust you.
Trust me or trust me not. The truth remains the truth.
Why help us now? You said any price was worth your goal.
Perhaps in the end, I am more willing to sacrifice the lives of strangers than friends and colleagues. I do not wish them to be harmed. My hypocrisy in this is only human.
Night Shin is not a fan. No way, I'm not just letting you waltz in there alone.
Then you are free to enjoy the view, as my colleagues distribute our creation among the populace.
I don't like it either. But what other option do we have? If we do nothing, the outcome will be just as catastrophic.
Dr. Farhar, please permit me inside as a sign of good faith from the Brotherhood. I am certain we can negotiate a peaceful resolution and perhaps preserve our work at the same time.
All right. I'm registering you for the security grid. Just you.
With your leave?
Don't make this worse.
This is a mistake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a mistake. At this point, I agree, it's a mistake.
Now that that is over with, Nellie, prep the test chamber. They want proof of our success. I will give it to them myself.
Edgar,
Cirque says
wait!
tough choices. Morgan says he's super sketchy. Yes, he did. This wasn't the deal, Blackburn.
I'm sorry, but this must happen. You will see, and then there will be no more debate.
Edgar, please. Let's talk about this.
You've signed your death warrant, Blackburn.
I will test the sample on myself and be proof of our achievement. Anything you do to me after does not matter. I'm going in. Ready the tag.
We should have executed him when we had the chance.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Now's not the time. We've got to find a way in quickly. There's no time to waste.
Alright, so here's a door, and it's inaccessible. Laser grid. Drop through the hatch. Okay, there's a hatch. Ah, okay.
FEV flow ready, Doctor.
Initiate procedure. Code.
Initiating.
Please. All of you, this isn't right.
What's this?
I mean, if there's nothing to worry about,
What's
then...
happening? This can't be. The figures were correct.
Okay, so he's turned into a giant behemoth and somehow managed to get himself a... Trying to adjust my volume while also not dying. Well, I guess it's a good thing we let him test it first. And he is... Oh, no! Oh, no! Morgan says, maybe Blackburn can get the burrito I was offered earlier. Okay, so here's Blackburn's corpse. And he's just got exactly the same loot as a regular behemoth. Well, he was definitely a tough fight. Not that tough, but he was tough. Gain access to the scientist's viewing chamber. Okay, so I can tell that they thought that this was going to be a good thing. They do seem surprised by the results.
Edgar, I should have known. I did know. We weren't ready. I owe you an apology. Our work was a failure. Any good it might have done was a mirage. I knew it in my heart, but didn't listen. As a token of goodwill, I have used Edgar's code to stop production. We will not distribute the virus. I will make sure of that. But I will not simply let you in. There may be little I can do to stop you, but I will defend my colleagues in what little way I can.
We agreed to your terms earlier. An equal exchange of good will go a long way. Yeah, we don't have charisma for that. We'll find another way in then. Will you let us in if I say pretty please? Or we can use our high strength. After what we just did to that mutant, you're sure you don't want to cooperate?
I must admit that I am powerless before you. If our cooperation can sway you to avoid more violence, then I will let you through. The way is open. We await your judgment.
Do you really think they've stopped production? This whole sob story sounds like a trap.
There wouldn't have been violence if he didn't turn into a giant behemoth.
Secure and send for Scribe Valdez to double check. Until then, stand by.
All right, we're going to look at this terminal quick. Ooh, initiate distribution procedure. Okay, so we could still distribute it if we wanted to. Access project notes. Distribution plan. Dr. Farha's inquiry into our distribution method. The most efficient means is dispersal through groundwater. We will utilize existing infrastructure beneath this facility to pump our solution out into Appalachia at large. Miss Wright has used her unique expertise to conduct an inspection of the underlying structure and assures us that rerouting pre-war distribution methods is entirely feasible despite our limited personnel. While our mercenary friends may rather spend their time carousing, they are not too proud to provide that manual labor is necessary to suit our needs, provided of course that they are adequately compensated. Calculations. The accuracy of our formulations is critical to this project's success. We are sorely lacking in support infrastructure. This fact places a heavy burden on each member of our team. We must double and triple check our work. Every number must be correct. No decimal can be misplaced. If we are to succeed, our work can be no less than perfect. Life below. This facility, our only hope for correcting our past mistakes, is haunted by them. We can hear their guttural grunts and the stomp of their monstrous feet above us every day as we toil away below. How is it we stay hidden from them? It surely isn't the mercenaries alone. It's like the mutants are repelled from this place. They avoid it, fear it. Hard to say. In any case, I'm grateful but wary. How long will this last? Okay, so test terminated, manufacturer order terminated. Okay, so they did shut down the project, but we could restart it if we wanted to. All right, so let's talk to them.
You've arrived. Please, hear me out. We are scientists. Our work is all we have to give to this broken world. We had truly hoped to give humanity a better way to fight back. Against the radiation, the mutants, the decay of civilization. We failed. But this doesn't have to be the end. There is so much good that we can still do, please. Spare us your wrath.
Why does it sound like you're giving up? We weren't that far off, just a tweak here or there.
If I may interrupt.
It looks pretty far
everything
off.
Dr. Farha has to say. Despite how it looks, we are not evil people. We wish only to better humankind. Knowing that, what are your intentions with us?
So, just catching up on the chat here. So she says now. Gabriel says, I wonder what would have happened if you just killed him at Fort Atlas. I'm kind of wondering the same thing. Looking forward to a playthrough where I do that. I'm guessing maybe I get stopped from doing that somehow, though. Cirque says, so much for your good guy playthrough. Thank God they're not repelled by this place. Thank God they're not too repelled by this place. What would we do for XP? Exactly. Okay, so, I mean, at this point, I'm still trying to be a good guy. All right, so we're still deciding what to do with you. I'm on your side. Science is the way forward. Well, science can be the way forward and also not be on their side. Kidnapping, human experimentation, creation of giant bloodthirsty mutant. Sounds pretty evil to me. At this point, you know, yeah. You think with all the humans you kidnapped that you could have done a test at some point. It's pretty clear to me that you're not a couple of calculations off if the product you were going to release into the world just created what we killed. So, yeah.
Well put. The Brotherhood exists to keep humanity safe. And your work endangered everyone in Appalachia. If that failed virus had gotten out, countless people could have died. We can't allow you to continue experimenting.
Wait, Shin. It's clear that we can't just let them go, but their knowledge could be valuable to the Brotherhood and the people of Appalachia. Blackburn was the
This is
ringleader,
true.
but he's gone. We know nothing about the others, and of all people, you and I shouldn't fault anyone for trying to make a difference.
I can. And I will.
Is this still about back then? You can't forgive yourself for your own mistakes, so you refuse to forgive others too. When will you put that behind you?
This has nothing to do with that. There will be no more experiments. And they're too dangerous to keep prisoner.
Wait, you're really going to kill us?
Hold on. We're not killing anybody. We will bring them back to Fort Atlas and have Scribe Valdez monitor their work.
Have you lost your mind?
Think about it. This is exactly why the Brotherhood exists. To safeguard technology. I hate to admit it, but the Elders are right on this. We can't let them go, but we can't destroy what knowledge they have either.
A wise compromise. I'm willing to cooperate. You, the angry one. Consider the fact that universities are no longer operating. In a generation or two, there will be few, if any, people left in the world with a formal education.
How many dozens have you killed? Do you really think your life is worth more than theirs because of your education? We don't need your knowledge if you're deranged enough to resort to human experimentation.
Please! Stop this. Let us stop for a moment and talk to each other. There's still much that we haven't told you about our work. And we know little about your Brotherhood. Perhaps we can find out more where our perspectives overlap.
Yes. Maybe some discussion will cool Shin's head. I have no desire for this to come to blows.
Very well. You haven't said anything yet? Surely you have an opinion on this matter.
So, this is reminiscent of, not to throw the Nazi word around too much, but, you know, we discussed Mengele earlier and what happened when he was able to just continue doing what he wanted to do. But then there's also the case of Werner von Braun, who was a Nazi rocket scientist who later came to the United States and developed most of the early NASA projects. So, you know, while he had a horrifying past working for the Nazis, one could argue that despite that, he did good for the world. So potentially leaving these people alive as potentially future Brotherhood scribes could do good for the future, as opposed to just executing them. You know, these people are not Blackburn. Blackburn was the one kidnapping people. They weren't actively doing that. So, do they deserve to be executed summarily is the question. And Shadow Dragon says, yeah, no more educated people, and look at the virus they let loose to begin with. So, now, with that said, these people did express some concern before Blackburn did that. It was clearly not what they were expecting. But if they were left to their own devices, they would have released that. So some kind of supervision. They need some adult supervision. Morgan says he can take their work and shove it. And Jay Trent says, I took out Shin. Morgan says, see, I pay attention at work. David says, with every tech, there is good and evil potential. That is exactly true. So your crimes against humanity shouldn't be so easily forgiven. There may be value to letting you work with the Brotherhood. I'm not sure yet. I'd like to talk to everyone first.
By all means. We won't be going anywhere.
All right. Speak to the scientists. Speak to Romani and Night Shin. Let's talk to everybody.
We need to come to an agreement. I won't stand for impulsive violence.
And this is where I think Romani is a better leader. You know, while I understand Shin's point of view here, these people at this point do not pose a threat. They are completely harmless. They can't fight. They can't run. It's not like you can't kill them later if you need to. Okay, I understand your stance. What if Shin won't agree?
Then we must stand up for what we believe. We will not allow Shin to create a hateful brotherhood which passes judgment as it sees fit. This is human life we're talking about. Haven't enough died already?
And that's a valid point. And I can't agree with you, Paladin. Night Shin wants to prevent further disaster, but at the same time, what example is he setting? You're right, we should try to solve this without violence.
I'm glad to hear you say that. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it may be a breaking point for Shin. Once he realizes his authority isn't respected, I suspect he'll run back to the Elders with his tail between his legs. This chapter of the Brotherhood will become what it should be, with or without Shin.
All right, so don't you think the scientists' methods were unforgivable?
Their methods were cruel and wrong, but no one is beyond forgiveness.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
What they do from today onward. Let's give them a chance to make things right.
All right, I understand your
I
stance.
hope you can see what we need to do here. What we need to do for the Brotherhood.
All right, let's talk to the scientists. We'll talk to Dr. Jane.
I urge you to reconsider. This was never meant to come to violence.
Well, I know it was never meant to come to violence. All right, what do you intend to work on if we let you live?
Dr. Farha may disagree, but I'd like to finish the FEV formula.
Yeah, that's going to be a big old nope.
Safety measures. Animal experiments only. Thorough waste disposal. We were so close to improving the human race as we know it. The world has changed, my friend. How are we to survive if we don't change with it?
That's a valid point, but do you not consider kidnapping and human experimentation to be violence?
I never intended to hurt anyone. Dr. Blackburn was in charge of procurement. He told us they were volunteers. It was only later that... But by then... Please understand, we were so close. It could have ended any day. And everything we did was for the greater good. We must carry forward what we learned, or all that sacrifice will have been for nothing.
All right, I think I get where you're going.
Don't let this work go to waste.
You want to see your work go forward, which I understand, but yeah, no way in hell anybody's letting you touch FEV again.
What questions do you have for me? Or has your party made a decision?
Let's see here. What do you plan on working on if we let you live?
We could focus the idea of human evolution into a more targeted formula. Say, a formula to increase muscle bulk or to repel radiation. In fact, I hear serums of that sort may already be circulating among the survivors of the region. I'd like to study what they have created and improve upon it.
Okay, I can buy that. That makes some sense. Which is true. We are all running around with mutation serums. What are your thoughts on the FEV experiment?
It went too far. And quite frankly, I regret bringing the others onto this project. By the time I figured out that Dr. Blackburn was experimenting on humans, Nellie and Dr. Jane had already become passionate about the project. I was unable to convince them to pull back. I stayed, in the hopes that my objections could save even one innocent person from being experimented on.
Morgan says, I'm going to keep my mouth shut at this point in terms of human clinical trials. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all out the window at this point. All right, so excuses and cowardice. You could have stopped this instead of rationalizing your helplessness. I'm surprised to hear you weren't on board with the human experimentation. You didn't mention that earlier. But yeah, I think excuses and cowardice are kind of what it adds up to here. Basically, they weren't on board with it. They didn't like it. And they were told lies about it, but they easily accepted them. So later, when they couldn't deny it, they still rationalized it. So they are guilty. No one's questioning that they're guilty. The question is, do you summarily execute them? And if I were Old Man McRib, absolutely, they would all be being munched on right now. But for a more rational character, that might not be the way you go. Excuses and cowardice.
You're right. No excuse will make up for my mistake. That is why I hope to keep living and contribute what I can to the greater good.
All right, so how do you know the other scientists?
Dr. Blackburn and Dr. Jane were my college associates. They didn't know each other at the time. I met Nellie when she broke through my window to search for scraps, as wasteland survivors do. She was more interested in my research notes than my leftovers. So I took her in, taught her what I know.
Okay, that's all for now.
I'm responsible for the actions of my associates. I ask that you have mercy on them, if not me.
All right, well, there's probably some truth to that. And let's talk to Nellie, the Wastelander. Morgan says I need 12 different playthroughs for this. Yeah, I can see this being a challenging choice.
I heard when the Brotherhood breaks down your door, they say, "Add victory. Hand over your arms." Is that true?
It's ad victoriam, civilian. Now hand over your arms. We definitely do not do that. It's a little more complicated than that.
How so? You either say it or you don't, right? People are always saying things are complicated when they're not.
Okay, that may be true. So remember, too, we know what the Brotherhood becomes one day. We are still kind of doing this in the name of the Brotherhood. So about all those people you turned into super mutants.
What about them?
Wow, you don't even feel bad. I didn't even read that. Those were innocent people. Now they're mutated beasts.
Is that any worse than being human? As Dr. Jane says, all life is sacred. You'd probably gun them down regardless, right?
Okay, well, depends how much XP they're worth. Those XP had no choice in the matter. You kidnapped them.
To improve the human race. If I was kidnapped for our experiments, I wouldn't mind. Most kidnappers do much worse.
I think you're a sociopath.
Oh, are you a licensed medical professional? Even if you are, it's pretty rude to make sudden, unwarranted diagnoses of people you just met.
Okay, so can I let the other ones live and just kill her? Because she's definitely a total sociopath.
Okay, I guess.
Tell me about the FEV project.
Wrong. It's all wrong. We ran the models, but the models were wrong. I know exactly where to change the ratios to make this work. I can make it work. We just need one more chance. Don't run from science. Let us do this. Let us change the world.
What do you think of your colleagues?
Janie and Farah? Well, I don't think anybody liked me before Farah. So
Nobody
I'm glad
likes you
we're-
now.
Janie worries too much. He's always asking, are we doing the right thing? Is this gonna work? You don't know until you try. Edgar was the most fun of all. Too bad he miscalculated.
So yeah, so she's kind of a nutcase. But she's younger. She's a wastelander. You know, to her, the whole situation is different. She's lived in a world where it's kill or be killed all the time. So what are a few more lives?
You're not really gonna kill us, are you? I'm awfully young to die. You can fit a lot of experiments into 60 more years.
John says, but we know they don't fix the world. 200 years later, it's still a mess. Unless, yeah, John, it's not a simulation. Damn right the models were wrong. They're flipping dead lately, lady. Okay, so we need to talk to Paladin Romani and Night Shin. Let's talk to Night Shin.
Those who commit crimes against humanity must be punished. It wouldn't be right to let them run free. Not to the people they killed, and not to the people they could kill in the future. The Brotherhood of Steel must protect the future of Appalachia, and of the world.
So here's the thing. When I do kind of a good playthrough, I do tend to make choices based on my own rationality, and I'm not someone who believes very strongly in the concept of vengeance. It doesn't serve any purpose. You know, we want to punish people and put them in prison forever. Why? What good does it do? So, you really won't accept any option besides execution?
I don't see what other option there is. As I stated before, they're too dangerous to hold prisoner. So we either ignore the danger or eradicate it.
Ultimately, these people are scientists who want to work. And if you give them a project to work on and keep them safe and fed, they'll do it. And maybe they can do good work. And right now, they're not a threat. So don't you think you're being a little dogmatic?
Whether I'm being dogmatic or not is irrelevant. My goal is to find a solution to a threat. And I don't see you offering any other suggestions.
Okay, what if you can't get Paladin Romani to agree? Earlier, Paladin Romani mentioned a mistake you made. What was that all about?
That is none of your concern.
How long do you intend to sweep it under the rug like nothing happened? You're torturing yourself, Shin, and they deserve to know.
Maybe so. But this is neither the time nor the place for this discussion.
Shin, you owe it to yourself to admit that you made a mistake. Stop crumbling under the guilt and just accept it.
For those I failed then, and those I've failed since, for them, I have to do better. The raiders on the expedition route, Romani decided we would stay and fight them. But giving the order to distribute the weapons to the settlers there, it was my idea. I wanted to give them a chance. But I got them killed instead.
Okay. So I understand why he's beating himself up, but... So you're afraid to make another mistake. Sorry, but you have to get over this. And that's true. So, you know, I understand the point of wanting to kill these people. They were a part of a horrible thing. But there is also some truth to the fact that they possess a lot of knowledge and skill. Does it really make the most sense to kill them? So you're afraid to make another mistake. Sorry, but you have to get over this.
There's nothing to get over. I acknowledge that I've made poor decisions then and now. That's why I'm making a better decision today. You have to see that keeping these criminals alive would be misguided and reckless.
I mean, let's be honest with ourselves here. These people have killed in the service of what they believe to be a good cause. Every one of us has killed in this game for XP. So, yeah. it's hard to look at it and really say that they're so much worse. Don't you think it was the most compassionate thing you could have done?
The outcome is more important than the intent. What I learned from that mistake was not to let my feelings blind me. Some things are a lost cause. Some chances are too dangerous to take, as much as we may want to believe otherwise.
So, flipping this around, they thought to protect the world, it justified killing some people to make this thing that they truly thought would benefit the world. Shin, to protect the world, believes we need to kill some people because they're too much of a risk. Is it really different? The only thing that's different is we have a thing we can dislike them for. So, okay, so not sure I understand what weapons you're talking about. We know what's going on there. Okay, I understand what happened.
And I hope you'll also take away the same lesson that I did.
Cirque says every scientist in Fallout seems to be misled and dangerous. So, what if you can't get Paladin Romani to agree?
It hasn't been a matter of if for some time now. Only a matter of when. I'm fully prepared to uphold the integrity of the Brotherhood in whatever way Romani makes necessary.
All right, I understand your stance.
All of us. I hope you understand that.
Okay, so now we need to determine their fate. So we know we're going to do a playthrough where we basically kill everyone. So that's not what we're going to do here. We're going to do this in the most peaceful way possible, because I want to see how that goes. Fighting for survival is different than taking out something not logical. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot to unpack with this.
Or has your party made a decision?
But ultimately, this is a game, and I want to see all the different outcomes. And I think we're in a good position to try for a relatively non-violent outcome here.
And what has your organization decided?
Okay, Paladin Romani is right. You should come to Fort Atlas and work under our supervision. Ord Knight Shin is right. You should be executed. Or we can stand here and hem and haw about it for a little while. My thinking here is, if we're going for a relatively non-violent solution, there's no harm in taking these people back to Fort Atlas, letting them work under the Brotherhood supervision. And if they become problematic, they can always be killed later. And then we destroy their lab. That would be the way I would do it.
That's a relief. I assure you that you'll have our cooperation.
So that's it then. You and Romani would repeat the mistakes of the past and use these criminals to build more weapons of destruction. To send the world
or we could have them make a better stim pack. Dude, we don't know yet.
All while wearing the Brotherhood insignia on your chest.
The Brotherhood's mission has always been to use the power of science to guide us to a better world. Rather than murder great minds, we will shape them into people who will serve that mission. And we will do it without barbarians like you.
On that point, we agree. I refuse to serve an illegitimate branch of a principled institution. The Elders need to know about our failures. All of them. It will be my honor to give that report in person.
Okay, so you're really going to travel all the way back to California by yourself? You don't have to do this. Smell you later, Shin. Hope you get eaten by a deathclaw on the way there. So, I really, really dislike Shin, but I do have a little more respect for him now. So, Cirque says, welcome to the pit. Let's see here. So, you're really going to travel all the way back by yourself?
My best initiates will be coming with me.
Oh, okay. Well, now you want to...
There are plenty more willing recruits out there who would rather extend a helping hand than a killing blow.
You mean who'd rather cower behind the guise of altruism than take responsibility and make things right? It doesn't matter. Do as you will, Romani. The Elders will judge the outcome. Goodbye.
We are grateful.
Oh, we didn't get a chance to kill him.
Could still change the world.
You go on ahead. I'll bring the scientists back to Fort Atlas, then we can discuss everything that's happened.
All right, so ultimately, I didn't really want to side with the Brotherhood at all, So there's kind of some sense in letting him run away. It leaves the Brotherhood in somewhat disarray. He's going to take away well-trained people, and Romani's just going to end up building a Brotherhood that helps people. So that's not bad. All right, so we'll regroup at Fort Atlas. Gabriel says, shoot him. You couldn't shoot him. You were in a dialogue thing. You can't do that in the dialogue thing. So that's okay. We're going to have a chance to kill him later. We'll have other playthroughs. The whole point of, doing a non-violent choice for them. So I've chosen not to execute the scientists, but I'm going to execute Shin. All right.
Just to get here has earned my attention. I'm thinking
Let's head on in.
Get
All right, we're going to regroup with Romani and Valdez and see what's going on here. And it is getting late. I am starting to get tired, so I think we've definitely reached the end of this. We're going to listen to Romani's address.
Friends, initiates, faces new and old. It's good to see you today. I am proud to announce that the mutant threat has been cornered and removed. But it came with an unfortunate consequence. I'm sure you all know that relations between Shin and I have been strained for some time now. I'm afraid my leaving out his title is no mistake. Shin and his followers have decided to part ways with the Appalachian Brotherhood. I had every wish to work together with Shin on my mission, and still do. But he is no longer open to discussion. His loyalty to the Elders is unshakable. He would rescind his oath before besmirching the Brotherhood's name. Should he ever open his mind, I will be ready to listen. Now I have one more announcement to make. I'd like to recognize a particular initiate's exceptional contributions to our chapter. In most cases, this recognition would take the form of a standard rank increase. However, being a knight is a dedicated responsibility, and it's become quite clear to me that this initiate has obligations beyond just the Brotherhood of Steel. I won't take you away from Appalachia. As such, I'm granting you the unique title of Knight Errant. Why don't you come stand between Scribe Valdez and I, so I may officially confer your title? For exceptional contributions to the Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel, I hereby name you Knight Errant. You may split your time with the Brotherhood as you see fit. We are forever grateful for what you've done for us. Now everyone, feel free to take a short break before your next assignment. You've earned it.
We owe this victory to you, Knight Errant.
Did that really just happen? I knew things between the higher-ups were shaky, but I didn't think one of them would actually leave, especially Knight Shin. I mean, it seemed like the Brotherhood was everything to him.
Congratulations on your
Well,
promotion, Knight Errant.
I guess things are going to change a bit around here. Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. Look forward to it, even. Whatever reorganization we need to do, I'm sure it'll shake out into something even better than what we've got right now. Paladin Romani is the leader I want to follow. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to it. See you around, Knight Errant.
Congratulations on your promotion, Knight Errant.
Knight Errant. It's been an honor to serve with you.
gosh, oh my gosh. What are we gonna do? Who's gonna handle everything? Who's gonna lead the recruits? What am I gonna do? Oh gosh. Okay, I think I'm all right.
And I left my mute button
I don't
on.
do well with really big changes.
Oops.
I think I need some time to process this. I'm gonna sit down.
Okay, so we're going to,
We owe this victory to you, Knight Errant.
We owe this victory to you, Knight Errant.
Okay, yeah, you guys are, like, really kind of falling way too much in line here. All right, let's talk to... We need to speak to Romani to close the quest, so let's talk to Scribe Valdez.
So, Night Shin is gone. I can't believe it. I wanted to be optimistic about their conflict, right up until the end. But the more I think about it, the more I feel like maybe this was inevitable. If only there was more I could have done. Well, both of them would die for their beliefs. At least this way, they can pursue those beliefs separately, rather than killing each other over them.
Well, that is probably a good thing. Oh, we can flirt. None of that matters, as long as I still have you.
Well, that's going a bit far, isn't it? But it's a very nice thing to say.
Hey, I had to take a shot, right? All right, so what are you going to do now? How do you think the Brotherhood will fare with its new leader?
Things are going to get a lot looser around here. Paladin Romani never believed in strict regulations. She's going to focus on recruitment and outreach. Well, if she can find the time.
Okay. So, I mean, my perception here is that Romani is probably the canon ending, and that in all likelihood, the concept of the Brotherhood will fade away. That they will become more of a responders kind of organization. And that's why 200 years in the future, you don't know anything about them. All right, so what are you going to do now?
I'm going to keep doing my job. With one officer down, there's going to be a lot of slack to pick up. There's still a lot more I'd like to see out there, but right now, I need to support the Brotherhood.
Morgan says offer her a burrito. Well, technically, I'm playing on my Granny McRib character, so I don't think she can offer her a burrito. All right, thanks for everything you've done.
Don't mention it. As the resident scribe, it's my job to keep things functioning around here.
Until next time.
Until next time.
Okay, so now it's time to speak to Romani. And Gabriel says, I wonder what the next main quest will be. Thomas Kennedy says bye, so it looks like people are starting to drop off here, but we're almost done.
So, Knight Errant, how does your new title feel?
So we can flirt again? Why not? Feels like you've really noticed me. Is that right, Layla?
Flouting decorum, are we? You're lucky I'm into that.
Ooh.
And yes, I have noticed you.
Ooh. Oh, okay then. Look at that smile she's got. All right. Let's see here. So what's going to happen to the Brotherhood now? How are you feeling about everything? I'd still like to talk to some other people. Well, my business at Fort Atlas is done for now. What's going to happen to the Brotherhood?
Now, we can start making the Brotherhood the benevolent organization I always wanted it to be. Our focus has to be helping the people of Appalachia, reaching out a hand and making them feel safe. This is a new dawn. Be proud that you were a part of it.
How are you feeling about everything?
I'm disappointed Shin would turn his back on us, but it's certainly better than the alternative. There were times I truly wondered what I would do if it came to it. If Shin pointed his gun at me, I know what I would do. So I'm grateful he didn't make me do it.
Okay, and I've talked to everybody else, so my business at Fort Atlas is done for now. I'm heading out.
Don't be a stranger. There will always be a place for you at Fort Atlas. Ad Victoriam.
All right, and we've got the Hellcat power armor plans.
We owe this victory to you, Knight Errant.
Okay, you guys need some new lines. And I do want to see if Max has anything new to say.
Can you put in a good word for me with Paladin Romani?
How's it been without Marcia here?
It can be really lonely at times. I miss her a lot. Maybe when I'm older, I'll be able to visit her. Hopefully the Brotherhood and Raiders will have stopped fighting by then.
All right, that'll do it.
Stay safe out there.
Still hoping that at some point we can take one of these kids from one of the settlements. We have one kid here, one kid in Foundation, and one kid in Crater. And they're all lonely. So this one doesn't even have any parents. Can't we just, like, send him to Foundation where he can have a friend? But, you know, whatever. All right, so let's just see here. Do we have... Hellcat Power Armor chassis. Does that mean we have a set of it? We do. Okay. So let's learn the plans real quick. Maybe there's no plan. Maybe we just learn it. I'm guessing we just learn it automatically. I'm good with that. All right, so we got to get out of this power armor.
Knight Errant, it's been an honor to serve with you.
Well, it definitely looks cool. It's not going to give me that extra carry weight that the excavator armor gives me, though.
Congratulations on your promotion, Knight Errant.
All right, yeah, that's pretty badass. It's definitely cool. And let's just take a look at it. So it has an inherent effect built in. We're going to turn these people down because they're getting annoying. Okay, Hellcat helmet.
Knight Errant, it's been an honor to serve with you.
And reduces incoming ballistic damage by 2%, so that all stacks on top of each other. So you get that kind of inherent thing, and the resistances are good. So it's definitely better than my excavator armor was. No question about that. But I don't have the... the calibrated shocks. So I don't have the extra carry weight. And in order to get out of here, I'm going to need that. So... let's see here. This one is the one I was using, so we'll get back into that.
We owe this victory to you, Knight Errant.
Cirque says with cores and legendary and modules, you can legendary it. Yep, that's the plan. That was the whole reason I picked this character to do this quest on. All right, so we're a little bit overweight. What can we drop? That should do it. Yep. Okay. So, we did it. We finished the quest. We got our Hellcat Power Armor reward. So that is awesome. And I think that is going to be where we end this one tonight. It is now 3:15 in the morning for me. We've been going since 8 p.m., so over 8 hours. Or not, is it over 8 hours? 7 hours. Over 7 hours. So we had quite the long stream, but we got through the entire story. And I have to say, I really, really liked this. This felt like a Fallout story to me. There were choices to make. There were challenges along the way. There was lots of stuff to explore and lore to find. There were payoffs from previous quests and stories. That's what I want out of a Fallout game. So while I understand that it's not perfect, this is still a shared world. It's never going to be quite what you get out of a single-player game. I thought this one was really good because in order to have a payoff with these choices, they have to be smaller scale choices, but they have to feel big. And they did a really good job of that with these characters in this quest. So I'm really impressed with it. I'm really, really happy with it. And I am definitely tired at this point. So at some point in the future, I will probably comment on my thoughts on this. But yeah, it was really good. I was really, really impressed with it, and that's why I wanted to dive in and get it done, because I wanted to go in as blind as possible, and I know that every day I delay finishing it, I'm just going to see more spoilers, and that's no fun. So thank you all for hanging out. This has been a long stream. I really appreciate everybody sticking it out. It was the right way to do it, I think, getting it all done in basically one shot. So thank you all. There will be a script video tomorrow, and we're also going to do some legendary crafting and talk about how that works in that video. So it'll be a little bit longer than usual. And then I should have a weapon spotlight on Tuesday. Old Man McRib and his Steel Rain series will start soon. Every time there's an update there, I always give it a few weeks just to make sure that people have a chance to play through and not be spoiled by it. But with a stream like this, you kind of know what you're getting into. So good night, everyone. Good night, John. Thanks for sticking around and killing things for me while I was digging through computer terminals. That is always very helpful. So thank you, everyone, again. Drop a like on the stream. Remember to subscribe if you're not. Follow me on Twitter, all that good stuff. I will see you all next time. Thank you again.